operated through a governmental organization. One was in Rochester. According to the first director of the Rochester Maternal Health Clinic, Ruth H. Backus, interest in creating a Rochester clinic began several years before it actually opened. In a memoir of her time running the clinic titled From the Cradle, Backus recounted that the first discussions began in Rochester in 1932, spurred by national and state organizations, local activists, and a visit from Margaret Sanger. After electing officers and finding a location, the clinic opened in February 1934 and had seen 245 patients by the end of December. Before the year was over, it had also established practices for what patients could be treated and what services its physicians could perform. Written in 1934 by Dr. William Brown, the first clinic physician, the group's earliest constitution contained 6 points. These included that the clinic was responsible only for providing contraceptive aid and devices. This differed from other organizations across the country, which offered services such as pregnancy tests and pap smears to their patients. Another important tenet of the Rochester Clinic's policy was to only give contraceptive advice and methods to those who were truly in need and could not obtain it from other sources. The clinic regularly turned away a significant number of women who came to them for help, most often because they were not members of the working class the group was trying to serve. Those who did receive services at the clinic often did so for free or paid a small fee that ranged anywhere between 1 cent and $3. Finally, the Constitution limited services based on marital status. In addition to turning away women due to financial or health reasons, the clinic also refused to treat women who were single. As documents from Backus and other clinic members state, this was due to the clinic's focus on family planning over pregnancy and to appear legitimate to the wider community. When looking at Rochester's clinic compared to others across the country, these trends are relatively consistent. The Maternal Health Center of Houston, Texas, for example, also focused mainly on lower-class women. Like Rochester, this institution was created by local upper-class citizens to serve those who wanted contraceptives but could not access them elsewhere. Despite this altruism, the patients at both clinics needed to meet certain socially acceptable gender expectations, as well as demonstrate financial difficulties. In other aspects, however, the Rochester Clinic broke with national trends. One of these elements is in the type of birth control provided in Rochester versus elsewhere in the country. At Rochester's Maternal Health Clinic, the most popular birth control method by far was a combination of a diaphragm and spermicidal jelly. During this period, diaphragms were one of the most reliable contraceptive methods available to women, with the caveat that they worked well if properly fitted. Because of this, they were rather popular nationally and had support from birth control proponents such as Margaret Sanger. However, they were not commonly used among members of the lower class that the Rochester Clinic served. This might be due to several factors, including the comparatively high cost of diaphragms versus other contraceptive methods, and a belief among eugenicists that the devices were too difficult for the, quote, unintelligent poor to use effectively. In fact, according to a 1947 survey, 27% of middle-class couples in New York State used diaphragms and jelly as their contraceptive, but only 2.6% of working-class couples did the same. Their widespread use in Rochester, then, is a bit rare and demonstrates that the clinic chose to use an effective method that was potentially more costly over a cheaper, less effective one. In addition to the devices used, the Rochester Maternal Health Clinic also broke with national social trends regarding birth control. Most prominent among these forces was the Catholic Church and eugenicist attitudes that were popular among some birth control proponents. Looking first at Catholicism, the religion has historically had a strong and well-documented opposition to birth control practices. During the 1930s, church officials took a public stand on a national level against contraceptives. On a smaller scale, local clinics faced opposition from the churches within their area, and in Rochester this antagonism was particularly powerful. This was due partly to the city's ethnic and religious demographics. According to a 1926 survey of church attendance, Rochester's largest religious body was the Roman Catholic Church, with over half the city's church-attending population being members of a Roman Catholic institution. In a country that had long been predominantly Protestant, this Catholic population represented a significant oppositional bloc to the efforts of the Maternal Health Clinic, and many early members wrote in recollections about antagonism the clinic faced from the Catholic Church. Ironically, articles and other protest material from the church provided some low-income Rochesterians with information about the clinic, in turn leading them to seek out its services. Anecdotes from physicians and clinic members about the church's opposition are confirmed in summary reports, which report that a little over half the women who visited the clinic in 1938 and 1939 were Catholic. This is a notably large share given the strong opposition these women faced from their church. Additionally, these trends were not reflected on a national level. According to historians who have examined birth control more broadly, Catholic families during this time were less likely to use contraceptives or visit clinics than women from other religious backgrounds. Thus, Rochester's comparatively high number of Catholic patients reflects a break from this trend. In addition to Catholic opposition, the Rochester Maternal Health Clinic would have also felt the influence of the eugenics movement, which was prevalent at a national level among many birth control proponents. Eugenics is often thought of in relation to permanent birth control methods such as sterilization, but non-permanent contraceptives such as those provided by clinics were also touted by eugenicists as a way to prevent, quote, undesirable people from having children. Despite the seeming popularity of these ideas, however, the upper and middle class members of the Rochester Clinic seem to have not subscribed to them, raising questions about how truly pervasive this thinking was among the general population or those actually doing on-the-ground work. It is likely that the members of the Rochester's Maternal Health Clinic were aware of eugenicist ideas and how pervasive they were in some circles. Written memoirs suggest that clinic members were required to read Margaret Sanger's autobiography and engaged with other national figures who promoted eugenics as a method of birth control. However, there is no indication among these documents that the women who volunteered at the clinic actually believed in eugenics themselves. Multiple early members wrote that they were motivated to get involved with the Rochester Clinic because of a desire to help those who were less fortunate, not to stop them from having children altogether. Additionally, documents that were created during the clinic's early days show a commitment to child spacing and family planning as opposed to preventing lower-class women from having children. This is demonstrated in an informational pamphlet created by the clinic titled "We Believe in Babies." These records show that the Rochester Clinic's focus was on preventing pregnancies for women who did not wish to have children at that particular moment, and used family planning to ensure that wanted pregnancies would be healthier. Elsewhere in the country, local clinics appear to have comparable stances on eugenics within their communities. The founder of the Houston Clinic, an upper-class woman named Agnes Carter Nelms, shared sentiments with Rochester about helping the poor because they needed it, as opposed to helping them because of a desire to stop them from having children. Prominent national thinkers and reformists such as Margaret Sanger and activist Clarence J. Gamble, however, did promote eugenicist views. Often these activists were not working on the ground the way members of birth control leagues in Rochester and Houston were, suggesting that on a small scale, eugenicist thinking might have been outweighed by a desire to help the people of one's own community. Both eugenic belief and Catholic opposition to the birth control movement were trends that extended beyond any one city or region. These issues affected Rochester directly in determining how the clinic operated and the population it was able to serve, as well as the personal beliefs of those who were involved with the maternal health clinic. Despite these national currents, Rochester seemed to have forged its own path, choosing to serve its clientele in ways that best suited the specific dynamics of the city. Extrapolating this idea, it demonstrates that at the ground level, so-called national trends were perhaps not as pervasive as many think them to be. The birth control movement of the early 20th century shaped the lives of many people across the nation. As contraception became easier to access, more families took advantage of it to prevent unwanted pregnancies. For members of the lower socioeconomic classes, however, birth control access was in part dependent on clinics that would provide contraception at low or no cost. Between 1937 and 1940, the number of these types of clinics in the United States jumped from 357 to 800. Many similar institutions exist today as part of Planned Parenthood, but these early birth control centers were often locally founded and managed, meaning that the clinic was in direct contact with the communities they were serving. When Rochester's clinic became affiliated with Planned Parenthood in the early 1940s, it was in contact with over 7,000 women every year, helping them to manage their fertility and plan their families. Yet the Rochester Clinic did not exist in a vacuum. National trends regarding what services were available at other birth control clinics, the devices and methods they employed to serve their patients, and resistance to the nationwide movements were larger forces. Rochester, in many ways, both adhered to these currents and broke away from them. The clinic followed national trends in the types of devices prescribed and the women who used these resources, but differed in their motivations for providing aid and in their handling of opposition. This difference between national perceptions and on-the-ground realities is perhaps the most important takeaway from looking at the Rochester Maternal Health Clinic. Early birth control centers such as the one in Rochester were often locally founded, locally managed, and in direct contact with their served communities. The ability of these organizers to understand the dynamics and influences affecting their city at a local level seems to have profoundly impacted the way the Rochester Clinic operated. These discrepancies beg the question of whether other local clinics might show similar patterns if examined on a smaller scale, as opposed to a larger national survey of birth control in America during this period. It also suggests that a similar approach might reveal other patterns when studying the history of complicated subjects such as birth control, or even when considering how these issues have continued into the present. It's often easy to overgeneralize an issue that is complicated by regional trends, but a nuanced, locally focused approach can allow for a better understanding of the dynamics at play in a certain area and how organizers can work with their communities to effect real change. Thank you.
Thank you, Serenity, and let's welcome British Schloms.
Okay. Yes, would you all, I need to get out of this. Okay, there I am. Okay, perfect. Hey, embarrassingly, I need to go and get my glasses. Still not used. Thank you so much, everybody, for coming out this morning and being interested in this panel. I will talk about gender and workforce education, and particularly the history of RIT therein. And there are actually interesting connections with Lizzie's paper. I come to this topic as a historian of science and technology, addressing a local history project for the very first time. And so the tension between the local and the national that you work out so very nicely, I think will be very helpful in thinking through that paper, through my own paper as well. And it,
Please make sure you use the microphone.
yes, I can. Is this better?
Yes.
Okay, good, perfect. So national and local, those kind of, I like that. There's another parallel between both papers, which is that, like for the maternal health clinic, RIT also initially started as a philanthropic effort of the upper and middle class to provide education for Rochesterians who did not otherwise have access to education beyond the public schools, really. So there, yet another effort, yet another parallel. So on March 19th, 1894, Captain Henry Lom met with a committee on domestic science at RIT's predecessor institution, the Rochester Athenaeum and Mechanics Institute, or RAMI. 2 years earlier, in 1892, RAMI had created a domestic science department overseen by the women on the Domestic Science Committee and its chair, Miss Ezra Andrews. So here we have Miss Ezra Andrews, who goes by the name of her husband, and Henry Lom. The meeting was part of a campaign by Lom to have the department teach Rochester public school students in housekeeping practices, particularly cooking. Anecdotal evidence suggests that Lom was disgusted by his workers' lunches, and he appears to have perceived Rami's classes as an opportunity to improve the conditions and health of the local workforce. But the women on the Domestic Science Department Committee tactfully subverted Lom's propositions. They self-confidently created a curriculum for a normal class to educate teachers in what today would be considered home economics, and they graduated the first class of teachers in 1901. The domestic science department went on to offer other practical courses of study that prepared women for independent careers in managing larger kitchens and cafeterias, hospitals, nursing homes, and other settings. I see LOM's meeting with the Domestic Science Committee as part of a decisive series of decisions that charted the department's course for the future. LOM's patriarchal vision would have tied the department to preparing young women for unpaid housework, albeit in a presumably scientific way, possibly more efficient or more nutritious food. By contrast, the committee pursued a more progressive course that empowered young women to pursue careers outside of their homes, earning independent incomes that were presumably higher than what they would have otherwise been able to earn, particularly in the Rochester industry at this point, in the textile industry, which was characterized by labor strife and sweatshop conditions and women's and child labor in particular. Or then domestic positions would have been other opportunities probably. So doing so, however, the committee also continued to tie their students to typical women's roles of teaching and caring, rather than emancipating them from these larger social expectations of women. So I argue that what was actually very characteristic of this education that the women received at Rami was that it was a very practically and skills-based education. And in that way, it veered away from national trends in home economics that Serenity will also address. They were more focused on a knowledge-based approach. And also, as a historian of science and technology, I'm fascinated by the ways in which the Rochester department was involved in codifying and knowledge about household practices. And I have a couple of recipes. If you like baking or cooking, you will have fun with the talk. But to first get a brief history. Most of you will be familiar with the history of RIT. It started as the Rochester Athenaeum in 1829. This was really an effort to provide access to technical literature to like-minded people, and also then to offer lectures on technical topics. A very vibrant institution for several decades, but then languished after the Civil War, until a new initiative, now by industrialists, led by Henry Lom in particular, but co-founded with other like-minded industrialists who were primarily interested in providing education for the local workforce. So in other words, from an egalitarian effort at improving themselves, the Athenaeum, the institution turned into a more patriarchal effort of industrialists to educate the workforce. Rami, the Mechanics Institute, as it was founded or refounded in 1885, then merged with the Athenaeum. It took over the Athenaeum's bylaws and some funding that had remained in an account very helpfully, because the Mechanics Institute was floundering, and thus became Rami, the Rochester Athenaeum and Mechanics Institute, in 1892. And a year after its founding, Rami created the Domestic Science Department. Lom was one of the main benefactors for Rami, and he was also known locally for his interest in philanthropic efforts in public health and education more generally. For example, at Bausch & Lomb, he created a factory lunchroom, and he also created a mutual benefits association. And these kind of could be interpreted as the beginnings of creating capitalist welfare structures at Bausch & Lomb. So welfare capitalism typically thought of as an effort to provide benefits and often also an above-average pay to workers in exchange for workers refraining from unionization. This can be seen as a more enlightened effort or approach to labor relations, certainly more enlightened than the union-busting approach that the textile industry in Rochester, for example, was engaging in at the very same time. On the other hand, welfare capitalism also, by creating these terms of labor relations from the management side, rather than meeting with welfare with laborers or with union representatives at the same table, has also been seen as a somewhat patriarchal approach. We have, and this is not unique to Rochester. This is like a national movement. We know about many factory cities that were created at that time, Hershey, for example, but also locally, Eastman Kodak also opted to engage in welfare capitalist labor relations, and so this became really the dominant local approach to labor relations. And Lom's campaign for cooking classes in public schools followed a similar paternalistic approach, I would argue, in that he had this vision that creating these cooking classes would lift up the working class. And thus he engaged in this campaign with the Domestic Science Department Committee over the summer of 1894, trying to convince them to offer these cooking classes to the public schools. The committee went along with these proposals initially, but over the course of the summer it became clear that actually there were very few takers. The tuition was too high, Lom decided, and urged the women to lower the tuition, which was something that irked them, since they, like the other departments, also wanted to create profit for the institute. He also saw a problem that cooking classes or domestic science was not part of the curriculum, so students were not taking this to work towards the regions. Timing was an issue, so they tried to address these issues. In the end, though, Lom was not to be deterred, and he eventually offered to pick up the bill for teachers or assistant teachers, materials, and these classes were offered for a while, and he was also publicly acknowledged and memorized for making these cooking classes available to Rochester public school students. However, as these discussions between Lom and the committee over the summer of 1894 also showed, the Women's Committee was not immediately on board with offering cooking classes to public school students. They had a very different vision. So the committee tactfully worked with Lom and his vision and allowed the cooking classes in public schools to go forward and to have their hired teachers teach these classes on top of their other classes. But at the same time, they also continued to pursue their own vision. And that was very different from providing cooking classes for public school students at a very low age, or kind of like young teenagers, really. Their vision and it entailed opening career opportunities for women, and it entailed providing a very practical orientation and practical education. Just like the Maternal Health Clinics Committee, they were responsible for overseeing finances and started their efforts actually with a major fundraising effort. And they were also responsible for hiring teachers and making curricular decisions. So basically, this philanthropic committee ran the department. Their very first fundraising effort was inviting Miss Emma Ewing, a professor and director of a cooking school from Boston, to Rochester to do cooking demonstrations. And apparently these cooking demonstrations were the rage at the time, and so they were extremely well attended. They raised a whooping $400, which actually in today's money would be about $15,000. That was enough to hire the first teachers and offer the first classes. I am also fascinated with this angel food cake recipe, which apparently was then published in local newspapers. So a cup of white egg, a cup not measured by eggs, like I'm used to reading like 1 egg or 2 egg of a particular size. Obviously, we're not here talking about egg sizes here. They may not have been standardized. We need winter wheat flour. We don't have just flour. I think with the boutique baking interest since the pandemic, we see more types of flours now, but for the longest time, flour was flour. And so here we see that there's a pre-standardization really going on. And then other ingredients, and particularly I am an avid baker, but I am scared by this baking instruction. Bake in a moderate oven. That's it. So much skill that goes into this recipe. How do I fire the oven? Of course, at the turn of the century, a lot of this would be wood or coal-fired ovens. How do I fire the oven? How do I keep it at a particular temperature? How do I know what temperature it is and that it stays at that temperature consistently? And how do I know when to take it out? In particular, angel food cakes, as we all know, are very sensitive to cold air during the baking process. So it's really kind of thinking through this recipe as a historian of science and technology. I get just fascinated by these questions of standardization and measurements here also. But let me get back to the domestic science department at Rami. They did start a teacher education training and successfully graduated classes. By doing so, they chose a nurturing profession for the women, but also they chose a niche. Actually, Rami was one of only 3 institutions in the Northeast that provided teacher education in domestic science, Pratt Institute in New York and Drexel in Philadelphia being the other 2. Again, I found some recipes here, a scrapbook for public school instruction. Yes, oh yes, I'm very much at the end here. A scrapbook for public school instruction, which unlike Ms. Ewing's cooking recipe, gave a lot of detailed instructions on every single step, so as to lead school children in cooking instructions here. The department also invited Ellen Swallow Richards for a visit in December 1894. We will hear more about her. She talked at the occasion of an opening of a new building. And she was particularly, she is known as the mother of home economics, or the founder of home economics, and has been known for preferring a more theoretical orientation. And I'm sure that Serenity will talk about that a little bit more. At RIT, by contrast, the Women's Committee chose a very practical orientation, which of course went along with RIT or Rami's overall practical orientation. So here we have the footprint of the new domestic science department in the Eastman building, which opened in 1901. And what I marked here in red are the lecture halls and a laboratory, a biological laboratory, which made up about a third of the space, whereas everything that I marked on the bottom in blue are kitchens and dressmaking rooms. So in other words, even in the footprint, we see that like 2/3 of the area is devoted to practical education rather than to theoretical lecturing. In addition to the teachers program, Rami also started offering a kitchen administration program. They actually ran the cafeteria for Rami, and the women were really part of the institute. I have another recipe which I can talk about in the Q&A because Tema already gave me the signs. So I'm winding down here. What I want to emphasize here is that the women in their philanthropic efforts to provide education for primarily lower class women tactfully navigated the conflict with LOM, but they also stayed clear to their vision of providing career-oriented practical education to these women. And overall, the domestic science department actually became an integral part of Rami, also in the public perception. If you know RIT student gender ratio today, about a third are women. This was very different. 100 years ago, more than half the students at Rami were women. They were well integrated in the institute. They often outpaced their male colleagues in fundraising efforts, for example. At every occasion, they were publicly visible by making cooking demonstrations or selling their goods. So they were really, domestic science was integral part of Rami and Rami's public perception. So thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. I'm going to get my presentation set up here. It's so nice to go last because I get to see how my paper fits in with everyone else's, and there are so many connections. So thank you for being here, and thank you to our amazing presenters that we've had so far. There's going to be a lot of connections here between the local and the national, between progress and what reformers were focused on, particularly female reformers. So American chemist Ellen Swallow Richards became a well-known figure in the early 20th century field of home economics, as we've heard. Along with her colleagues at the Lake Placid Conference on Home Economics, she redesigned home economics curriculum in public schools, which had lasting influence even until today. Richards' primary interest in home economics was first a scientific one. Second, a utilitarian one, in that she hoped to place women students studying science in the field of home economics. And third, it was a progressive one, in that she believed educated, scientific women in the home would elevate society. To complete these goals, much of Richards' professional life from 1904 until her death in 1911 was spent what I call evangelizing the promise of home economics education for women throughout cities and towns in the United States. The mechanism by which she imagined such scientific home economics taking place was through education, mostly higher education for women, who would then go on to train others in public schools, to demonstrate scientific food preparation and nutrition to laboring classes and immigrants in model kitchens in larger cities, and to work with farmers via the emerging United States Department of Agriculture and the farmers' cooperatives and bureaus that were spreading throughout the West. Indeed, her setting for promoting the value of an educated, scientific woman was vast. The rhetoric Richards used to spread her message of education was through what she called right living through science, right living in quotes. She used a few different methods of instruction to accomplish this. First were her model kitchens she started called the New England Kitchen and featured in major U.S. cities such as Boston, New York, and Chicago. She also featured one of these kitchens at the 1893 World's Fair. I'm not going to talk too much about this today because our focus is instead on mid-sized cities. The second setting in which she worked was in mid-sized cities alongside the establishment of new universities. Richards used the science of home economics along with gendered arguments about women's authority in the home as an entering wedge for women seeking scientific work and study. Richards also used the connections she built at these universities to establish farmers' institutes that would then reach out to the hinterland surrounding the mid-sized cities to educate rural women about sanitation and scientific principles in the home. As we heard from Dr. Schloms, Richards campaigned for home economics in places like Rochester, New York, where she started Rami, or she helped to start Rami. She also worked in places like Champaign, Urbana, Illinois, Lowell, Massachusetts, Sacramento, California, and other, at the time, mid-sized cities that were quickly becoming larger and successful. Richards also frequently spoke at the Chautauqua Institute and other similar events. She rode the rails, she spearheaded women's organizations, and generally attempted to educate the public about scientific housekeeping. In New York alone, she was quite active. She visited, in addition to Rochester, Buffalo, Syracuse, Albany, Ithaca, Chautauqua, Poughkeepsie, and Lake Placid for the Lake Placid Conference on Home Economics, which was under the leadership of Melville and Annie Dewey, yes, of the Dewey Decimal System. They hosted a yearly symposium on home economics and domestic science. It's even possible that Richards visited the nearby Finger Lakes as she corresponded with professors at Keuka College about establishing a home economics curriculum there. What each of these small cities and growing towns in the state of New York have in common is a university. Richards and the women she collaborated with used the university as a base to distribute their home economics messaging, not only to the women students or the hopeful women students there, but to the wider populace. For an example beyond New York State, we can look at her work in Illinois with Isabelle Bouvier at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. Isabelle Bouvier had attended Vassar, studied chemistry at Case Western, and worked at the Department of Agriculture, as well as worked with Richards in chemistry and sanitary science at MIT, where Richards was professor. Bouvier referred to Richards as her benefactor, crediting Richards for Bouvier's success when Richards advised her to research and compose dietary studies with African American laborers at the Hampton Institute, a trade school for African Americans and Native Americans in Virginia. Later, at the University of Illinois, Bouvier established the Home Economics Department. In Illinois, Richards and Bouvier imagined that the primary students would be women farmers, whom the home economists thought, quote, would have sound judgment and considerable resourcefulness in determining what a good home needs and how to get it, end quote. No matter who her students were, the University of Illinois president, A.S. Draper, asked Bouvier to focus on the home in a way that was wholly scientific. That was his quote. Richards and other home economists believed the rural woman's household was, quote, the ideal home. Richards argued that rural women were true housekeepers and important economic producers. Rural women, quote, requisitioned from farm and garden to supply her family with meals. She makes the clothing and sews the house linen. She brings in egg money from her backyard hens to purchase furniture and mail order items to make her house lovely. The power of rural women was also quite pronounced, in that, as in no other mode of living, is the family so much at her mercy. Referring to scientists at the USDA, Richards urged country life accompanied with, quote, educational advantages as a necessary part of women's involvement in furthering citizenship with this state. This is best exemplified by the Farmers Institutes for Women, an educational movement Richards helped form with Bouvier at Urbana-Champaign and Marion Talbot at University of Chicago. The Farmers Institute was an ideological endeavor to encourage women in the using of all mechanical and scientific appliances, as well as to develop their minds intellectually by offering women, quote, the stimulus of social recognition. Practically, however, the Farmers Institutes for rural women were difficult to maintain, as rural women were pressed with concerns such as not having running water, appropriate lighting, or keeping their children alive. Some women still lived with dirt floors, in which it was difficult to take seriously Richard's diatribes against dust. The harshness of Western life was often difficult to imagine for Eastern women like Richards. So here we have that theme that we're seeing all along about these progressive, educated women imagining what a better life would be like for the people that they're trying to help, and 100% often missing the point, as Richards' points against dust did for the women who were living with dirt floors. The city woman, in contrast to rural woman, was, quote, helpless, In the hands of her landlord, she sighs and turns to other interests than housekeeping. Particularly pernicious was the reading of novels. According to Richards, city women became subconsciously helpless, ignorant, and suffered a loss of control over their own lives and the direction of their families. Because the city woman's house was smaller, she was less of a housekeeper, instead amusing herself with outside interests, such as shopping for needless articles found in bargain sales and eating food out of season. Richards believed that the only salvation for city women was an increased focus on education, particularly about the power of economy. For all women, rural or urban, education was key. So at this time in her life, Richards really idealized rural education, looked down upon urban education, education. Rural women looked down upon urban women, but really thought the educated woman was where America was headed. A key component to Richards' home economics rhetoric was that students should be educated in the knowledge of, quote, right living. This is not how it appeared to me when I made this. It's a book that says right living. She published this book in 1904. In addition to the 3 R's of education, reading, writing, and arithmetic, Richards suggested the teaching of a 4th R, right living, or right ideals of life and its meaning. And I'm going to speak a little off script here because I didn't put this in my paper, but it fits in so well with what Lizzie was talking about, in that Richards published this book in 1904, but by 1911 she had published another book that she called Euthenics, so Euthenics, and it mimicked this concept of race saving through eugenics. It was much broader in that she applied it to all of the human race, and she said basically in Euthenics, and this is what I find very compelling about her life as an environmentalist, that if humans did not clean up the earth, the air, the water, the food, that we were doomed to peril. So she was not focused on race saving or genes in the way that eugenicists were. Her euthenics was more focused on cleaning up what she thought of as the natural home, the environment. So in that way, she took the home work that she was doing within actual physical domiciles and applied it to the natural world through her philosophy called euthenics. She published this book in 1911. Unfortunately, she died also in 1911, and so she didn't really have an opportunity to continue evangelizing. And so that's probably why you haven't likely heard of euthenics, but we have heard of eugenics. So our right living would eventually become euthenics, and she published her book, she called it The Art of Right Living, rather than The Science of Right Living. And she said the reason she did this is because, quote, the science of right living has not yet been worked out in all its details. She anticipated that the public would be slow to accept a science, but she imagined that an art might be more palatable. Quote, history teaches the universality of the rule that the art is developed long before the science in any branch of applied knowledge. Another answer, however, is that Richards viewed science and art both as viable ways of knowing about the world. Both were long-standing systems of thought and held authority over human behavior and decision-making. And this gets at that point that Dr. Sloms was making about the intellectual and theoretical approach that Richards took to home economics. She absolutely did. She also took a very practical approach, but mixed with that was this theoretical sort of intellectualism that she hoped would prompt home economics up within the university. According to the principles of right living, humans would sleep, eat, work, and play, and take amusements in relation to health. Health, art, leisure, and work would exist side by side as informed by science and art. Like the other 4 R's and the principles of right living, these were all to be developed in an educational setting. The education was twofold. First, women scientists would be educated in the basics of science, and then would go on to teach others, especially those in public schools. And then the women would also serve as a presence in what were typically all male spaces. For example, Richards was very conscious of this because she was often the only woman in a room full of male scientists. Providing home economics infused by these principles of right living provided a career pathway for women students. In addition, it performed essential work of educating the youth. According to Richards, education in the direction of right living was, quote, the most important school topic. Right habits should come early, knowledge to be given to the people as fast as substantiated by scientific investigation. Thereby, lives are saved, the state is enriched, and general happiness is promoted. You can see the real value and meaning that she inscribed in this work. Richards was not foolishly optimistic, and she knew that the public would not wholeheartedly embrace right living immediately. She understood the tensions of progress and the skepticisms of the public. So much of her letters and writings question if the public was ready for nutritious food, right living, or improvement of the home. It was the home economics movement especially that Richards hoped would be an easy outreach to the public. The home was much revered in American culture, and every person needed some form of shelter or housing, practically speaking. Thus, a scientific practice built on the importance of the home would be a sensible way to reach the public about the importance of human health and right living. This was the hope Richards had, but she was also practical that progress would face setbacks and no positive outcomes was certain. Later in her life, Richards characterized the work of progress as, quote, a series of zigzags. Now the individual goes ahead of the community. Now the community outstrips the individual, end quote. In this way, Richards' work to spread home economics messaging in small to mid-sized cities, in urban settings, and rural settings would disseminate to the households in every place. This was vital to the work of capital P progressive politics. In conclusion, at the heart of Richards' goals was the message to educate women about science and improve how people lived in the home. Not all of the settings in which she attempted to institute this message was successful. For example, the model kitchens that I referenced at the beginning lasted only a few years before folding due to financial pressures. And the initiatives to help rural women with the Farmers Institute were difficult, and many rural women outright rejected them. The one setting that did succeed was instituting home economics as a curriculum first in colleges and universities, as well as in grade schools. As home economics and domestic science morphed into family and consumer sciences, Richards' efforts did see fruit. A major force for helping her and other home economists accomplish this was the universities in small to mid-sized cities. In this particular case study, the linkage between women's education, the university, and the mid-sized city shows the connections that shaped the movement of 20th century home economics and how the women who worked in these fields saw themselves about the work of progress. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you to the presenters for 3 really interesting and deeply researched papers. They're going to join me on stage now, and we have just under 15 minutes for questions. Okay, we have a question in the back. Thank you, Christine. We're going to run the microphone over to you, sir, because we do have people that are listening online and they won't be able to hear comments from the audience. So do wait for the microphone, or else I can repeat into this microphone.
All right, my name is Dr. Mark, and my question is, I know and understand to a good degree the mentality back in the 1800s concerning sexism and orientations and everything. But by exactly what criteria did they determine that a woman was lower class? Is that financial? Is it genetic? Is it racial? What did they have that made you lower class?
You guys hear me? Can you hear me now? when we have examinations to get our PhDs, we're asked a series of questions, and that, my friend, would be a great question for us to be asked when we get our PhDs. And probably there would be a variety of different answers, but in Richard's case, it certainly was economic, so it was about how much money someone was bringing in, but it was also about things related to nationality, to your status as either an immigrant or a laborer, certainly to your status in regard to how long you had been here for example. These are all conversations that she would have within her group of, okay, well, who exactly counts as being among the lower classes? And she has this one really great quote that I didn't include in here, and it goes something like, when the kitchens failed, when the model kitchens failed, she was really disillusioned and really kind of upset because she thought that the workers and the immigrant laborers would love New England cooking of baked beans and soup and other things and apple pie, and they really didn't. There's a lot of anecdotes about them saying, this soup has no meat in it, has no flavor. And she was just really disillusioned, and so she categorized them as the poor who don't know how to help themselves. And if you were the poor who didn't know how to help yourself, she almost wrote you off at this point in her life. If you were the poor who was willing to follow along with her dietaries and write down everything you ate and track, at the time they were just coming up with what calories were and take it in a very scientific way, then she thought you were the deserving poor. So she did use that language. So that's what I would say for the response to my particular setting, but Lizzie and Corinna may have a different response.
The question was, could a woman's aesthetics keep her out of being classified in the lower class?
I'm not sure like how to define aesthetics, but I certainly do know that there were women who Richards might have thought of as genteel. But Richards is a bit different than most upper class women in that she herself grew up very poor as a farmer, and she only accessed this sort of more privileged lifestyle when she married her husband. And so she had maybe a more, even though I just told you the example of the deserving poor, she at least wanted to work with these people and wanted to go into these settings, which was different than a lot of other elite women at the time who wanted to only serve on committees or be part of charitable organizations. Richards would at least go to these places and talk with people, even if she was somewhat judgmental about it.
I think you put it wonderfully that a lot of these categories overlap in very complicated ways. I think in my case, the working status and how labor relations like categorize society would be very important. But it overlaps with all of these other categories.
Hi, I'm
Yes.
Dan Ross. I'm a over-the-hill sociologist. I was astounded to learn middle of the last century, second half of the last century, that Cornell had a number of sociology faculty in the College of Home Economics, or whatever they call it, as well as the College of Arts and Sciences. It was a pattern that I'd never seen, and I sort of wonder if there's sort of the combination of women trying to infiltrate higher education through these departments and the standard university model trying to take over those departments by placing faculty in them. Less crude than that, but.
Yeah, I think you stated it really well. Martha Van Rensselaer, who was at Cornell, was did kind of get her start in home economics. And just like Richards, they both were concerned with things far outside of home economics, but because that was it made sense to the wider world why women would be doing science and home economics, that was the path, that was the entering wedge, which is what a historian of science, Margaret Rochester, uses to describe how these women entered the universities. They had these wedges in these fields like domestic science and home economics. Botany is another example. These fields that seemed, okay, of course women would study these things, very gendered to how they would imagine women's work, and so they would practically use that. But Richards did other work. I mean, there's this great picture of her. She's in full Victorian garb, and she's bent over measuring the water chemistry of a pond where she was. She would go with her husband to Calumet, Michigan, which at the time was just an outpost. She would really be roughing it. She would be climbing up and down rocks and all this stuff. She was really a practicing scientist. That was really what her heart and soul were. But she found home economics to be both profitable for women to find a profession, but she also did believe in it. It's not like she was doing it as like a show. She really did believe in the value of nutrition and home economics for making the world a better place.
I know Lisa has a question.
Hello? Yes, I think I have more of a comment on the local history world. The opening of the Eastman building for the Athenaeum and Mechanics Institute in 1901 was a big affair. It was days and days of festivities. George Eastman was very much involved in coordinating that, and lots of money thrown at it. And my own ancestors, the Dosenbachs, were playing for some of the festive affairs in regards to that. And also, Susan B. Anthony was part of it and made some remarks, which it's been a while since I've read it. I don't remember, but I remember being fascinated by her own remarks at that. So, and you can find articles on that on newspapers.com, or even if you venture into Fulton history, places like that. Really, really fun articles.
Sorry. So I'm struck by in the three presentations, it seems like one of the core issues, and I'm not entirely sure how it relates to mid-sized cities, but the relations of the women and groups of women, and the social power of women in these movements you're talking about, and you talked about class in the first presentation, that it was really women of means who were attached to the power structure in Rochester that started Planned Parenthood, which was true, commonly around, but it was in Batavia, it was in Brockport, it was in a lot of other areas as well, and I think part of what I'd love to see an investigation of is to what extent what was talked about, these institutions publicly, was also controlled by the power structure. It wasn't controlled largely by the women. And the women who were starting these institutions, they were working under the aegis of someone else who controlled the power, right? So I think that would be instructive for us figuring out what was really going on, as opposed to what you had to say publicly in order to keep your institution from being mobbed or whatever. Because most of what you talked about was during a period when women didn't have the right to vote in this country, right? So that's my question comment.
Yeah, thank you for that. Yeah, it's a really interesting perspective to think about it from. Yeah, it's sort of frustrating in some ways with the source base we have. It's always filtered a little bit, especially with the recollections, which is where I drew a lot of anecdotes from, and sort of the reflections on what it was like to form this clinic and sort of what the early days were like. I mean, they're writing them mostly in the 1970s, so it's 30, 40, 50 years after all these events were actually happening. And so there's also the filter of, okay, what's it okay to say now publicly versus what was actually happening behind the scenes? And I would love to go back in time and actually be there on the ground and see what these influences were. But kind of, yeah, working with what we have, you have to take some things with a grain of salt. But I think your point about looking at sort of these larger power structures that these women were operating under would be a really interesting way to think about this for the future. Thank you for that.
Just have a quick question on Borgen Vargas for Dr. Elizabeth Carr. My question is if you could take us a little bit to the present. Might be a sinful thing to ask a historian to do, and I hope you forgive me. But I was struck by the history of Planned Parenthood in terms of the Catholic opposition. And I wonder if you can talk a little bit during that time to what degree the government official or elected official were engaged in the conversation or opposition or pro or against. And if you don't mind, if you can connect a little bit the past and the present in that regard.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, so I don't know a ton about the present, being a historian. I don't recall there being anything in the records about government officials. There were like board meeting records that are part of this archival collection that I didn't look in super in depth, just because I was specifically interested in sort of what these women were doing as opposed to what the structure as a whole was doing. And a lot of the board minutes are from like the 50s, 60s, 70s as opposed to this earlier 34 to 45-ish period. I know they definitely had meetings with officials. There's a lot of newspaper records in their scrapbooks about having people come to the city to speak, or I think they had Margaret Sanger visit a few times and give these presentations, a lot of times for fundraising efforts. So the community was definitely aware of what the clinic was doing. I'm sure government officials were also aware of what the clinic was doing. It doesn't seem like they necessarily had a ton of oversight from government officials. I don't think there was any point where like the mayor was involved with these efforts except for maybe appearing at fundraising efforts if they were able to get them. And then connecting it to the present day, yeah, not super well versed in that, unfortunately.
Well, Lizzie, if I might, the Comstock Act has recently come up in the Supreme Court's consideration of the Texas court's decision to overturn FDA approval for one of the drugs commonly used in the abortion pill. So there very much is a connection between these debates in the late 1800s and early 1900s and the debates now over women's access to contraception and abortion.
Yeah, definitely. I think that summarizes it. Thank you.
We have time for at least one more question. Go ahead, Mark.
Hi, Mark Rice. My question is for you, Lizzie, as well. First of all, the distinction that you made between family planning and birth control, I'd never really thought about that before, and so thank you for making me sort of think about that as actually a real meaningful distinction. But the question I had is, to what extent, if you know, did any of the New Deal agencies involve themselves in family planning or birth control?
Yes, that would be looking more federally than what I was sort of examining with this paper. So yeah, I sort of only looked at that through the work of other historians as opposed to doing like actual archival research. Yeah, there definitely were WPA involvements and New Deal involvements with birth control or with family planning funding, this kind of work. I don't remember like specific legislation that worked for it, but that'd be an interesting thing to think about for the future, especially if I'm looking at like a local versus more federal or national perspective, how federal legislation might affect on-the-ground efforts. I know there were New York State laws that the clinic had to comply with that, for example, the center in Houston didn't have to, just because Texas versus New York State laws were different. But yeah, there definitely would have been New Deal era funding or efforts that would have affected the clinic.
Okay, we are out of time. Let's thank our wonderful panelists. We will now enjoy a 15-minute break, in which time you're encouraged to have refreshments, to visit the RIT press table here in the back, and peruse the issue of Rochester History Journal. We will start promptly at 11:30 with our panel on mapping the mid-sized city.
Thanks to Tamar for chairing. Thank you.
My pleasure.
Greetings, folks. I hope you had a good break. We'll return from our break to begin the next session. My name is Michael Brown. I'm an associate professor of history at RIT. And before I introduce the chair for our next session, I'd like to take this opportunity to reflect on the arc of our day here, considering Rochester and the mid-sized city in the 21st century. There's a movement across the schedule of the day, from historical reflections this morning, culminating in the present mayor of Rochester, Malik Evans, in conversation with a recent mayor of Rochester, Bill Johnson, at the end of the day. So as a historian, I believe that the past is a useful resource for reflecting on the present, understanding the present, and making shared collective decisions about our future. And so in microcosm, that is really the structure of our day here, using presentations and reflections on the past to understand the mid-sized city as a kind of place, to understand what the mid-sized city is, and then to speak to, hear from, and see in conversation people who are making policy decisions, people who are making choices about where the mid-sized city goes from here. And so our hope is that perhaps we can all be able to reflect anew upon living in this exemplary mid-sized city, Rochester, by examining some of the historical background of mid-sized cities here this morning. So I'd like to introduce the chair for our next panel, Professor Nick Robertson from Rochester Institute of Technology. Professor Robertson, I turn it over to you.
Hello, everyone. I'm unmuting the other participant here so they can hear what I'm saying. Can everyone hear me? Excellent. My name is Nick Robertson. I am a assistant professor in the Criminal Justice Department at RIT. I also have a background in American history with a master's degree in American history, so it's fun to hang out with historians. And so this panel here is about mapping the mid-sized city. I will introduce the panelists very quickly, and then in a sense try to put together very quickly how I think they're related to each other. Our panelists include Michael Kelly. He's a PhD student in geography at Syracuse University, studying political economy and housing justice. His research traces the connections between 18th century land speculation, colonial trade networks, and contemporary markets in land and real estate. And currently, he's organizing a project to map the history of racially restrictive housing covenants in Syracuse, New York. The second speaker on this panel today is Mark Rice. Mark is a professor of American Studies at St. John Fisher University, no longer college, where he has taught since 1998. Most of his scholarship focuses on photography. He has authored 2 books, Through the Lens of the City, NEA Photography Surveys of the 1970s, published in 2005 by the University Press of Mississippi, and Dean Worcester's? Worcester! Everywhere you go, it's Worcester, I guess. Dean Worcester's Fantasy Islands, Photography, Film, and the Colonial Philippines, published in 2014 by the University of Michigan Press. Although he continues to write and publish scholarly articles, chapters, etc., his interests are drawing him more and more toward digital projects. And the third panelist is Justin Murphy. He's a reporter for the Democrat and Chronicle, our local paper here, covering education in the Rochester area with an emphasis on the Rochester City School District. He has worked at the Democrat and Chronicle since 2012, and before that was a reporter for the Citizen in Auburn, New York. He grew up in Penfield, which is a local suburb of the city of Rochester here. My assumption is everyone here knows that. And attended the University of Chicago and the S.I. Newhouse School of Public Communications at Syracuse University. He lives with his wife and children in the Cobbs Hill neighborhood. So these three talks are quite related to each other, but before I explore that, let me speak briefly about my experience here in Rochester. I grew up in New York City, Jamaica, then New York City, and then I came to Rochester in 1999. And while I had experienced, growing up in Queens, New York, it's a little different, Milo, in terms of racial residential segregation, and at least back then it seemed much more diverse and integrated compared to coming upstate to a mid-sized city. I had never lived in a mid-sized city before, and I had never seen these stark levels of segregation in a city on that scale, and probably because I was skewed because of my New York City upbringing. But I came upstate, so to speak, and I saw Syracuse, and I saw Binghamton, and I saw Rochester, and you can still literally draw out, 104, the unofficial borders, right? 104, the southern border of Irondequoit, basically, and 104, and then pretty much the so-called crescent, right, from the northeast to the south. West is disproportionately, or primarily, I should say, black and Latino. And so these, and you see the similar thing in Syracuse, you see a similar thing in Buffalo, right, which, is Buffalo a mid-sized city now? Yeah, it's lost a lot of population over time, right? So it's probably a mid-sized city now. But the first talk here looks at how the roots of central New York real estate relate to both 18th century settler colonial land speculation and colonial merchant trade. And more specifically, it gets at these efforts at that time to promote and maintain racial segregation. Very often when we think about the processes of racial segregation that we see in contemporary mid-sized cities, we tend to think about the 19th century and the various efforts of the federal government that led to, or very much helped the racial segregation process along. However, clearly here it goes all the way back to the 18th century. We will talk about, one of the panelists will talk about the use of digital history to bring life to the patterns of urban investment by the federal government in the 19th century. This investment was clearly racialized and helped to create the patterns of racial residential segregation that we see in our community today here in Rochester. And one consequence of that racial residential segregation is segregated schooling, right, characterized by significant inequalities between schools in the central city and in the surrounding suburban communities. My wife's a teacher in the Rochester City School District. She's been a teacher there since 1999. My first child went through the city school district till he was 5th grade. And then we moved to Irondequoit, West Irondequoit, and stark differences, right? Moved from, I lived in the 19th ward, moved from a neighborhood that was mostly black, from a school that was probably at least 90-something% black, to West Irondequoit, which was only a few miles away on my bicycle. However, starkly different and a mostly white school. So before I take too much time, I will invite the first participant here to begin their talk. So Michael Kelly, are you ready, sir?
Yes, I am.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Can everyone hear me and see the PowerPoint?
Yes.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me. Thank you for that great introduction. I'm Michael Kelly. I'm a graduate student in geography at Syracuse University. I'm very grateful to the other presenters, the conference organizers, and people for being here on Friday afternoon. I'm from Syracuse originally, and I've been to Rochester many times, so I was very happy to see this conference. I hope to present archival research on how the roots of real estate in central New York relate to both settler colonial land speculation and colonial merchant trade going back to the 18th century. As was said, many U.S. housing histories focus on the 1900s, large metropolitan cities, or public policy at the local, state, and national levels, and all this is extremely important. And this even earlier history, I think, can tell us much about the foundations of real estate markets and international connections that relate to slavery, colonialism, whiteness, and how people have resisted both old and new inequalities in housing. This research partly grew out of tenant organizing I was involved in locally, and a need for more Syracuse-specific history to inform local activism. I and others also wanted a more fundamental critique of the private housing market, and to combat some of the efforts to, I think, co-opt narratives of historical redlining and urban renewal to promote new forms of gentrification, which I'll discuss a little later. And, you know, in the spirit of this conference, there are things that make Syracuse as a small or mid-sized city unique and necessary to study, I think. It's post-industrial. There are many abandoned buildings later bought up by landlords. It's largely reliant on Syracuse University, this elite private nonprofit. And as someone from Syracuse, I think, you know, one should study and understand their own material conditions, the histories of the space in which we are, how they relate to global capitalism, and then organize politically on that basis. Like many other groups around the country, I'm currently involved in building a database of racially restrictive housing covenants in Syracuse, hopefully available as a website this summer. And racial covenants are stipulations written into property deeds that bar ownership or occupancy to particular racialized groups officially outlawed in 1948. And one thing that struck me about these covenants was that developers from the early 1900s named and used the exact military tracts of the Central New York Military Tract from the 1790s. New York State distributed by lottery these military tracts on unceded Haudenosaunee land as spoils of war to former soldiers in the U.S. Revolutionary War. Between roughly 1791 and 1799, land speculators secured these military tracts very cheaply and later sold them for enormous financial gain. The background context for this was fraudulent land deals by New York State and speculators, violation of federal treaties, including the 1794 Treaty of Canandaigua, not far from us physically, that have never been abrogated, and resistance to an ongoing state of occupation that informs Onondaga Nation land claims to the present. So Syracuse, as a small or mid-sized city, is on unceded Onondaga Nation land, which means there's a distinct history and present of resistance and dispossession here. In the same decade, many land speculators were also New York City merchants invested in transporting products from plantation economies in the Caribbean and Latin America to port cities, Nantes, Bordeaux, Hamburg, in Western Europe. And Syracuse and upstate cities have always had this kind of, have long had this kind of orbital relationship with New York City. Here I'm drawing on a tradition of Pan-African political economy, notably Eric Williams' famous book. On the merchants' ships, shipmen made notes at various ports about prices, glut, absence of certain commodities, exchanging an empire of letters, as it were. In one case, shown on screen in the middle at the bottom, William Vredenberg, who was the leading speculator on CNY military tract lands, sent a ship to Gonaives, a port in Haiti, in July 1796, amidst the world-transforming Haitian Revolution. At this point in history, New York City merchant speculators were supplying and profiteering from the British occupying army in Haiti. They engaged in illicit trades and tried to break down the British and French monopolies on the carrying trade and Caribbean slavery. And these merchants explicitly feared Haitian emancipation, which was threatening in itself to the white supremacist order. And independence and subsequent land reform in Haiti would remove this profitable market from merchants and speculators' orbit. So reinvestment into real estate or land speculation was a concrete way through which wealth generated in slavery flowed into central New York's political economy. Into the first part of the 1800s, these same land speculators owned sawmills, gristmills, and furnaces. They leased land to other mill owners and extracted rents. They used ownership of military tracts as collateral on other investments and to buy shares in railroad and turnpike companies. The growth of these transport networks helped facilitate capital accumulation throughout the US and globally. And speculators even used military tracts, including IOUs, debt, or claims on future rents, as effectively non-paper currency for all kinds of transactions. There were ideological and legal dimensions to this new property real estate economy. For instance, one land speculator founded agricultural improvement societies throughout the state following the writings of the philosopher John Locke, despite Haudenosaunee agriculture being far more efficient and regenerative, drawing on Jane Mount Pleasant's work. Haudenosaunee and other indigenous authors highlight the doctrine of discovery, 15th century papal bulls that authorized European nations to conquer and enslave non-Christians in their lands in the Americas and Africa. The doctrine is codified into U.S. law, Supreme Court law, and undergirds U.S. land ownership to the present. Among the speculators, there were descendants from New Netherlands, England and Scotland, German and French religious expatriates, New England Puritans. This was very much a project of whiteness, merging ethnic Europeans under this shared banner of domination, owning property, land, and labor. Also, in both small and large-scale land speculation, there was a male head of household whose sons or sons-in-law would inherit property along the patrilineal line. And so we can think about how heteronormativity or heteropatriarchy is enacted through private property. Later in the 1800s, 1880s and 1890s, buyers and sellers would seek out scattered real estate dealers who kept handwritten appraisal notebooks of racial and immigrant composition of Syracuse neighborhoods as the city grew into an industrial capitalist center. Between 1880 and 1930, the population had quadrupled. Housing policy is sometimes presented as bounded within city limits, but even small cities and their industries feed into these global value chains. Like many colleges, Syracuse University was complicit in helping professionalize real estate assessment as a racist and eugenic practice. On the right, this is a list of speakers to whom SU gave platforms, city real estate dealers who were imposing and spreading racially restrictive covenants. In the 1910s and 1920s, real estate capitalists turned farmsteads on the outskirts of the city into exclusive suburbs for the rising white professional and business classes. Some suburbs, I have on the bottom right there, were explicitly marketed as carefully restricted home colonies, noting their distance from the city center, guaranteed an increase in value, and covenant restrictions. And it's interesting, developers used a language of unoccupied or unimproved land for these outlying farms, which were, white settler homesteads and military tracts since the 18th century that had to be made valuable through suburban housing development. And I feel this builds on this sort of longer history of Western private property formation. Racial covenants were arguably reactive to political constituencies forming in Syracuse's 9th and 15th wards, roughly near the center of the city. For instance, in the 1920s and 1930s, black activist Golden Darby, director of the local Dunbar Center, produced a study on housing conditions there. The study located the problem instead with the white racism and wealth hoarding of the suburbs, the capitalist effort to split what he called the labor power of the nation, and creating these racial captive tenant markets in certain parts of the city to gouge and inflate rents on Black city residents who were unable to move because of widespread segregation. Beyond Syracuse, covenants were an explicit target in internationalist and anti-imperialist efforts. The 1951 We Charge Genocide petition, brought forth by Black communists William Patterson, Paul Robeson, Claudia Jones, W.E.B. Du Bois, make similar points about these captive markets, and importantly, contextualizes this profit from real estate racism in the, quote, super profits that U.S. empire was extracting from super exploited workers in the global South and U.S. alike. Syracuse is also somewhat unique in that the Great Migration happened in the 1950s and 1960s. There were previous periods of immigration, of course, and there were campaigns and direct actions against urban renewal, the forced displacement of the close-knit 15th Ward in the city center. As part of the broader Black freedom movement, Black residents, organizers with the Congress of Racial Equality Corps, and allied whites chained themselves to equipment and occupied the roofs of targeted homes. Lastly, I just want to talk about archives and some of the political implications of this argument. In doing the restrictive covenant research, we've reflected on why an extensive county clerk records even exist. You know, why does the state meticulously document every land and property transaction since 1790 for the public to see? And one reason, I'm drawing on Kesu Park and Robert Nichols, is that title registry and dispossession is about initiating a chain of title that makes private property and land seem natural, and then promotes this myth of equality to own property under the law. More broadly, I think the benefit of this historical research is that it reveals how racial and economic inequality is built into the U.S. private real estate market from its foundations. And yet, many of the major housing proposals in Syracuse maintain or expand this private market. For instance, two of my colleagues at SU wrote a critique of the so-called Blueprint 15 project, which would effectively replace Section 9 public housing with private mixed-use apartments near Syracuse University. At least one city council member explicitly opposes rent control, which could use the state to rein in landlord and real estate profits. There was a lot of activism and media coverage about poor conditions at the Skyline Apartments, owned by Green National, whose owners live in mansions in Skaneateles. And the city put the properties under receivership, but then, as far as I know, simply transferred them to a new for-profit owner. And of course, the city has granted multi-million-dollar tax breaks for luxury student housing near the university. And so instead, given this history, I think we should consider some, radical progressive demands that would reduce the size and scope of the private real estate market, which has this history, toward making housing a public good. So, there's a lot of demands now about expanding social housing or using community land trusts, supporting and building tenant unions to collectively bargain with landlords, repatriating unceded land to indigenous nations, which are still resisting. And because real estate has long been international, thinking about supporting movements for reparations, reparative justice, and international solidarity, like ending U.S. sanctions, supporting anti-colonial struggles abroad. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael Kelly. Our next speaker is Mark Rice, who once again is a professor of American Studies at St. John Fisher University.
So I need to pull up, am I muted? No, I'm muted on here. What do I do about this? No, I know you can hear me. Yeah, no. But I need to pull up,
Yep, you can just minimize the Zoom screen.
or I just went on top of them. Is that okay?
That's fine.
All right, thanks. Thank you, everybody. My talk today has its roots in a variety of places, some from my role as an educator and how this project evolved out of some classwork that I've been doing, and some out of my time doing research for books and articles. I have a long-standing interest in American cities and visual culture. I'm spatially oriented by nature and have a lifelong love of maps. I'm also fascinated by archives and their role in structuring historical knowledge, a fascination born both out of my own experiences in archives and by the ideas of the anthropologist and historian Michel Rolfe-Triot in his book Silencing the Past, which I saw in the bibliography in Michael's talk just now. So if you're unfamiliar with Triot, just very briefly, he argues and notes that there are essentially 4 moments where silences can impose themselves on the historical record. The first is what he calls the moment of fact creation. And so if something happens, but nobody is there to record it, it's lost. The second moment that he talks about is the moment of fact assembly. And that is, things might have happened and have been recorded, but they weren't deemed important enough by the keepers of knowledge to preserve those records in archival spaces. The third moment is what he calls the moment of fact retrieval. And so the historical knowledge could be preserved in an archive, but if we can't get at that because of perhaps cataloging concerns, resources, or the gatekeepers for archives, then again, that moment imposes a silence. And then the fourth moment is what he calls the moment of retrospective significance. And there it's that if we have the artifact preserved and we can get at it, do we see it as important enough to write about? And if we don't, that's another moment of historical silence, okay? So as an educator, I like to provide students with opportunities for fact retrieval, leading to the possibility of them discovering moments of retrospective significance. Doing that doesn't really work very well in a first-year college class, but part of the roots of this project does come from a first-year course that I have been teaching. So I'm currently a team member of 2 different place-based humanities grants from the National Endowment for the Humanities, both of which focus on Rochester. These grants have had me designing new courses for students at St. John Fisher, and the first class that I developed as part of what's called an NEH Initiatives grant is called Seeing Segregation, and is part of a 2-course learning community for first-year students. My partner in that learning community is Dr. Carolyn Vaca. She's the chair of the history department at St. John Fisher and a long-time county historian whose term is winding down soon. The learning community itself is called Segregation in 20th Century Rochester. And Dr. Vaca takes a historical approach, focusing on various aspects of immigration and migration to Rochester. I take a more spatial approach, using Rochester to help students understand broader patterns nationally in the development and maintenance of housing and school segregation. In this class, I have taught Justin's book, Your Children Are Very Greatly in Danger, as well as, which focuses specifically on Rochester, and Richard Rothstein's book, The Color of Law, which takes a look at policies leading to segregation and the ongoing effects of those policies at a national level. So I've used both locally oriented and nationally oriented. So it was while teaching Seeing Segregation that I became aware of the University of Richmond's Mapping Inequality project. And if you are not familiar with mapping inequality, you just do a simple Google search of it and it pops right up. And what they have done is they've used the Homeowners Loan Corporation, the HOLC ratings of neighborhoods in cities around the country that were developed in the 1930s to reflect perceived levels of riskiness for banks to invest in terms of mortgages or things along those lines. And Rochester is one of the cities that is there. And so if you go to the website, you can click on, to the city of Rochester, and let's see, how do I zoom? Okay, zoom in. When you click on these different zones in the city, you can see the text records that Hulk had prepared, and you can show the scans of the original pages as well. So it's a very rich and comprehensive documentation of the homeowners loan corporation's work in the 1930s. So those neighborhoods that were deemed the riskiest were colored red, which gave rise to the term redlining as a shorthand for some of the policies that contributed to the rise and persistence of racial segregation in American cities. As I said, they use, okay, so the other colors are green, which is determined to be the safest investment, the quote-unquote best neighborhood. Blue, one tier down. Yellow, deemed to be declining. And then red is what they would consider to be actually hazardous, okay? So there's some debate about the degree to which Hulk itself engaged in discriminatory lending practices during the Great Depression, or whether the blame for that ought to be leveled primarily at the Federal Housing Administration. But for my purposes, that debate is less important than the development and use of those maps. The FHA used the Hulk maps into the 1940s, and this mapping project that I've been doing with my students deals with the 1930s. In addition, my project isn't about lending practices per se, but about where the Works Progress Administration, the WPA, undertook its infrastructure work in Rochester and Monroe County in the 1930s, and the degree to which we can discern patterns between WPA work and the Rochester Hulk maps. In addition, if such patterns do exist, would it be possible to see patterns that are similar to this in other cities around the country? So if this is something that is legitimate in terms of the hypothesis that I've been working with, can this be replicated elsewhere? So the project itself developed for a couple of reasons. I teach an honors course about archives, and like I said, I wanted my students to have the opportunity to work with archival materials found on our campus in order to experience some of the anticipation and hopefully thrill of archival research. Having worked our way through TRIO's ideas about archives and historical silences, it occurred to me that I could have the students work with a collection of WPA materials that are part of the Monroe County Archives currently housed at Fisher. The task I assigned my students was pretty simple. Dig through some boxes, see what kinds of questions arise in your mind, see if you can begin to answer some of those questions using what is in the boxes alongside with some bare bones outside research. So I have a subscription to newspapers.com. You have to pay a premium to get access to Democrat and Chronicle records from that resource. So I tell my students, if you have a question, you come across a name, you come across something, let me know. I'll see if I can find it in the newspapers. I'll give it to you, and then you can continue to work with it. Any sort of historical narratives that they are able to begin are, of course, very tentative and very provisional, scratching at the surface of a story. But for my purposes in that class, that's enough. Just get them sort of thinking along these lines. They could understand how moments of fact retrieval and moments of retrospective significance work. So another part of the assignment, and the one that is most directly applicable, is what is seen on the screen right here. Possibly more durable, possibly more expansive, possibly more relevant. So I love maps, but I had never had the opportunity to use ArcGIS or any other sort of GIS tools until last year. So I'm completely self-taught. I wanted to try it out because the other NEH grant that I'm a part of, called an NEH Connections grant, is going to have me working with a colleague who is trained in this kind of stuff to perhaps map some of the sites of urban renewal in Rochester, maybe focusing on the Baden-Ordman areas. I think I'll be working with Christine on this at some level. So before taking on that task, I thought it was important to familiarize myself with ArcGIS. So while most of the students in my honors class are working with textual records from the WPA, I'm having other students building out this map. So I taught myself, I taught them, and they are pinning these sites onto this map. Like I said, it was started last year. Another pair of students is working this year to pin additional sites using albums of photographs that documented WPA work in and around Rochester. So the map is incomplete, but it's fairly accurate, and I hope to continue working on it even after the semester is done and build it out as robustly as I can. So my process for building this map is either simple or convoluted, depending on how you look at it. Like I said, I'm completely self-taught, and I'm probably not using it as efficiently and effectively as I could, but it's what I could do. So what I did essentially is, I started with, I'm going to click off these different layers. All right, so just a basic, Google Earth type map of Rochester. And then I was able to find a plat map of Rochester, the 1935-1936 plat map. And so I used that as a layer to put on top. And then somebody has created accessible layers of the Hulk maps. So I said, okay, I'm going to put a layer on top of that. Okay, so now we have historical Rochester on top of contemporary Rochester. We have the Hulk maps on top of historical Rochester. And then last year, I don't know why we have two different layers for the project sites. I'll have to combine these at some point. But so this is what we got mapped onto it last year. And this is what is getting added to it this year. Okay? So I'm going to show you a little bit more about how this works. But using this ArcGIS, you can turn on and off the different layers, and so you can see different kinds of combinations of things, right? So redlining on top of contemporary Rochester, WPA sites on top of contemporary Rochester, how they align with the 1930s type of stuff, and whatever sort of combination you want to do. Let's see. Okay, so what I'm having students do is, and I'll just zoom in a little bit, the way this map kind of works. Whoops, let's see. WPA project sites. There we go. Okay, so any place where we see a red dot is a localized project. So a building construction or building renovation or something along those lines. Any place where we see a line is a street level type of project. So either paving projects, installation of water lines, or sewer lines or anything along those lines. And so when we click on these dots, what I've done is I have the students write down the information from the WPA albums, the textual information, and then link to a Flickr album that I've created that will also show the photographs of these projects. Okay, so I had to link externally because I couldn't figure out how to just embed photos into this. I don't know if that's a thing you can do. So this was my workaround. Okay, so it's important for me to say that I didn't go into the project imagining that the Hulk maps themselves were used to determine the sites of WPA projects. Okay, so that's not an assumption I was working with. I was curious, though, about whether we might be able to see patterns between these Hulk maps and where the WPA projects were undertaken. One reason being is that my thinking was that the folks who designed the Hulk maps and the folks who determined where WPA projects would go probably came from similar demographic profiles. They were administrative bureaucrats. They were likely middle-class white men. So they would be coming at sort of the thinking about the city from a fairly similar frame of mind, right? That's the hypothesis. So my hypothesis was that essentially I thought there might be a correlation between the two. And so far, and in particular, that we would see fewer projects in the redlined areas than we would see in other parts of the city. And so far, the hypothesis seems to be holding true. But, like I said, it's not done. So one of the things that can be done with the map is to cross-reference where certain projects were undertaken and what the WPA reports said about them with what the Hulk reports said about the neighborhoods where the projects were undertaken. So for example, over here, we have a project, the First and Second Streets Playground Project. Oh, come on. I'm a Mac user, so I'm getting a little confused on this machine. Now I'm embarrassing myself. Hang on one sec. Okay. So take, for example, the construction of the First and Second Streets playground, one of the few projects where we have mapped, that we have mapped in a redlined area. The WPA report reads, due to the scarcity of play areas in this thickly populated area, the City of Rochester purchased the land abutting First and Second Streets for a new playground. The work consisted of demolishing 19 houses, constructing a retaining wall, sidewalks, sewer, curbs, and fence, grading and shaping playground. Also, a new playground shelter was erected. The shelter is a one-story type frame construction with brick veneer, approximately 34 feet by 41 feet, consisting of a large recreation room, office, boiler room, and 2 toilet rooms. The total cost of this project was $15,344, with about 2/3 of that coming from federal funds. And so if we click here, we can see the playground, and if we go to the next page, it's enlarging it, right? So that's the demolition of some homes here, and the new playground here. And this structure right here is still there, okay? Right, so it continues to exist on the landscape. So here is how here's how the neighborhood for this project was described in the Hulk report. Quote, advancing age is steadily forcing this area further downward and will continue to do so, although it is not to be classified as distinctly hazardous. Dwellings are set back slightly from somewhat narrow streets, and there is small space between. They are of a rather unattractive vintage. There are factories which afford employment, the largest being that of Fashion Park, which is a men's clothing factory, which was up on Portland Ave, I think, as well as schools, churches, and stores. Transportation is good and location convenient. Appeal is entirely to the laboring classes who cannot afford better, end quote. And then it notes at that time, the population in that neighborhood was 30% foreign-born, which helps sort of determine some of the gradings of these neighborhoods, the majority being from Italy. So we can contrast this project, which we can perhaps consider to be a mix of a safety valve for children in a crowded neighborhood and a bit of an urban renewal by removing more than a dozen quote-unquote unattractive homes, with a project a couple miles, a project to install, come on, Mark. Okay, so this project here, this extensive road project through blue and green zones. And this was a 2 miles of 12-inch water main down Monroe Ave, extending from Oakdale Drive through 12 Corners to Clover Street. That project, which cost about $65,000, passed through 3 Hulk zones, none of which had any foreign-born population, and the housing stock of which was described in consistently glowing terms, quote, pride of ownership is good, or an exceedingly attractive development, or a new and alternative type of country home. Further out of Monroe Ave, we have one of the largest projects that was constructed, which was the installation of a village-wide sewer system in Pittsford, which cost $350,000. Although outside the Hulk map areas, the description of the project within the WPA album gives an indication of the perceived value of this project. Quote, the construction of this project, which included a complete sewer system and disposal plant for the village of Pittsford, is one of the most worthwhile projects that could be constructed. The new system replaces individual septic tanks, which for the most part are unsatisfactory and undesirable to the general health of the community. Now, a 1936 article in the Democratic Chronicle indicates that there were going to be some significant sewer projects undertaken within the city as well, but also noted that there was some concern that there might not be enough funding to undertake all of these. And some of these were, let's see if I can remember, the ones that were, let's see. So on our map, we can see where some of these were located. One is up here, this project right along here. Another one up closer to the lake is along here. And another one was Alexander Street here, and Hayward Street right over here, okay? So one of the things that we can notice here is that all of these projects were located in areas colored yellow on the Holk map, none of them in red. The area where Bennington Avenue project was undertaken was described in the Holk notes as being a better than average working man's district and as being the scene of greatest building activity at the moment, though some of it is very poor construction. Hang on. So the Hayward Street section, and I'm going to stick here for a minute because this is a pretty telling section on the map, I think, was described like this. So the Hayward Street area, some years ago, this was a nice residential section, but age and obsolescence has gradually set in. Older families have moved out and been replaced by Italian. That's what it said, okay? So one of the things I think is really telling is this particular part of the map. So we have Hayward Street, which is the bottom of the three lines. Garson and Grand are the two streets that are directly above it, okay? So Garson and Grand Avenues had WPA projects. These were paving projects. These were not sewer construction projects. They had previously had sewer lines installed pre-WPA, but the paving had never been completed. And so now we have a moment in which Hayward is also getting sewer lines and pavement project as well. And what you can notice is that all three of these street projects end right at the boundary of yellow and red, okay? And I didn't just stop it there for myself. I looked at the WPA record. They said it started at this intersection and ended at this intersection. So the 1936 article that I mentioned listed a number of sewer projects that were planned in the city. They included some that were listed, or that were several that were in red-lined neighborhoods. And like I said, there was some concern in the newspaper article that there was going to be enough funds for all of this, okay? I haven't found any visual documentation from any of these WPA albums that any of those projects in the red zones were completed. We haven't finished, caveat, haven't finished mapping all of them, okay? But the albums that we have gone through where we were able to map did include several of those projects in the yellow areas and none in the red areas. So that's at least suggestive that they were completed in the yellow zones. They were not completed in the red zones. That's, it's at least suggestive of that. So in 1938, another DNC article talked about the largest WPA project to date, which is going to be another sewer project. And it was going to be on St. Paul Street, starting at Bausch, which is right here, and continuing on up to Carthage Street, which is up here somewhere, okay? So again, it's a project that skirts alongside a red zone here, but it's not okay, yep, yes, thank you. I'll wind up. And then continues on up into the yellow zone, okay? So this has essentially been the project. The projects that I have seen in the red zones so far, there's only been one that seemed particular to that neighborhood. Okay, so that's the 1st and 2nd Street playground, right? That was for that neighborhood. Other ones were like Rochester General Hospital, which is on West Main Street, right? So that was for a larger sort of community, and some school projects, dots here, there, and there, where the catchment areas of those schools would not necessarily be within the red-lined areas, but would be for a large sort of geographical area. None else that we've seen so far. So in the end, this project is useful for my students to learn some tools and techniques. It has perhaps some historical significance in terms of sort of thinking about these patterns. But it does also have, I think, some contemporary significance. There's an article in the Democrat Chronicle just last week about the paving project and sewer line project on State Street, and about this individual who might have to close down his tap-in tasting room because this project is taking a very long time. Who was it? Barbara Pierce, communications director for the city, said that the streetscape and utilities underneath it hadn't been redone for over 100 years, right? So these were decisions that were made less than 100 years ago, 90, 80 years ago, about where to do these kinds of projects that continue to sort of, reverberate into the here and now. So I'll leave it at that. Thanks a lot.
Hey, everybody. It's a good thing I'm going last because I sat down this morning to trim some slides off of my slideshow, and I think I actually ended up adding some. So I'm going to get cut off, and it's going to be my fault. And I'm going to compound my predicament by just saying a couple things about the previous two presentations. I'm very excited about this spontaneous Michel Rouve-Trio theme that we've got going on. In my book presentation, I start with a quote on the first slide from Silencing the Past. He says, "We are never as steeped in history as when we pretend not to be." I find that very evocative. I am appreciating hearing about with the Hulk maps in particular, and kind of in general, the process of using historical artifacts, the importance of interrogating the relationship between what came before those maps and the moment of creation of those maps and their specific utility, and then what comes afterward. I think the increasingly common and sort of problematic way that people talk about those maps is like this alphabet soup agency created these maps and then like sent it in the mail to everybody, and it was like, oh, okay, well that's where we're segregating now, and it's the document's fault. But of course, like those maps were based on pre-existing patterns that were already there in Rochester and in other cities. So the way that we ourselves select and interpret that archival material affects how much agency or culpability we assign to ourselves and to our community. If it's just something that, like the guy in the Hulk office with his red marker did, then that doesn't really have anything to do with us. But to the extent that they reflect processes that have been in place for more than 100 years in our city, then we have some more involvement in that. So, that being said, I'm going to talk about the tree canopy in Rochester. This is a project that I did last year. I got a grant from the Center for Health Reporting at the USC Annenberg School for Journalism at the University of Southern California. I shouldn't say a grant, a fellowship. It was a data reporting fellowship where a reporter comes to them with a health story, a large health story that they don't have the data chops to handle, which I didn't, and they kind of help you through it. So this is the upshot. This is kind of what I'll be talking about throughout, but this is the map that was created, and you can see in general, the green along the bottom, this is canopy cover, so the measure is, as you're looking from above, what portion of what you see is covered by trees. And so down there in the south, the leafiest quadrant, census tract is around Highland Park. It's about 48%. And then in the middle, kind of in the northeast middle there, that's like the 7th Ward, and in there it's around, it's in the teens. It's like, I want to say 12% maybe around the Joseph Avenue neighborhood. That is not just an aesthetic difference. That has really significant consequences for people. These are all Rochester-specific numbers that mirror numbers in other cities across the country. So if you take census blocks by decile of poverty and then look at the tree canopy in them, you get many fewer trees in the poorer neighborhoods. Same as when you look at renters, that's a significant one, not only because it correlates sometimes with wealth, but because a person renting a property is much less likely to take an abiding interest in the trees in front of it than the person who owns it. There's also a significant effect on mental health. So in the leafiest neighborhoods about this, the question here is people responding to the survey question, have you had poor mental health sometime in the last 2 weeks or throughout the last 2 weeks? So in the greenest neighborhoods, it's nearly 22%, and in the least green neighborhoods, it's about 18%. And this is probably the most significant one and feeds into the others, of course, fewer trees, hotter air. This was sort of the first thing that really struck me and got me interested in this topic, is to learn that on a given day in Rochester, like today is a pretty warm day, on one single day, one neighborhood in Rochester can be up to 12 or 13 degrees hotter than another. So I'm lucky to live in Cobb's Hill where there's a lot of trees, so it can be a comfortable 77 for me, and it can be 90 degrees in another part of the city on the same day. That really blew my mind. Oh, you can never tell. So that's sort of the fact pattern, but what I'm interested in and what's of more interest today, I think, is how that all happened. And there's kind of two hypotheses I have that again, tie back into not assigning blame just to like blanket policies, but to the actions of people throughout time. And the first has to do with Rochester, its development through the second half of the 19th century as the flower city, FLWER, the leading horticultural city or one of them in the country. And for most of that time comes before the development of the park system. Highland Park opens in around 1888 or 1890, I want to say, and that's the first one. So these nurseries, which take up a huge amount of real estate in the city and the nearby suburbs now, are, in a sense, serve as a stand-in for what becomes parks. People can walk through them. They're beautiful. They've got all the flowers that are being distributed everywhere in the country. And those are largely, not entirely, but largely concentrated in the south and especially the southeast part of Rochester. So like this is that the main north-south road there is South Avenue. So that all large part of South Wedge, and then to the east of it, Highland Park. That is all Ellwanger Berry nursery land. You've got the guy named Horace Hooker has a large one along what is now East Avenue. Browncroft is named Browncroft from a nurseryman named Brown. In the 19th Ward, there's one as well. And so this land gets this kind of cachet as not just healthy and attractive, but kind of prime real estate beyond even the products that they're selling. And the guys that run them become kind of I don't know, I want to say like esteemed, adored local figures. They're very well respected, and whenever anybody comes to Rochester for a visit from out of town, there's like a pretty clear itinerary that you take them on. You go down Mount Hope, you go down East Avenue, you see the Ellwanger Berry nursery, and like that's the illustration that we give to everybody of what Rochester looks like. Around 1900, one of these pesky little insects comes through Rochester and the sort of the country in general, and essentially ruins the horticulture industry that Ellwanger Berry and others are relying on. And so they pivot very quickly and very intelligently to real estate and taking this huge tracts of nursery land and selling it off. While they do so, they're of course capitalizing on its reputation as virtuous and high status land. They're also using their own political standing in that. So this is an invoice from the Rochester Board of Park Commissioners ordering 90 Oriental plane trees for Albemarle Street, which is a beautiful tree-lined street in the northwest. They're ordering it from L. Wenger Berry, and wouldn't you know it, one of the guys on the letterhead is William Berry, writing on behalf of the Board of Park Commissioners. So he's selling off his trees and then later his land and kind of like with a real smooth glide path out of this failing industry that they've got. So here's some pictures from the southeast, and there's just a huge amount of civic pride in these areas, as there is now. We're a couple weeks away from the Lilac Festival, and we all love to bring our out-of-town folks to the Lilac Festival. This is Mount Hope Avenue. Here's Culver. I'm pretty sure this is looking south, like as you're going to 490 from East Avenue, maybe, I think. Oxford Street. So Oxford Street was a nursery, and when they lay it out for real estate, they leave this nice median in the middle. He plants these magnolia trees, and that's like instant gold for real estate. And it's based on the fact that it was on former nursery land. The Chamber of Commerce talks about the roofs of the houses just showing above the dense foliage. Okay, so everybody's excited. But as always, George Goler has a negative note to sound. We have so on the whole, a very beautiful, healthful, well-drained city. But of course, there's another half to it, and the other half to it is largely concentrated in the northeast city, and the northeast part of the city. And there's a number of reasons why that quadrant of the city didn't get nurseries. For one, it's got a lot of train tracks crisscrossing all through it. Sort of as a result of that, it gets a lot of heavy industry. Also as a result of that, that becomes kind of the landing spot for immigrants. And the nurseries that were in the Northeast sort of coincidentally end up being other things. For instance, the public market is on former nursery land. A lot of Kodak property is on former nursery land. So they don't get this same treatment. They don't get the real estate sales, and they don't get the salubrious glow of former nursery land. So here's a couple examples. These don't look anything like the other ones. These are all library pictures, by the way. Thank you, Christine. That's Hudson and Joseph in the Northeast. This is not a library picture. Joseph, Vienna Street, that's in the 7th Ward. Ordman and Baden Street. So like when you look at this, it's not only that there are no trees here, it's that clearly it never even crossed anybody's mind to put trees here. That was not part of the thinking. So I think that that is a really important early structural piece that goes into the lack of trees in Northeast Rochester. However, that whole process of the nurseries transitioning to real estate was done by essentially 1920 or 1930. So that's been a long time. Theoretically, some very large trees could have grown since then, but they haven't. And that gets to my second point, which is I think that it's really important to highlight the sort of ongoing day-to-day friction in city government and forces advocating for trees or for anything and not. That's kind of how public power and money works all the time, is the people who ask for it get it. And there's, first of all, a very large discrepancy in that kind of like every day. But then there's also these moments where of major upheaval from the tree's perspective where it kind of goes into hyperdrive. The first one, and Mark sort of alluded to this, is the period when they're widening streets for the first time for automobile traffic and laying sewer lines and all this intensive public works stuff. And of course that has to do with trees. Like if you widen the street too much, you have to knock down the trees on either side. And so that's a decision that needs to be made essentially on every street. How wide are we going to do it? How much care are we going to take? Whatever. Certain neighborhoods, and East Avenue is always the most prominent one, are extremely effective at fighting for their trees. This is one of my favorites of the genre. They accidentally there was a tree at Meg's in Mulberry. They were trying to cut down one, and they accidentally cut down another. And there was like 9 newspaper stories about this. So Frank Sweeney is one of these people who knows how to advocate for his trees. Even though he lost this one, he made a big freaking stink out of it that like took up everybody's effort. So the next time the city's coming down Mulberry Street, they know to be careful. This one's in the Park Avenue neighborhood. So there are a number of stories in the clippings from the Times Union and the DNC of one tree becoming like a little mini civic crisis, and like the mayor and everybody getting derailed from whatever else they were doing that day to talk about this one tree on this one person's property. I found this, by the way, so the city forester has a database of every public tree now, and I got that from the city as part of my project, and it's got a little notes field, so I was looking through that, and there's a bunch of trees and properties in the southeast, like around Park Avenue, where the note is, don't touch anything until you talk to Mrs. Jones. So here's another one, and so like this is going on during, as the emerald ash borer and Dutch elm disease are coming on. That's another one where the city is faced with a huge rush of decisions to make about individual trees and blocks, and those just get made in a disproportionate fashion. For instance, when Dutch elm was first coming through, they at some point developed a sort of a pilot treatment that they thought might save some of the trees, and the place that they decided to implement it was East Avenue and Mount Hope Avenue. And the third one of these is, of course, the ice storm in 1991, which brought down a huge number of trees. And so in this case, a really good example is the 19th Ward. They had a lot of great big trees. And so the city arborist and city contracted arborists are going through and making specific recommendations on this tree has to go, this one we can trim. And the neighbors in the 19th Ward hired their own arborist, and they made their own recommendations, and then they had a fight about it. So it goes without saying that the neighbors on Joseph Avenue did not hire their own private arborist to fight with the city. So that, I think, is the second thing that leads into that. In that, that, of course, continues to the present. So now, kind of thinking about the mid-sized city, I think a virtue for a city like Rochester is that we're not talking about actually an enormous number of trees. So this is, let's see, from 2015 to 2021, the gray is trees that the city removed for whatever reason, and the green are the ones that's planted. And so they remove more than they planted. That's not good. And the mayor has pledged to not only reverse that trend, but to have a net gain of 8,000 trees by the end of his first term, which is the end of 2025, I think. He hasn't released the plan yet. If any of you are here around tonight, you might ask him about that. Don't tell him I told you to. But like, so on any given year, we're talking about several hundred trees. That's not a big, an enormous lift like it would be if we were in Chicago and we're talking about, oh, we need to order 30,000 more street trees this year or something like that. So and the last thing that I want to mention as sort of a forward-looking point is that this seems like a more or less obvious problem to solve. You just plant the trees, and then you have more trees, and there's more trees. And it doesn't exactly work like that. It's actually more difficult than you might think to get a tree to grow in a place. And a lot of it comes down to those same factors of where there's beneficial pressure or energy being exerted, and where, for a variety of reasons, that is not the case. And so it turns out it's super important for the city, as it goes through planting trees in the public right-of-way, to get engagement from the people living there and say, first of all, this is why we're doing this, and second of all, what can we do to make it, to get your buy-in, to make it useful for you. A lot of times people have questions. For my story, I walked up and down the streets up in the Northeast, and people would say, I don't want trees because I don't want to rake the leaves. I don't want to have allergies from the pollen. I don't want a bunch of fruit and whatnot falling on the sidewalk. and I don't want people hiding behind them and getting into trouble. And some of those things are true, some of those things are exaggerated. The roots can get into the water pipes, nobody likes that. And there are things that the city can do to ameliorate any of those. But if the city doesn't go through and do that, then it's not going to work. So what that basically means is the same thing that you need for everything else, which is a really intensive effort to do things together with the community, make sure that there's buy-in, pay for the cost of that, whatever the cost is. This is from Louisville. They had a really robust partnership between the city and the University of Louisville and a lot of community groups to do this slowly and the right way. And that is all for me. Thank you.
All right. Thank you to our three participants. These were wonderful talks. We're running a little late on time, but we can have some questions. All right, so just open up the floor for some questions for our panelists.
It's not really a question, it's more of just a comment. First of all, I just want to say, I just love this panel. I don't know what everybody else is thinking. It's fantastic. These were great papers. They were all fascinating. I'm going to be thinking a lot about them, and then I'll have questions after I do that. But for Mark, I just wanted to say a couple of things. One, I am not a native of Rochester, so it's not me. My native Rochesterian in-laws, it's Italians. I'll be the person who points that out in case the natives didn't want to admit to that. It's Italians. It's Italians. And also, I did a quick check. The population of Pittsford in 1940, because that's the earliest available to your 1938 sewer project, was 7,741 people. Rochester, New York in 1940, the population was 324,975. I am not stating that you don't attend to the needs of 7,700 people by any stretch as a person who grew up in a small town with a septic system, where there is still to this day is all septic. There is no public sewer system in the town I grew up in to this day. So I'm not saying that's not a worthy project. I'm just saying you have limited resources to pour into a place, and that is a curious population divide. So I'm just throwing that out there. Thanks.
This is for Justin. Could you talk a little bit about the history of the Office of City Forester here, elsewhere? Where do they come from? Do they contribute to the disparities you spoke about? Did they ameliorate them? I lived in Ithaca for about 20 years, and I was always fascinated by the city forester there. I mean, you called, they came.
Yeah, well, I think that's an important point, and it gets to the answer. The question is, they come to who calls. So when I was going through, one of the things I did was so to answer your first question, it I think was first housed in the Parks Department, and then migrated over to Environmental Services, which is where it is now. But I was at the municipal archives looking through the foresters' files from past years, and they had all these letters that they had gotten. And one was actually from the previous owner of my house, who was kind of a muckety-muck at the time. And there's like a small boulder in my tree lawn. And apparently the way it got there is that he had a street tree there that he was sort of like trying to get back to life. And then when he wasn't home, the city came and chopped it down. And he wrote an enormously long letter complaining about this, and also wrote a draft essay to send into the newspaper that he was going to send in if they didn't come and fix the situation immediately. So I think that the city forester's office is not different from anything else, from the cafeteria at your kid's school or whatever. They are responsive to who asks for things. Up until now, so like anybody can call and get a street tree in front of their house. If there's a space for one, you can call 311 and they'll bring it. And that has been the only means of adding trees. They only do 400 or 500 a year, and there's demand for it in that. So up until now, again, this is part of the plan that we haven't seen yet from the mayor, they say they're going to start distributing them according to where they are most needed, like in the Northeast and whatnot. But until now, they've all gone to people who have called and requested a tree, and who in the world knows how to do that except for, people like us.
Is money a problem for those trees getting planted? Just to Michael.
Yeah, the money is not, it's not the money to buy the trees, it's the money to pay the guys to put in the trees. I would take a donation.
This is also for Justin. If I want to make one comment and I want to ask one question. So your comment was that you mentioned that there were, you walked the neighborhood and people had all sorts of negative comments about potential for trees. My question is about the priority for trees among the community organizations in those neighborhoods. Is it different than the perception for trees among the individual residents? My comment is about the long-standing and I think often misunderstood notion of renters' priorities versus owners' priorities. So we mythologize owners and say, oh, well, they're so wonderful, they take care of everything, they do this, they do that. And renters are quite opposite. But in fact, you have good renters and you have bad owners. So, but we use those as categories to talk about things. So I'll leave it there.
Yeah, that's a fair point. There are community organizations that have an interest in trees, and I should say it's not that it's monolithic opposition to trees. It's, first of all, it's not on the top of the list for understandable reasons, and second of all, so I'm sort of using a shorthand of like more trees good, fewer trees bad, but it's actually in the poor neighborhoods kind of a negative cycle. They do plant trees, but then as important as having trees is having well-trimmed trees. And so what has happened in the past is that the trees will grow up and be out of control, and they'll tangle in the street lights and the wires and stuff, and nobody likes that either, and so they get cut down. And so for the city to come in and promise to restart that cycle and say, oh, you don't have a tree, I'll plant another one, just like the piece of crap that used to be here and bother you 10 years ago, that's not as appealing. So that's part of their pitch, is not only let me hear your concerns, but let me tell you why it's going to be different this time. They can. Yeah, which is a change. That's a change. Within like 20 years maybe. Correct.
All right, given the time constraints, let's do one last thank you and applause for our panelists. Thank you very much, Mike, also on Zoom here. Some quick announcements for those who are staying. Boxed lunches are provided at the back tables. The walk-in tour leaves promptly at 1:15 from the North Terrace of the Rundle Library across the street. If you are not going on the walk-in tour, please feel free to explore the library or the surrounding city. The Local History and Genealogy Division is located on the second floor of the Rundell Memorial Building across the street. If you don't wish to go outside, a tunnel connects the two buildings on the link level. Please be back in time for the start of the next session at 2:15 p.m. And that next session is titled Disaster and Policymaking in the Post-Industrial Rust Belt. Have a good lunch.
Noon. Thank you for being here. We're going to get started with our next panel now, which is on disaster and policy making in the post-industrial Rust Belt. My name is Tamar Carroll, and I'm chair of the RIT History Department and a member of the editorial board for Rochester History. It is my pleasure to introduce our panelists today. First, I have to note that unfortunately, Kenneth Alias of Harvard University was not able to be with us. But fortunately, Rich Newman of the RIT History Department agreed to share some thoughts on disaster and policymaking. So he will be joining the panel. But first, we will hear from Tim Nealon, who is a professor of history and political science at Nazareth College and a frequent commentator on politics for WXXI. He's also the author of 2 recent books, Declaring Disaster and Playing Politics with Disaster. And Tim will be talking about COVID politics on the Great Lakes, mid-sized cities' response to COVID-19, 2020 to 2022. Please join me in welcoming Tim Nealon.
That's better. Okay, I'll just lean in. All right, so look, as we talk about, I mean, obviously COVID is not over, but since Joe Biden pretty much said in September on 60 Minutes it was over, that's a convenient time to sort of end this discussion. So we're gonna use that as the starting point. Notice the map of the cities. I put stars for each of the cities that we're gonna discuss. All right, he says, oh, we're back. All right, so the mayor of Toledo, I'm going to have a, there we go. The mayor of Toledo said, I can't remember reacting in a meaningful way or interacting in a meaningful way with the federal government. I mean, that wasn't our daily experience. It was all working with the county, in particular in the state of Ohio. Mayor Wade Cabbage recollection signifies that during COVID-19 pandemic, state and local governments were left to fend themselves, mainly because federalism has morphed from a kind of dual federalism into what scholars are now calling go-it-alone, kaleidoscopic, or even fragmentary federalism. Donald Trump practiced what we call transactional federalism, which is if you did something nice for him, he did something nice for you. So that also left our communities bereft of leadership. So although the state played a leading role in the pandemic, as Cabbage also remembered, the governor is in charge. Local governments can do little. Much of what we do is in reaction to decisions made by the governor. Nonetheless, municipalities played a very decisive role during the pandemic. Mayors shaped the deployment of resources, communication with the public. They aligned city operations at all levels to respond to the pandemic emergency. Mayors combined their existing public trust with political and administrative powers to encourage individuals to behave in ways that mitigated the contracting and spread of COVID-19. Mayors also used their existing networks to disseminate information through community-level influencers, such as faith-based organizations or through NGOs. Specifically, they implemented state policies, managed testing and contact tracing, provided masks, facilitated local vaccine campaigns. They closed public facilities and parks, fought food scarcity, waived late fees, deferred tax payments, extended grace periods, and assisted small businesses, renters, and landlords. They passed new ordinances during the pandemic to allow restaurants to serve food out of doors and or to have alcoholic takeaways. They addressed social and health inequities laid bare by the disaster and responded to calls for police reforms. They dealt with budget shortfalls, furloughed employees, used CARES Act and American Rescue Plan funds to restore coffers, and launched projects that they hope will shape their cities for the next generation. So the cities under discussion, they were selected in part because part of my larger research project is partisanship. And so each of these cities reflect a state where the partisanship is either Republican, Democrat, or mixed government, as in the case of Pennsylvania. So, the cities under study are Toledo, Ohio, which is the largest city in the study, a population of 270,000. And I've got a chart. He says, I've got a chart. Okay, it's not advancing. All right, there we go. We'll just reopen that. I am up there. Okay. I've got Rich up there. Right. There, thank you. There you go. So, as you can see, the cities are similar, but dissimilar in their own ways. So you've got Toledo, which is the largest in Lucas County. The city represents about 63% of the county population, which gave Toledo a great deal of influence during the pandemic. On the other hand, if you look at Rochester, about 211,000 population, there's only about 28% of the county population, which is about 790,000 people. Erie, Pennsylvania, which is, although small, 94,000, is about 35% of Erie County, Pennsylvania. So each of them had with them very specific characteristics under different partisan leadership. But then also, they are all mayors, strong mayor systems. They share a common history, a common climate, and all of them are medium to high on the CDC social vulnerability scale. So they, in fact, have demographic characteristics that made the pandemic particularly important for the mayors in terms of dealing with diversity, equity, and inclusion. The mayors that we talk about are Wade Capsicabage, Lovely Warren, Malik Evans, and Joseph Schember. Two of the mayors obviously had continuity through the pandemic. Alas, for Lovely Warren, certain issues came up and she lost her primary to Malik Evans, who is our current mayor and will be speaking at this conference later today. So we look forward to hearing from him. So what was it that the mayors actually did that made them significant in terms of their workload? Well, first of all, they operated in different universes. So Toledo has its own county health department. The Toledo-Lucas County Health Department is jointly led by the mayor of Toledo, as is their emergency management services. So when there were issues such as emergency mandates, masking mandates, Toledo could take the lead independently. But the smaller cities like Rochester and Erie had to rely on their local county executives and their public health commissioners, which meant that they did not take the lead, but they followed. And so coordination and cooperation were vitally important. As Malik Evans recalled, because the city doesn't have a public health department, we kind of had to start working with the county on this, listening to what the county was saying, and then they would convene all the elected officials in the county, and we would push out the messages to our constituents. I think the county did a very good job in supporting the city and listening to us. We did a good job in terms of coordination and collaboration and communication around the pandemic. Through this cooperative framework, I have to say that Malik Evans, who was on city council and then became mayor, forged a very strong bond with Adam Bello. If you heard the State of the State address 2 nights ago, Malik Evans said that his relationship with Adam Bello is probably the strongest this county and city have had since Lucian Marin and Tom Ryan, who are credited with saving the city back in the 1980s from bankruptcy. So it was that in Rochester, Adam Bello issued an emergency for Monroe County, and then Lovely Warren followed suit. A week after the governor issued a pause order, Mayor Lovely Warren closed down parks and other facilities in order to stop the spread. Again, Toledo was quite different in that the mayor was able to, in advance or in concert with the county health department, make these decisions. The mayor held joint news conferences at the Emergency Management Center. at the joint county facility. And it was the city rather than the county which led on the emergency declaration, stay-at-home orders, and mask mandates. In fact, a day after Governor Mike DeWine issued an emergency order for the state of Ohio, Cabbage had the local department look up how to write one for the city, and closed offices before the county. During a fall resurgence, it was the mayor who issued a 28-day stay-at-home advisory. Again, these are unique in terms of the county not taking the role. Cabbage also noted his intergovernmental role as convener. There was a role for me as a convener, bringing different government entities together, working with the health department, working with the hospital systems, and that's part of how we got through this as well. He felt actually more connected to the governor than some of the other members that we looked at. So, for example, he had daily briefings with Mike DeWine from 11:30 to 12. They went from daily to then 3 days a week, and then weekly, and they're still continuing as of now. Now, as you know, the governor of Ohio is a Republican. All the mayors in Ohio are Democrats. And Cabbage said, it was a really intimate exchange of information. And I thought, you know, he's a Republican, but there's none of that partisanship guff. So it is interesting. Even in New York, where we had a Democratic leadership and we had Democratic elected officials, the closeness or intimacy between local officials and the governor was not there. In fact, a lot of times they found out about events Friday afternoon when the governor would issue a press release, and they would then have the weekend to respond. So these are the kind of things that make these mid-sized cities different, and one of the conclusions I'll draw is that size matters. Proportionality to the county, but this also then needs greater regionalism. One of the key roles that I see mayors playing during the pandemic is communicator-in-chief. Because they didn't necessarily have the power of the county or the resources of the county, they still maintained a visible presence to the community and were able to bring messages that perhaps would not have been well received in their cities if it came from the county. So, mayors during the pandemic held daily and weekly briefings, amplifying the message of state authorities, providing encouragement, responding to queries on social media. They saw their role as being the calm, local voice on all of the issues. They also spent a great deal of time in 2020 trying to get people to fill out the census. It's like every other message on their social media account. Please, dear God, they said, we need that so that we can get funding. They all, you know, in Erie, it was about the primary, which got moved because of the pandemic. The mayor of Erie, Joe Schember, who was 76, a retired banker, saw himself as the encourager, and he self-isolated. He'd had a treatment for prostate cancer in December of 2019 and felt it very important that he stay away from any kind of public gatherings. So he found himself being slightly more isolated, and you'll notice that he will post his social media messages from his backyard and included such things as John Krasinski's Good News Network during the pandemic in order to encourage the people of Erie, which is to say his role was negligible compared to what Kathy Dahlkemper, who was the county executive of Erie County, and Melissa Lyons, who was the county health department. Not to take away, he's a very lovely man. He even gave me his personal cell number. But in terms of leadership, his leadership was more cheerleading than leadership. I have to say the local newspaper initially thought that his decision to stay home and isolate was wise, but then later questioned it. It must have worked for him, though, because in 2021 he was reelected as both Republican and Democrat. He was endorsed by both lines. So apparently, maybe just putting on a happy face is a good policy to make. Rochester Lovely Warren, on the other hand, took a more spiritual and moral tone in her social media. After the death of the first resident of Monroe County on March 17th, she told the audience, I take solace today in this verse. Blessed are those who mourn, for they will be comforted. Matthew 5:4. Warren amplified the message of staying at home and staying safe, and used her own and the Rochester City Facebook pages. She hosted a virtual coffee with the mayor to speak with citizens and appeared weekly on radio station WDKX. tax. So very important message and leadership there. Toledo Mayor Wade Cabbage, my role as convener was to create a sense that everything was going to be okay, to talk about the data, to talk about the reasons why we were making these decisions, and to encourage people. During the pandemic, he even created what he called Wireside Chats. Wade is, if nothing else, a lover of FDR. And he even had a little logo made with him with a hat and a long cigarette. But he also created weekly forums just to interact with the citizens called Wednesdays with Wade, and then on Thursdays had a weekly presser. He did find it vexing, though, the audiences would get out of their lanes, and he'd have press people at the citizens, and he'd have citizens at the presser, but that couldn't be helped. But again, that calm voice. He also must have been doing something very well because he was reelected in 2021 with a 30% margin, which stunned everybody in Toledo. He is term limited, so keep your eye on him. He's a young man, and he will no doubt be rising in politics in Ohio. I mean, young man, I'm 60, so, he's in his 40s. Mayors also dealt with the economic decline, and that was at first quite scary. Now, after the election of a Democratic president and the generosity of the American Rescue Plan, the cities no longer felt the tightness. But during 2020, things were very tight for cities. The lockdowns, the mandated pauses, depleted city coffers, and it made it very difficult for the people of the cities. Toledo is unique in this way. Ohio cities use income tax, not sales tax, to fill their coffers. So then the question was, and there's still a court case on this, if somebody was working from a suburb for a city operation, could you collect income tax? And I think Dayton took the lead on that, but Toledo has joined suit. That's a very interesting question. I mean, if you're trying to get back your tax receipts. Now, in Toledo, what they had to do is they had to raid their rainy day fund, and they actually had to go into some of their capital funds in order to balance the budget in 2020 through 2021. Obviously, the election, again, of Joe Biden changed a lot of that. Part of the problem was when the federal government did give COVID relief, it was targeted to cities of 500,000 or more, which is another reason why I think the mid-sized city is worth of our attention, because it's often neglected. As Lovely Warren explained in Essence magazine, the money from the federal government goes to the states, and then it trickles down to the cities. Warren and the other mayors in this study urged direct funding at the local level for our cities. Because they didn't get it immediately, they had to freeze hirings, they had to defer maintenance, and they had to furlough people. But in many ways, this was the case in Erie and Toledo as well. In fact, Toledo had to lay off 326 people because of the larger size and the deeper cuts. Toledo actually had a surplus beginning in 2020, and it led to a $25+ million deficit. Mayors did more than that. For example, they also tried to help small business, which of course would increase the tax revenue, which was a significant role for them as well. Lovely Warren, for example, launched Jumpstart Rock, which was a one-stop site that restaurateurs and others could go to get their permits, to get their permissions to apply for waivers and variances so that they could reopen and have outdoor seating. But mayors did more than that. They coordinated the food distribution networks to replace food that was once supplied by public schools. They worked to protect the renters from eviction, and they instituted seminars for small businesses to navigate both the CARES Act funding paperwork, but also to come up with innovative ideas on how to negotiate the pandemic. Public health issues. Again, these are not public health directors, and they did what they could. I have to say that testing, in terms of testing, Madam Bello was a genius, according to Malik Evans. He decided he wanted to give away free COVID tests. He contacted Malik, who was at the Mayor's Institute at Harvard after he was elected, and was agreeable to that. And so what they did is they got free tests, they got some PPE, they got some masks and other things, and they distributed them for free to the county, which set a precedent actually not just for Monroe County, but for the nation. As many of us got free tests from President Biden through the U.S. Postal Service. The masking was also an issue. So when Erie health officials were running out of masks, Joe Schember contacted his people in Zibo, China, which is the sister city of Erie, and they got 50,000 masks flown in that they gave to healthcare workers. In Toledo, when masks were in a shortage, the mayor reached out to a businessman who had operations in South America, and they brought in tens of thousands of masks on a private plane, which they again distributed mostly to healthcare workers, but to other essential personnel, police and fire as well. So again, they played critical roles within the elements of their power. They also dealt with the murder of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter and Say Their Name movements. And of course, one of the reasons Mayor Warren lost the primary was because of Daniel Prude. But the death ignited a mass movement, a sort of consolidation of what's been happening since the death of Michael Brown and even earlier in American politics, which I'm not going to talk about. I'm not going to talk about policing today. I'm not going to talk about their response to, in fact, every weekend of Memorial 2020. There was violence in every city. There was vandalism. There was what some people might call looting. Some people might call liberating. We're not going to get into that today, partly because I'm running out of time already. So, but I will say that each one of them decided that they needed to address it. Erie everyone reformed the police. Erie created a Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Committee. They declared racism a public health issue, and they put $3.5 million from the ARPA money to directly invest in communities that have been neglected, communities that were basically redlined. Rochester had the Race Commission, and we have one of the co-chairs in the audience today. We're fortunate. And then I know that Lovely Warren put $1 million of her budget in 2021 towards that, or at least designated that. Toledo did not do as well. So again, perhaps the higher population of the white population, or for whatever reason, their decision was simply to take their affirmative action department, call it the Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Department, and not necessarily to increase funding for that. But what's really interesting about this then is what opportunities a pandemic can give you. As Cabbage said to me, well, you know what, during the emergency, no one seemed to object to any new ideas or plans or programs. The public went along, the other politicians went along, everybody seemed to be aligned. So this actually was something that I think in the long term we're going to be looking at is how do these commissions and the funding actually change things. Maybe we'll no longer be talking, as Malika Revens referenced on the 19th, the two Rochesters. Maybe we'll have one Rochester. And then finally, just very quickly, ARPA funding. I want to touch on that briefly because, again, this is where the mayors played a role. They got the money, but what are they going to do with it? And again, each has a strong mayor system. So Erie got $76 million, and they're spending a lot of it on housing and a good deal on funding of investment in BIPOC communities. They've got $20 million set aside for economic development, and $10 million must be spent in the BIPOC or by the BIPOC community. So that's going to be interesting to see. I don't know if you've been to Erie. It's a cute little city. It's got several colleges, and it has potential. Rochester, I think you're familiar with. Some of you are on the walking tour. $202 million. They're going to spend some of that on lead, and this is a very important issue. One of my other projects this semester has been looking at the grassroots organization led by people like David A. Anderson to get Monroe County to pay attention to the lead poisoning crisis in the late 60s and 70s, people like Evan Charney and others. So we're finally getting lead out of the water pipes. Money spent on housing. Housing is critical, particularly not just for the BIPOC community, but it is critical. Buy the Block is a program that Mayor Malik Evans is promoting. And also Rochester is starting universal basic income. That started under Mayor Lovely Warren, but we're continuing to see that funded through the pandemic funding, the ARPA funding, which has to be spent by 2026. Toledo got $180.9 million. They too are replacing lead all the way into the homeowner's home. It's not the homeowner's responsibility anymore. They're going to get rid of the lead pipes. They too are spending money on housing, and they're also fronting universal pre-K. They're going to spend money on that. They're putting some seed money towards the universal pre-K. So again, hoping that that will give a jump start to all children in the city. All right, so I am way over time, and I apologize. Conclusions, very quickly: size matters, proportionality, which means cities are not islands. They need the regional cooperation. We were fortunate in Monroe County that we had a team that worked well together, that were maybe on the same partisan side. If they had not been, it could have been quite different. I will say in Erie, Kathy Delcamper retired, was replaced by Brenton Davis, who's a Republican, an anti-vaxxer, a Trumpite, who is trying to claw back the $3.5 million given to the diversity, equity, and inclusion community, and is doing everything he can to dismantle. It's too late, fortunately, but that remains problematic. And then I will say, again, Toledo had some more influence, but absolutely still needed the county to go along. Leadership matters. It does matter who's in the position. I mean, Joe Schummer's a very nice man, and obviously people really love him in Erie. But in terms of the other kinds of leadership that might have been provided, was perhaps less so. I left out of this particular paper my discussions on public health commissioners who I've interviewed, anything to do with St. Catharines, Ontario, which was my control case, to look at how the Canadians, by the way, Canada has the same problems we do. Who knew? Exact same problems, exact same issues, except maybe they have Trumpites too, by the way. Yes, it's bad. Thank you, American media. And then finally, I need to do further research on county executives, leaders from the BIPOC community, and the long-term assessment of ARPA funds. Thanks so much for your time and attention.
Wonderful. Thank you, Tim. And now I'd like to welcome to the podium Professor Richard Newman of RIT's History Department. Professor Newman is the author or editor of numerous books, including Love Canal, A Toxic History. He's a proud graduate of the University of Buffalo History PhD program, and he is going to talk to us today about environmental challenges in the mid-sized cities. So let's welcome Rich to the stage.
Thank you, Tamar. Great to be here today. I'm pinch hitting for Kenneth. We hope he's doing well with his family. I know many of you were looking forward to his presentation. I certainly was, based on a lot of great research, and I think we're all the poorer for it. So I'm going to try to offer us some general thoughts to round out this panel and to round out parts of this conference. As part of the organizing committee, I think it's really important to acknowledge the central significance of environmental issues in the mid-sized city kind of program. On the one hand, mid-sized cities would seem to be the perfect size and scale for experimenting with certain environmental policies geared towards climate change and other things. But there is a vice in the virtue in that mid-sized cities are often challenged economically. Mid-sized cities like Rochester and Buffalo often depend on counties and states where their interests can be pushed aside. So when you think about some of the environmental challenges that mid-sized cities face, you have to think about deficits and things that are on the other side of the ledger. It's a constant back and forth. So what I'm going to do here is give you a few things to think about from various mid-sized cities, some of which were represented at the first Mid-Sized Cities Conference that Mayor Bill Johnson put on in 2002. But more importantly, what I want you to think about as I'm moving along here is that from the time in 2002 when that Mid-Sized Cities Conference met until today, environmental issues have really blown up in terms of importance. So if you go back and you look at the executive summary, the publications that came out of the 2002 conference, it's really striking to see environmental matters embedded or marginalized off to the side. Now, in 2023, there's not a conversation at any level of urban governance or urban policy making that you can have that would not include environmental matters. But more importantly, I think for mid-sized cities, it seems like all of a sudden everything has been put on the plate. You're dealing with climate change, environmental racism, environmental justice, brownfield cleanup, all of these things, and yet you're still trying to struggle economically, politically, and in other ways to survive. So I think it's really striking now to reconsider the mid-sized city in light of some of the environmental issues that are before us. Let me just start with this kind of nod to where we're at in this urban moment, where for many people, the city is sort of like a city-state. If states and national governments and international treaties aren't going to meet the challenges of the climate crisis, well, we have to go to the hyper-local level and see what mayors and cities can do. So a lot of people are putting faith in the ability of cities to come up with all of these climate initiatives. So here on the overhead is something from the UN Environment Program report on the significance of urban areas both as producers of things that create climate problems and also problem solvers. You can't do anything on the global climate front without simultaneously going to the local level of cities, and that would include mid-sized cities. This doesn't come out so well. What I want you to imagine here is a series of graphs showing cities heating up significantly over the next couple of years, and it's not simply major metro areas like Los Angeles or New York City where the heat, the urban heat island effect is really significant. Philadelphia, Boston, places where you have high rises, a lot of concrete, a lot of problems therefore associated with rising global temperatures. The cities that are represented here are Dubuque, Iowa, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, Charleston, South Carolina, of course represented in the 2002 conference. Right now, they are all planning to live in a much more warmer world over the next 20, 30, 40 years. So I want you to think about some of those huge meta-level challenges that come with climate change and necessitate climate change policies kind of forcing their way down onto places like Charleston and Dubuque, which would seem really ill-suited to deal with things of that magnitude, and yet this is what they have to do. So it's really important to think about the mid-sized city in particular as a vehicle not only for the challenges, but maybe some of the solutions. But, and I think this is really important, that's only part of the set of environmental issues that are confronting mid-sized cities. These are just things that I think would serve at the topmost level of any mayor's concern right now. You have to deal with environmental racism, both as an historical fact and a present reality. You have to deal with environmental equity, which is not simply or cannot simply be reduced to environmental racism, but how you balance the needs of different neighborhoods, different agencies within your government to deal with environmental programs. Environmental engineering. So here we can think about infrastructure. How are you going to improve urban infrastructure to deal with some of the problems of climate change, but how are you going to make sure that your urban infrastructure keeps up with a whole series of other problems? So again and again, no matter what issue you're looking at, mid-sized cities are challenged to kind of deal with it all. And then when you think about places like Rochester, Buffalo, Syracuse, Erie, Pennsylvania, Toledo, you're always talking about a funding problem. You're talking about Rust Belt areas of the nation where you're trying to attract business, you're trying to keep business, you're trying to make your cities livable, and that's extra difficult when you put all these other environmental issues on the table. So, for example, let's return to Erie, Pennsylvania, which has been a really interesting lab for some of these environmental initiatives. So notwithstanding all the things that Tim talked about and did a great job of explaining, Erie, Pennsylvania is really concerned about a number of environmental issues, including things like environmental racism, environmental equity, but shoreline issues on Lake Erie, fertilizer that's getting dumped into the lake. A whole series of issues are coming before the citizens of Erie, even as they're trying to just survive as a Rust Belt community. So a bunch of local grassroots organizations got together, and you can see all the issues that they have put on their agenda as part of this Penn Future initiative. And any one of these things, I think it needs to be said, would be challenging to complete, both under budget and on time. When you put 8 of these things together, they seem really daunting, but the virtue and the vice of all these things coming together at once is that you're getting a lot of people talking together. So each one of these issues is represented by a community group. Each community group has staked out a position within city government, but also has expressed a willingness to talk to other people about the way that these initiatives can dovetail with other concerns to make for a more environmentally sound Erie, Pennsylvania. So again, we can see both the vice and the virtue in the kind of environmental city lab notion, where you have a scalability, it's small enough where lots of groups feel like they can make a difference, but there's also challenges in terms of funding, there's also challenges in terms of power, there's also challenges in terms of moving out to a regional kind of model. This is a huge issue if you're talking about a lot of Rust Belt areas, particularly in the Great Lakes region, and especially in our neck of the woods here, Buffalo, Rochester, Syracuse. But the history of environmental remediation, toxic waste remediation, is uneven across places in Western New York. So on the one hand, I want you to think about Rochester, Buffalo, and Syracuse as frontline Rust Belt communities that are trying to look back to a hazardous past, something they have to clean up and address while they're moving forward with all these other environmental initiatives. So collectively, they're dealing with problems of a toxic history, something that I studied in Love Canal, looked at across New York State and across the country, but have been looking at a little more closely in recent years to see how things are playing out in different communities. If you add up all of these brownfield and state Superfund sites, some are federal Superfund sites too, meaning that they often pose a public health risk, you're talking about 500 such sites that have been put on, in some cases cleaned up and delisted, but are often still before the public in some way, shape, or form, from Syracuse to Buffalo. But note well that Buffalo has by far the most brownfield and Superfund sites. It's really kind of a ground zero for toxic waste remediation. Syracuse, though it's smaller than the other two, has a relatively high proportion, but even Rochester has 167 sites. And I always tell people this in my classes, do you know where your hazardous waste sites are? So for example, for people who just returned from the walking tour, you go, a mile down West Main Street, and you come to the old Arco site, which is currently slated for some brownfield remediation and Superfund site cleanup. If you go down St. Paul to the old Hawkeye site, we'll see just a minute, major Superfund site at both the state and even the federal level for all of the toxic waste there. So it's very important to know what parts of these different cities are toxic waste hotspots. And as you might guess, issues of equity come into play because it's in certain parts of urban areas, often associated with black and brown people, but sometimes correlates well to class. People of a lower socioeconomic standard often are living where there's a lot of toxic waste sites. So you see that in South Buffalo and parts of Niagara Falls, for example, parts of Syracuse. So this is an issue that affects a lot of communities, but also within communities affects different neighborhoods differently. Real quickly, Hawkeye is just so fascinating because it gets to the pride of Rochester's past and the problem of toxic waste in the present and the future. There are 3 different hazardous waste cleanup studies going on at Hawkeye. And I urge you to go on the state Superfund cleanup site to look at each one of them, because you would think they would take on all of the Hawkeye plant over off of the Genesee River Gorge area there at once, but This is part of the problem of Superfund and toxic waste cleanup. You segment things, clean up what you can. This makes things very costly and elongated in terms of cleanup. So Hawkeye associated with a lot of Cold War initiatives, really high-tech photographic technology, but a lot of nasty waste products. So if you're thinking about Rochester and its environmental past and its environmental present and future, you have to think about places like Hawkeye, which are, part of a multi-year cleanup plan. And it'll be many more years before they're fully cleaned. But if you want to move over to Buffalo and Syracuse, similar things come out of the woodwork. It used to be called Solar City in South Buffalo, hard on the heels of all the steel plants that used to be there. Now it's called the Tesla plant. They make solar panels for homes. But when they were creating what became the infrastructure for that plant in 2015, they unearthed a lot of hazardous waste material, including radioactive waste. And so they had to stop, engage in cleanup. That's still a big issue for people who are working there. Similarly, Lake Onondaga Superfund cleanup, you smell it before you see it when you're driving through Syracuse. That's been a multi-decade cleanup process that is still going on. And even when it's done, it won't be fully complete, meaning there's still a lot of debate about how clean Lake Onondaga will be. This is associated, of course, with Honeywell and what it produced. Onondaga Nation. So we began the conference with Christine Rudarski's beautiful and moving ode to the power of place. We're standing on the landscape of the members of the Iroquois Confederacy. Well, they're alive and well, and they have a lot to say about the environmental future of a lot of these cities. So this is the Onondaga Nation's perspective on the cleanup going on at Lake Onondaga. This is literally their quote: "What Honeywell and New York State Department of Environmental Conservation's cleanup will not do." So every one of these bullet points is their wording. Will not clean up all of the hazardous waste in the lake. Some of it's going to be covered and buried over at the bottom of the lake. It's not going to make it a fully clean lake that they can fish in, that they can swim in. Very important parts of Onondaga culture and identity. So even when it's done, this remediation program for Syracuse, vitally important to its present and future, is going to be, in some ways, incomplete. And so, we need to think about that in terms of the present and the future of the environmental mid-sized city. What truly is environmental justice? For whom? Who pays? Who gets off? What does that mean moving forward? Just a few more slides here to talk about areas well beyond Western New York and the Great Lakes. So if you're thinking about environmental racism is another really important issue that we have to confront in the mid-sized city, we can move into places further south like Louisville, where Rubbertown, an area that grew exponentially during and after World War II as fears about rubber production grew prominent with global conflict. So you had a lot of manufacturing dedicated to products that would go into industrial rubber making, sited in certain parts of Louisville. You can see on this map here, it would be basically in the southwestern portion of the city. That is also where you have a majority of black and brown populations. So Rubbertown has been, for many years, associated with a lot of environmental ills, from a high rate of asthma, a higher rate of cancers, other sorts of environmental problems that finally have been addressed. But it took a lot of grassroots activism and mobilization. This raised a lot of issues about environmental equity in the city. Who would speak for the people in Rubbertown? Who would pay for the cleanup in Rubbertown? The more that the cleanup costs mounted, the more you had to move beyond local remedies to state and then federal remedies, the further you get removed from grassroots voices. So again, you can see the peril as well as the promise of environmental cleanup, environmental remediation at the local level. At first, on the front line, you get the power of those grassroots voices, but then because the problem is so big and scales up into all these other kind of levels of funding and governance, you've got to reach well beyond your local community, and some of those voices can get stifled. Thankfully, people like Annie Hagler community activists still remain prominent to this day, and even though there's been a lot of changes, they've reduced, by some estimates, airborne pollution as much as 72%. They haven't solved all the problems, and so there's a need for continuing grassroots activist voices. Which brings us to Cancer Alley, which is an 85-mile tract of chemical and industrial factories between two major mid-sized cities in Louisiana, New Orleans and Baton Rouge. It's named Cancer Alley for a very good reason, because you have a phenomenally high rate of cancer for people who are living within a couple miles of either Baton Rouge or areas around the industrial facilities near New Orleans. This has been well known for a long time, and it's only in recent years that you've had a lot more policy proposals and initiatives really addressing some of the concerns of residents in Cancer Alley. But if you want to Google Cancer Alley, Baton Rouge today, you will see that there's as much frustration as hope for community groups and local politicians who feel like no matter how loud they scream, no matter how much money is dedicated to Cancer Alley, the corporations still rule, and we're back to that problem of making sure, if you are in mid-sized cities, that you keep your economic or industrial base happy to the extent that you can. What happens when your economic engine leaves? Who's going to replace that? Mayor Johnson knows that better than anyone else. You're always trying to deal with this problem, and in a place like Baton Rouge or New Orleans, it's an especially problematic issue now, because keeping those corporations there as major polluters also means polluting those communities that are complaining at the local level. So, just a few things by way of conclusion to think about here for discussion, conversation afterwards. Remember, this is a conference and a conversation. And these are things that are sort of on my mind. I feel like mid-sized cities, as much as they're wonderful labs, they're also a great kind of demonstration of the problem of everything all at once. As I said before, you are dealing with every conceivable environmental issue in a mid-sized city that maybe a larger city like Los Angeles or New York is dealing with, but without a lot of the economic infrastructure, the political clout that those places have. So how do you deal with all of these problems simultaneously? You're always, at the mid-sized city, stuck between the problem of dealing with environmental problems and taking care of your economic base, as I said before. This is an old problem in environmental history and environmental politics, but it doesn't seem to go away. We never really truly get better at saying we can have both. It's not either or, it's both and. There always seems to be a kind of tipping point where you say, now you've gone too far, you've scared the companies, we can't have that much environmentalism. Finally, the promise and peril of regionalism. Again, think about scalability. Mid-sized cities would be, in our kind of wildest imagination, seem to be the perfect size to deal with some of these environmental problems because they're approachable, they're scalable. You can start with some sort of a pilot program and move up. But then you get that problem of scalability as well, where once you move up and you start to deal with other regional partners, you're dealing with other regional problems. So just think about some of the problems inherent in Monroe County if you include Rochester. What are the concerns of people in Pittsford in terms of environment? Restoring and keeping that Erie Canal corridor vibrant versus brownfield redevelopment in parts of Rochester. That's a very hard conversation to have when you're talking about real dollars and real politics. So I think it behooves us all as we move forward and think about the mid-sized city to make sure that environmental conversations are always front and center, because one thing is for sure, even if we go away, the environment never will, so we better start taking care of it. Thanks a lot, folks.
Okay, thank you so much for those two really important papers. So we have about 7 or so minutes for conversation with the audience. So if you have a question or a comment, please raise your hand. Maybe would someone volunteer to help us run a microphone to the audience? Oh, thanks, Mark. I think this gentleman in the black baseball cap has a question or a comment.
Actually, I had something probably more of a comment for the toxic waste remediation. I was actually speaking to this earlier. When we think about remediation sites, I think you think of Superfunds and really large, big industrial sites. When in reality, I think it's everywhere in every neighborhood. It's the dry cleaner that's at the end of the block. It's the gas station that's around the corner from you. I live in Brighton, right off of Monroe Avenue, where there's hair salons and gas stations and dry cleaners every couple of 100 feet. And what's interesting is how many of those have become brown sites and EPA fund sites and have had to have cleanup. And it's all there to be seen and read about and learn about, but it's not really on the surface. Nobody advertises it, obviously, right? But it's in everybody's neighborhood, and we don't really think of it in that scale. We usually jump to big industrial toxic cleanup sites. So, I mean, it's certainly something to think about. And maybe one of those things when you talk about scalability, it's those smaller projects that maybe you can knock down a lot easier and then start expanding from there. But certainly something to think about, like if you're planning to move to a new neighborhood or a new area of a city or a town or a county, you know, you could look around and see what the history, what the environmental history is, and if it's on any EPA lists or anything.
Great comment. All I'll say real quickly is, because I live in the city of Rochester, but over that way, and I've always been amazed at how quickly some of those microsites got remediated relative to places that in the city of Rochester, especially the further sort of along the river you go, it took long time. So even there, at that micro level, you're talking about disparities in power and policy.
I want to ask you to do something that you may be unwilling to do, which is to predict the future as the climate warms and the seas rise and Rochester becomes a more and more pleasant place to live for many people. What the hell is going to happen?
I'll say real quickly, and I'll invite my esteemed colleague Tim to weigh in. We're hearing a lot about climate resilience and climate refuge sites like Rochester and Buffalo. But if you talk to mayors, and this is something that I think is occurring in Erie, they're actually worried that they're going to get too hot too fast and won't be a climate refuge site, and then that things like flooding through what we used to call global weirding, and is now just an overwhelming kind of avalanche of all these global problems, will wipe out any gains. And I think in Rochester, same thing. Do we have the infrastructure to deal with excessive heat in the spring, excessive rains in the fall, dryness in the winter? You know, I think people, and I don't mean that they're giddy, but it seems like there's a sense that finally, and I was originally born in LA, so I get this, we're going to get our payback. People from LA are going to come here, but it doesn't work that way. We're going to have to deal with some of those issues even if Rochester is better placed because it doesn't have the infrastructure, doesn't have the power, and climate change will hurt us just as surely as it hurts other places. I don't know if you're seeing that from what you interviewed with your mayor colleagues.
No, I would just add to that that as we think about this, we also have to think about the future disaster. That is the fact that we already have these incredible heat waves that have killed thousands of people in Chicago in the 90s and continue to be a problem for our cities. And we don't seem to be ready for that. Like, it's always like, oh, what a surprise. Well, we have these places people can go to cool off. What we really need to do is start doing some things. For example, more trees, more ways to eliminate the heat death that can be trapped in even these small cities. So,
good question.
Okay, why don't we take both those two questions at the same time? And then those will probably be the last ones, and we'll need to take a break before our plenary.
Thank you. It was a really interesting analysis of the challenges, and on the COVID front, you know, some experiments with different ways of addressing things, but it seems like the context of the highly poverty-stricken urban areas, even if they have 60% white, right, means that they can't get out of the issue by themselves. You talked about partnerships. some of the states can expand, so they can increase their tax base, and they've got more resources. They aren't, they don't become a dot surrounded by people who are fleeing them. And I would have liked to hear some more about how these cities are supposed to deal with these challenges without state aid to cities, without federal aid to cities, which has disappeared for decades.
Yeah, just so, absolutely. This is why the ARPA money is like this transcendent moment, because you're not going to see this again. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience, as many mayors have said, a generational opportunity to reinvest in those communities so that those communities will then be able to be empowered to help find their own solutions. Right now, they're resource scarce. And already the state of Ohio is making noise about, limiting future. Well, you got ARPA money, so we don't need to give you as much state aid. So that happens because of partisanship. But even New York State can't continue to give away money at some point unless we bring money in. So there's going to continue to be challenges. Again, this is what makes it so unique for our time period, because this is the money that we should have been investing all along, but didn't. And then we had this one opportunity. If they blow it, we're back to where we started from. And people will say, see, we shouldn't do that. We should invest. And this is what Brenton Davis is saying in Erie. Oh, no, don't give money to these areas. No, long-term investment like this Penn State at Bayron. This is what we're going to do. We're going to do this economic opportunity for everyone. So, fairness and, equal. But, of course, that means inequality. And this is why the cities have to take that money and do something, because the counties may change hands at some point. Who knows? Even in Monroe County, that could happen.
I live right across from the old Kodak place there, and it gets really complicated because I would stress the importance of people who live in these neighborhoods to be, just like every other good democracy, is to be involved all along, because I've sat in meetings in which the neighborhoods who are, committed there and who understand what's going on, that they may decide to do one thing and somebody else comes along, and it's not always at the highest corporate level. I'm probably going to insult some people, but sometimes the not-for-profits who have developed money ended up getting money, and the people in the neighborhood said, wait, we didn't want the money used that way. And it's not necessarily a big project, but all these things that are done turn out to be one thing here, one thing there. And I've sat at meetings in which this happened. And now we are, of course, going to get a little bit more, less tolerant, I guess, because we think we have a right. And in fact, when you don't do that, what turned out was that the group that got the money put in another residential option, which, this was about 13 years ago. And what we wanted was this old building to be used for developing worker-owned co-ops, because we desperately needed jobs. And the people who helped do this bigger analysis, another group, actually were more on our side, because they said, yes, you have a lot of houses here. That's true. And we want to keep them, so we don't want to have them all, become decayed and everything else, which is another issue that we need to do. So in some ways, who sits at the table? This is not anything new. Who sits at the table? But we need to have, what we want to do is, any change of a neighborhood.
I'm sorry.
Either develop or not develop it.
We have to stop now, because we need to have a short break before our 3:30 plenary session. But let's return to this question of who sits at the table in the rest of our conversations, because that is really a key point. And so thank you for making that. Let's thank our panelists, and we'll take a short break.
Please grab your last snacks of the moment, your last water of the moment. Stretch your legs a little bit more and return to your seats. My name is Michael Brown, and I'm an associate professor of history at Rochester Institute of Technology. I'm also a 1998 graduate of Irondequoit High School, and I'm saying that I heard a little applause out there, thank you. I'm saying that for a very specific reason that I think will become clear when I introduce what I would call a blue ribbon plenary panel of Rochester leaders here for us this afternoon. We're going to have a conversation about Rochester and the mid-sized city in the 21st century as a panel, and then we will have a conversation as a room about Rochester and the mid-sized city in the 21st century with all of you and our panelists. So let me introduce you to our panelists. I'll go in alphabetical order by last name, starting with Simeon Bannister. Simeon is the president and CEO of the Rochester Area Community Foundation. And Simeon has given many public talks on redlining and restrictive covenants in the history of Rochester housing. And he puts current calls for addressing racial inequities in the context of these historic injustices. Simeon took the lead in establishing, with a shout out to Frederick Douglass, the North Star Coalition, which helps to ensure that post-pandemic recovery money is used to create opportunities that will benefit residents historically excluded from these opportunities. And Simeon is a graduate of Wilson Magnet High School. Mitch Gruber is an at-large member of Rochester City Council, and Mitch holds a PhD in history from the University of Rochester. So this conference brings together history and the academy and public policy. Let the university, let policymakers, let citizens all talk about the city of Rochester. And Mitch, you embody that with your background and your involvements. Mitch is also the Chief Partnerships and Strategy Officer at FoodLink. We have FoodLink here today with our snacks and meals. It's been delicious. FoodLink is a nonprofit that works to combat food insecurity in Rochester, and that's what Mitch's dissertation put into historical focus. The degradation of the food retail landscape was Mitch's dissertation title. He looked at the development of urban food deserts with a particular focus on Rochester. And Mitch, you're a graduate of Brighton High School. Justin Murphy is a reporter at the Rochester Democrat and Chronicle, and he is also the author of Your Children Are Very Greatly in Danger, School Segregation in Rochester, New York. This book was published in 2022, so it's kind of hot off the presses, from Cornell University Press. Justin's book and Justin's journalism focus on education here in Rochester, and Justin, you're a graduate of Penfield High School, if I'm not mistaken. Jackie Ortiz is Monroe County Commissioner of Elections, and prior to her service at the Board of Elections, Jackie was a member of Rochester City Council, first elected as an at-large member in 2009. Jackie led many significant efforts on council, but a particular one might be relevant to this conversation. Jackie led the Tax Lien and Land Bank Task Force of the City Council. Jackie, you're also a graduate like Simeon of Wilson Magnet. Okay. The rest of us are outnumbered here by the Wilson Wildcats. Wilson Wildcats are representing right now.
No one's shocked by that, by the way.
No one is shocked by that. Eversha Roman represents the 26th district in the Monroe County Legislature. Her district includes parts of Rochester, Gates, and Greece. Eversha is the minority leader in the chamber. She is a graduate of the Aquinas Institute and also of Nazareth College, where she studied social work. Eversha has been the assistant director of school-based programs at the Center for Youth, where she worked on programs like Rochester Teen Court. And now Eversha is at the Empire Justice Center, and that's housed in this building, right?
The tax program is, yes.
Okay. Eversha has been named one of the 40 under 40 by the Hispanic Institute of New York State. And why do I bring out under 40, or why do I have this emphasis on high schools and ages? Well, I want to note that these panelists, and someone we'll hear from later this evening, Mayor Malik Evans, represent an incredibly robust generational cohort of Rochester leadership. Mayor Evans, who's part of this generational cohort of leaders, will be in conversation this evening with Mayor William Johnson, who we're honored to have here right now. In many ways, we were the kids of the Johnson era, and we were the children of the Johnson mayoral administration, whether we were in Rochester or in Penfield, Brighton, and Irondequoit. And so it's really interesting to think back not only on the 2002 conversation that Mayor Johnson convened about Rochester and the mid-sized city, but really about our growing up, our lifetimes, our insights and experiences from the point of view of now being leaders in the community. So it is my honor and privilege to be part of this panel and to facilitate it. We're going to use what we're calling up here the passion hierarchy method of responding to questions. So instead of going up and down the line, I'm going to pose a question as facilitator, and then as the Spirit moves them, I invite panelists to respond in the order that the Spirit acts upon them and their passion motivates them to respond. So the first question is sort of a question of definition, and it's maybe one that's been looming over a lot of our day today. Rochester and the mid-sized city, Rochester as a mid-sized city, what is a mid-sized city? So the first question for the panel, as the Spirit moves any of you, is what sets Rochester and other mid-sized cities apart? What makes a mid-sized city distinctive from big metropolises like New York City on one side of the spectrum, and smaller communities like Batavia or Waterloo, New York on the other side of the spectrum? What do you think are the distinct challenges facing mid-sized cities like Rochester? And what do you think are the distinct opportunities of mid-sized cities like Rochester? And please don't forget to turn on the mic before you respond.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jackie Ortiz, and thank you for the invitation to be here this afternoon. I guess I would start with anytime I've ever described Rochester and this term of being one of the best mid-sized cities in the country, I truly believe that it rings true here as well, is that it's this sense of being large enough where there are a number of cultural activities, a number of universities and high-tech industries, yet at the exact same time, I know I personally feel still small enough where there is this breadth and depth of the ability to really foster great relationships within the community, especially amongst its leaders, elected officials, and those residents all throughout the county and the city of Rochester. So having had the ability of growing up here in this city, going to university not too far away, hour and a half or so, moving away for a few years, coming back home, and having the opportunities that I've had to rise up, if you will, with the support of those around me through the leadership ranks, and have the opportunity to have the influence, the privilege of the influence of developing policy, allocation of dollars in this community, I think are extremely great, and especially attributed to the fact that we are a mid-sized city, and someone like myself would have the ability to make those types of strides and make their mark, if you will, within a community like ours. So I will start with that I truly feel that mid-sized city is all of those things encompassed for me.
I can't answer all your questions, Professor Brown. There were like 45 of them. So I'm just going to focus on, I guess, more the feeling of what a mid-sized city is to me, which is, well, I'll share with you the feeling. On Saturday mornings, I go to the public market. It's my favorite place to go in the whole city. It's probably my favorite place to go in the whole world on a regular basis, just because this is where I've spent the vast majority of my life. And what I love what I love about the market is that every Saturday, no matter what time I get there, and it changes significantly now that I have small children that I tow with me, I can be guaranteed to see people that I know and guaranteed to see a ton of things that I don't get to see on a daily basis. I think that it's that kind of combination of the familiarity of places in Rochester, where you show up to the market, you're going to find a friend to sit down and have a cup of coffee with, but you also know you're going to get a chance to talk to vendors, you're going to get to see a family experiencing something new for the first time, you're going to get to see different fruits and vegetables if you're dealing with a 3-year-old like my son. It's that combination of both familiarity and new experiences that I think is what makes Rochester a mid-sized city. I don't think that'd be true, and I think you used the example of Waterloo. I'm sure Waterloo has a great farmer's market. I'm sure everybody who goes there knows each other. And if you go to Union Square Market in New York City, it's probably very rare that you're going to run into someone you know. We just have, I think, the best of both worlds here, which is I'll also answer your question about opportunity. I think Rochester gives anyone an opportunity to leverage the network they have, the experiences they can lean into, while also finding new things to explore, whether it's from a recreational or a professional perspective. Yeah, it's the both and for me. I won't answer your question about challenges because I'll hope to get there later. I'll pass it off now.
I'll say two things. One is that I think from a community leadership perspective, a city the size of Rochester is, I mean, every single thing that any of us say will be, yes, that's good, but also that's bad, is able to be greatly affected and or hijacked by a single charismatic person. And of course, every city's got charismatic people, but George Eastman couldn't have been George Eastman in Kodak has veto power when everybody says anything about George Eastman. I think Joseph Wilson had an effect like that. I think George Aldridge had an effect like that at the end of the 19th century. I think Maury Silver had an effect like that, in that they were not only able to affect change, which of course you could do in a smaller community, but also like bring a significant community base along with them. And then the other thing, and so some of us were on WXXI talking about this topic last week, and one of the things from that stuck with me is the idea about how we talk about ourselves. And I think a thing about a mid-sized city is that it's very hard to tell more than one story at a time. So in Painted Post, maybe it's easy to tell one story because everybody knows each other. And in New York, it's understood that you can't tell one story because there's a million people there. But I think that sometimes in Rochester, we feel like we have one story, but we don't. And we project that to other people as well. So we feel like, oh, we all love Wegmans, but actually people feel differently about Wegmans if they live in a place that Wegmans left. We all love and know Kodak, but actually there's a lot of people that didn't have that opportunity to build up through their family at Kodak in the same way. So those are two things that come to mind for me.
So it's really a pleasure to be here with this, as you call it, Michael, Blue Ribbon panel. I'll also point out that Michael's already proven to be such a capable moderator for this conversation, though he did forget to mention that Mayor Malik Evans also is a Wilson graduate. I really appreciated the framing for this conversation. I hadn't really thought about it this way because my own unique experience was very much being a child of the Johnson administration. But it's true that in some sense all of us were kind of coming of age during that period. What makes Rochester such a unique and interesting place to me, particularly in reference to that period, is that I remember being a kid that could walk into my mayor's office. I remember being a kid that could come home from college and could visit with my mayor. And if we were in New York City or Chicago or some other place, that really wasn't a real possibility. That wasn't something that could happen. At the same time, we were also still a place that was large enough that as I've come of age, the relevance of our community still kind of rings out in a lot of ways across the country. What's fascinating, I do think that there's some uniqueness, though, about Rochester's story that actually is a little bit distinguishing from some other places. Rochester is the 110th, 111th city by population in the country. Our MSA is the 52nd largest MSA in the country. We're the 111th largest city, but your community foundation is the 51st largest community foundation in the country. So there's some interesting distinctions about being a place that is relatively small, but in a lot of ways has punched over its weight. The other thing I find is fascinating about our story is that the kind of narrative arc of Rochester, this community that was the young lion of the West, hard to imagine Rochester being considered the West, right? But this community that was the young lion of the West that really grew very quickly, really kind of sat at the zenith of American economic prominence, particularly in the 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, and 60s, is also the place that we all inhabit today that doesn't feel like that. And I wonder how we've wrestled, or not, with that reality. And what that means for how we change those dynamics. I appreciated Justin's framing that begs some really important questions about how that narrative either includes or doesn't include. And part of the reason I wonder if we've been disabled from being able to make that kind of progress is because our narratives haven't been inclusive and broad enough.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. So as someone who enjoys traveling, when I saw this question, the first thing I thought about in reference to what makes Rochester a mid-sized city is, the reality of being at places and experiencing places like New Delhi and India, where you really feel like a speck in the middle of organized chaos, where you can see the population through how dense the air is. You can literally see, how many people are in the community because of the haziness of the pollution and other things. But it's literally in the air. I know it's in our air too, but you can physically see it as soon as you step off of a plane. In the stark comparison of currently going on a adventure, if you will, with my fiance to rehab a home in Hammondsport, New York. This is the bottom of Cayuga Lake, if you've ever been there. A beautiful place, super exciting, very welcoming. But the reality of that is we walk into the local bar and the bartender is like, "Where are you guys from?" So everyone clearly knows, the 200, 300 people that are part of that community. So for me, Rochester is right in the middle of that. The reality is, right, most places you will be able to bump into someone feel at home, be comfortable. But then the reality is that for me, Rochester is large enough that I can walk into a room like this and probably only know 2 or 3 people. But it has granted opportunities, as was mentioned, because there is enough connectedness. Therefore, sometimes there are opportunities presented. It's really interesting to hear all of our high school dynamics that came into play. Had no idea, right? I think you brought up Kodak and its influence. Had no idea Wilson had that kind of influence on our community. But even if you think about our former mayor, there are institutions, there are individuals who have created immense impact in our small community. Wegmans was mentioned as one of them. I think that is what mid-sized cities are. They're influenced easier than a bigger dwelling or city.
Thank you. So there's a theme emerging here of a kind of set of double-edged swords that seems to be characteristic of mid-sized cities. That the ability of a small group of people to have efficacy
can cut both ways. It can produce change and empowerment. It can blockade change and empowerment. I also want to talk about this theme of the stories we tell about the mid-sized city, the narratives. Let me read you something from a website. Mid-sized cities in America offer great alternatives in terms of both travel and settling down. With many of the benefits and fewer downsides than their larger counterparts, mid-sized localities are attracting young people hungry for opportunity. This website gives a list of 19 mid-sized U.S. cities that, quote, offer great overall quality of life and appeal to hip and diverse populations. Number 2 on that list, from 2021, Rochester, New York. Another list from 2018, compiled by ACT Rochester, is of the poorest cities in the United States as measured by poverty rate. And in 2018, Rochester was number 3 on that list. So, hippest and poorest. Mid-sized cities are sometimes depicted in a story that characterizes them as places in decline, places that have lost population, places that have lost industries, places that have lost their visibility, their stature, their pride on the national stage. But then mid-sized cities are also described as innovative, affordable, livable cities on the upswing. We can point to mid-sized examples, and these are such good examples that maybe they're no longer mid-sized. Places like Austin. I think we talk about Buffalo in a different way in this decade than we did in the previous decade. Pittsburgh is spoken of much differently today than it was in the 80s or 90s. And then we talk about that decline narrative about mid-sized cities too, whether it be Akron, Ohio, Detroit, Michigan, Duluth, Minnesota. And Rochester seems to have both of these stories told about it. This innovative, livable city on the upswing, this mid-sized city in decline. Which of these stories about Rochester and mid-sized cities rings true to you? And which of these stories do you think we most urgently need to tell? And maybe you could make a case for either of them. And I noticed we used the linear method before, but feel free to return to the passion hierarchy if you would like.
Making sure, okay. Thank you again, Michael. You know, it's so interesting, and because again, every single time we've kind of gone through this, we've all essentially said very similar things, and the exact description of what you just read there, I think, was embodied in many of the things that we talked about. And I really think those two things, it depends on who you ask, right? And so for me, it's certainly both of those things. For an individual who has grown up in this community in 14605, probably one of the most economically depressed zip codes in this county, and you know, seeing your family, your friends, your neighbors struggling economically when it comes to both prosperity, economic prosperity, as well as education, yet at the same time had a support network because of the size of this city and many of the opportunities that are presented to us in a variety of ways, had the ability to move forward, right? Attain higher education, have the ability to acquire different professional and career opportunities, and also now have the ability to see the other side of Rochester as this up-and-coming city on the upswing with all of these wonderful cultural events and housing opportunities, you know, all the new things that are being built and all of that, but at the same time, still having friends and family that are still sitting on that other side, that you're trying to do your best, and why I'm trying to take the steps that I have to become involved within leadership in this particular community to ensure that those voices and those needs that are still out there in our community are being heard and are that we take all of those things into consideration, because on the ground level, you can't have all of these wonderful upswing things when majority of your community is still suffering. And there are so many things that we can continue to do and that we have to do and think outside of the box to be able to we bring everyone along with us. And we have to really come back to and taking a look at that from the ground level. What does our educational system look like? What do those mid-level economic employment opportunities look like, right? The days of the Kodaks and Xeroxes and things like that, where a high school degree was enough. For many individuals to be able to sustain themselves and their families and really create something for themselves. But much of that has changed, and so I certainly see both sides. I'm working in different capacities to make sure that, again, those voices are heard and that we're trying to provide not only the cultural activities and the wonderful housing for the upswing, but at the same time, making sure that we're not forgetting those who are not necessarily able to capture that part of the upswing here. So I'll leave it at that, but I certainly see both sides of it and working hard to make sure that no one is left behind.
I can go. That's fine. So I would say both and, right? And I think it's necessary for the flourishing parts of our community to continue to be highlighted and supported and reinforced, right, in our storytelling. But it's absolutely necessary to continue to talk about the reality of how very segregated our community still continues to be, where you can drive within 7 minutes of each other and see stark realities of what our mid-sized city looks like. Just the statistic that is this bad? The statistic, am I just talking too loud? That could happen. Not me? Hello? Okay. Thank you. Where you can drive 7 minutes in either direction and be in completely different social economic status, zip codes, educational differences for the most part, but not truly see that both communities are working communities, right? Working just unfortunately in different realities. I think, there's some data that's coming out that talks to the reality of 14605, 14621 being working poor. They're working just as hard, sometimes harder than other individuals within our community, but the opportunities are just different, right? They're clocking in differently and working at wages that are far less than others for a plethora of reasons that I'm sure others will get into. Life expectancies are different depending on what zip code you've grown up in. And I think those stories need to be told. I often think about myself. So, I grew up in 14605. It's one of the zip codes that's on the hot list for many things. I grew up during a generation of which Latinas in 14605, 14621 had a higher pregnancy rate than other women in our community. So those statistics have always and continue to follow, my generation. And I think it's really important that we still have those conversations because if enough effort, in my opinion, were to be put into continuing to uplift our communities, we are small enough to see that change. So that's me.
So I really want to play with this idea, this kind of offering that Justin gave us about the narrowness of how narrative is constructed in our community, because it really is fascinating. During the pandemic, when things really started to get rolling and we transitioned to virtual, I had this experience where, pre-pandemic, I found myself zipping and zapping to this meeting and that, and this conversation and that. And in the pandemic, in the midst of the worst of it, having transitioned to Zoom, all of a sudden we were doing these back-to-back. And had this experience of leaving a meeting and having someone say, all right, I've got to go early, I've got another meeting to get to. Transitioning over and being like, wait, it's the same people that are in this meeting, and then doing that over and over and over again, day after day after day after day. And so essentially what you get is an echo chamber. of folks that are reinforcing, some narratives about our community. And so it's interesting to think about how we explode some of those echo chambers. We actually, Rochester won the All-American Cities Award, which identifies great American cities. We won it in 2019. Most people don't know that because by the time we got into 2020, why would you have? You wouldn't have heard about it. The reason why we won, Doug Linkart from All American Cities came and visited with us a couple of years ago after the award and said that we actually had one of the highest scoring applications that year. And what he appreciated about our application is that when we started the process of building this, it started off about all the great things that Rochester is and all the great, that's what these awards often do. And we paused them for a moment and said, you know what, this is not the shared reality of a whole lot of folks that are living in this community. And it's certainly not the historical reality of a lot of folks that have shared this community. And so we changed the narrative construct to talk about the decline that was, I would argue, largely driven by homogenous, top-down decision-making, hierarchical decision-making that was often extractive and short-sighted. And the way that this community is starting to bend the curve to start to think more about democratically oriented processes, more civic robustness, more civic governance, and different approaches. But narrative is a choice. Narrative is a choice. What we choose to talk about ourselves, what we choose to say about ourselves, how we choose to understand ourselves, and that narrative then shapes the horizons for what we see as possible. And I think that where I want to live, and with this cadre of new leaders, is how we shift the narrative here in Rochester, how we choose a different narrative that looks like, again, democratic, that looks like more opportunities for folks to be engaged, and how that becomes our reality.
I agree with Simeon, and I think that part of what that looks like is not picking between those narratives, but at the least holding them both in your mind at the same time, and that's very difficult in every setting. That that's something that certainly I deal with as a daily journalist, is picking and choosing which stories we tell and how we tell them. To sort of jump to some parallel tracks, that's the same difficulty as the difficulty around white supremacy and white privilege, is that it's very hard for people like, for instance, Mitch and I to think, on one hand, our parents and grandparents worked very hard and did great things and put us in a position to succeed and got help from the government in doing that, and that's all good and just. And also it was deeply unjust that didn't happen for everybody, and somewhere down the line our ancestors may have had something to do with that. And that's not something to resolve, that's just two things that you need to hold and get some kinetic energy out of. And the other thing I would say about that is that difficulty of holding those two narratives together in your mind at the same time is reflected and replicated by our physical structures of segregation. It's always hard to have those, to think about those things and talk about those things. It's much harder to do it if people having different experiences are living 20 miles apart. And we can, it's very nice and cute that you can drive everywhere in 15 minutes, but in fact, people don't drive between those two worlds in 15 minutes a lot of the time.
Both things are certainly true. We are, I shouldn't say certainly, but people think we're hip. I don't know really what hip means. But we are hip to some people, and we're objectively poor. Both things are true, and I think that's what everyone has said thus far, is that we need to figure out how to recognize that both those things are true at the same time. And I think to Jackie's point is, how do we always make sure that we're trying to move towards a place where everybody gets to see the most possible benefit from living in Rochester. I won't repeat what other people said. For the most part, I want to take it in a slightly different direction. Simeon stated that narrative is a choice, and I'm curious about the cities that Michael read off in his list. I mean, I don't know how someone from Pittsburgh feels about Pittsburgh right now, but certainly from the outside, we talk about Pittsburgh as like, oh, it kind of made it over the hill. Like Pittsburgh has made it. Pittsburgh's in a much better place than a lot of other Rust Belt cities. I don't know if that's the narrative that Yinzers, I think that's the word they use, that Yinzers would use. But I do think that there's things that we can all think through collectively here around like what does separate the city that's on the incline from a city on the decline. And one of those things is around the way that we get real constructive buy-in from our anchor institutions. And the way that we have real consistent public-private nonprofit partnerships. And I think that one of the reasons why Rochester seems to be looking up the hill and maybe Pittsburgh is looking down the hill is that, you know, you look at the lead anchor at in downtown Pittsburgh, it's UPMC. I don't see the University of Rochester or RIT anywhere in downtown Rochester. You look at the Fortune 500 companies that are in Pittsburgh. My understanding is that Pittsburgh has places like Google and I don't know, other tech companies that I couldn't name, but they exist in downtown Pittsburgh, and they peel off of the pretty significant student body in the city of Pittsburgh. We have 3 Fortune 500 companies in Rochester. Not one of them has a footprint downtown. That's changing. Hopefully, we have Constellation Brands hopefully making a change pretty soon. But it is hard to think about how we move on the incline as a city when the most significant nonprofit institutions, colleges, universities, hospitals, the most significant private institutions, the businesses that are just churning out money and jobs, are not investing in our city. And I think that gets back to what Simeon said about the difference between the size of the city and the MSA. We also don't have collaboration between government. We have 19 school districts in this county. That's insane. The library happens to be one of the few places that is incredibly high functioning because it's one of the few institutions that actually has true intermunicipal support and countywide collaboration. So I think that we are maybe like right in the space that a lot of other cities that are mid-sized has been, and we see the both and we see that both lists that Michael read are true. How do we figure out how to get to the next phase? How do we get to where I think Pittsburgh is? We need to figure out how to get all these institutions working together towards the same goal.
I forgot I have a mic on my face. That's how good it is. I want to say that, Mitch, if you don't spend time worrying about the definition of hip, that means you're hip.
Tell that to my wardrobe.
There's a lot of importance here, and I want to come back to a number of things. Let's talk about echo chambers and anchor institutions in Rochester and the mid-sized city. Justin, you gave the example of George Eastman's outsized role in the history of Rochester, Joseph Wilson's outsized role in Rochester history. When we look at history or to the present moment and even the future, is it a strength of the mid-sized city that it's of the scale where one person or one institution or one small group of people or one cluster of anchor institutions can make a very significant impact? Or is that a weakness? Part of Rochester's history is the nickname Smugtown, suggesting that a small group of institutions and people have run things. But we're also telling a story now about Rochester as a radical town with the radicalism of Frederick Douglass or Franklin Florence. We have a radical tradition. So are we looking for the next small group of institutions and people, be it Paychex, Paytech, or Photonics, to replace our old groups of institutions and people and maybe do better? Or is the mid-sized city ripe for a more broad-based social movement, grassroots model of change? And is the mid-sized city conducive to a grassroots, broad-based, more social movement model of change? Or is the mid-sized city kind of a conservative place where that model of change doesn't get as much traction as it would in a larger metropolis? And passion hierarchy or list, your choice.
I got some passion. I'm inclined to think that it's a negative thing. I think, first of all, the selection process for who gets to be the charismatic leader is inevitably flawed. I don't know who I would choose if I could. It wouldn't be me. And I think, so I just got finished reading Death and Life of the Great American Cities, the famous Jane Jacobs book, and she rhapsodizes about the value of just a million people milling about and each doing their own thing, and it's all those interactions and accretions and whatnot that make the city what it is. And I suspect that you could say there's something similar in a small place where you don't have those numbers, but it's small enough that you know all the people, and so you all have to take each other's stuff into account. I think that we don't really have either of those necessarily in Rochester, and so it becomes appealing that if you can pull together enough power, you can make some change. And like Frederick Douglass is an interesting example because he put Rochester on the map in a lot of ways, and of course did incredible things, and also left because somebody burned his house down. And at this stage, looking back, it's hard to say where he was able, as probably the most charismatic and interesting person of the 19th century, like how he positioned us ahead of other cities our size. So I'm not inclined to subscribe to that model of change.
I would agree with Justin, and I think we have to be very careful to, I would say, not entrust per se all of the important work that needs to happen with just a few anchor institutions, if you will, or certainly they are part of the solution, but I think we have to be very careful when we dub certain individuals and or anchor institutions, if you will, as somehow the solution to something of what we're dealing with and the challenges that we have. Because when you start to go down that road, which I think we've unfortunately done many times, there is this sense and this mentality of, well, okay, they're taking care of it. These individuals will kind of figure things out, where there are, a swath of individuals who have something to contribute. If brought into the conversation and allowed the opportunity to be part of that solution and engage in a meaningful way, would actually assist and be more engaged if provided the right opportunities. And so I think we have to be careful not to put too much weight into, well, these particular individuals or institutions here, have at it, and then do for everyone else. When we all know that the collective is really what uplifts us all when we're all participating and feeling engaged. The other thing, I think that what stops us here, and it probably isn't necessarily just, it's not a Rochester issue, if you will, is this ability for all of us to actually talk to each other, right? I think that when we talked about, this, it's a 5-minute drive or 7-minute, whatever it is, but we're not doing it, and if you're doing it, you're driving past or around it, not necessarily to each other per se. There is no real collaboration amongst the variety of communities that we have, right? Some of us have the ability to span a variety of different communities just based on where we grew up or where we are now, where we go to school, where we work, so on and so forth. So some of us have that opportunity, but so many of us don't, and quite frankly, I think so many of us are afraid. And I think that we have to provide more opportunities for people to actually get to know each other, right? Understand the experiences that other people are having, why certain things are the way they are, why certain behaviors and certain actions are occurring with individuals. We see something on the news and then we automatically rush to judgment that, it's the parents, it's this, it's that, why, all of these types of things, when if we actually understood someone's situation and had the opportunity to have more conversations in a meaningful way and engage, like we're here at this particular event and there are a number of other things that are happening, but how many times do these types of things or other things that are happening in community actually span a variety of individuals from those economic statuses, educational levels, all of those things? I would probably venture to say very rarely. And so we actually have to be a little bit more outside of the box and thinking of how do we engage. I'll just throw one example out, right? I really do think underpinnings of this community and some of the things we need to talk about is our educational system. And You know, it's one of those things when you talked about 19 school districts, I think that's absolutely insane. And there have been talks about countywide school systems, and all of a sudden everybody shudders and they're absolutely just afraid of it. It'll never happen here. And I'm not saying that's the solution, but the fact that everyone is so afraid to even have the conversation is quite frightening. And so that's something we need to talk about. Perhaps we partner one suburban school with a city school to do activities together, to create pen pals together. Whatever the situation might be, I think we got to go back to the basics, and we got to start understanding that who we are as human beings, our lived experiences, and how we share with one another to actually be able to build and lift each other up. I'm not going to want to support and help you if I can't understand who you are and where you come from.
I just want to highlight one person who was not scared to have that conversation is Mayor Bill Johnson. I'm looking forward to hearing from him in a little bit. So. I don't want to, I'm sitting between two people who just said that the anchor institution line that I said before is maybe not right. I don't want to disagree with them. I agree anchor institutions are not the savior of the city, and there's no doubt that there is power and influence in any individual, any group of people. There's no doubt about that. However, I am going to defend my statement for a second here by just talking about a couple of facts, which is that the city of Rochester, we're not the federal government. We don't get to print money. We have to pass a balanced budget every year. And our budget is really, really, really artificially depressed by the fact that we don't have any real financial support from our anchor institutions, including not just the fact that a place like the University of Rochester owns $500 million worth of property and pays $0 in property tax, but even that places like Paychex employ a ton of young people and convince them to live close to Webster, where their headquarters is. That makes a significant difference, and we can only go as far as a community, as a city, I should say, as our budget allows us to spend. And we're capped right now. And I just want to point out a couple budget things for folks in the audience who may not already know this. The city of Rochester's budget last year, with ARPA being the biggest budget we ever passed, was about $625 million. The Rochester City School District's budget was $1.2 billion. The city of Rochester's budget, Eversha, tell me if I'm wrong, but I believe it's about the size of Monroe County Department of Human Services. One department in an entire county. We are consistently looked at to be the organization, and this is, as the city council member here and the finance chair of the city council, we're looked at to provide answers, and sometimes if you simply don't have the money to provide answers, it's really hard to do it. And one of the few ways that we can actually grow our tax base here and grow our ability to do good things for this community is by getting our anchor institutions to be part of the solution.
So I kind of want to return to this question of.
We'll have a question and answer session with the audience in a little bit. So
very much looking forward
save
to
your questions to your mental hard drive, and we'll come back to them in a
I feel like
moment.
there's some passion out there. There's a hierarchy.
You're using the passion hierarchy, aren't you?
So I do want to return back to this question of kind of which approach kind of makes sense, whether it's a more kind of concentrated approach or whether it's a more kind of distributed approach. Michael actually put me onto something a few years back that turned into like a whole presentation. He made a distinction for me coming out of the philosophy of history between history and myth, right? So history including things like I got up this morning, I put on a pair of pants, I put on some shoes and socks, and none of you care about that, right? No one's going to put that in a textbook. No one's going to remember it. Historicity, on the other hand, helps us to appreciate things that are anchored to things that actually did happen, real history, but that are important enough for us to remember and for us to carry forward, for us to transmit from one generation to another generation. One of the things I find that's a bit of a challenge in our community is that I find that we tend to be a bit ahistorical, that we tend to forget history. We talk about innovation, we talk about distributed decision making. In this community, in Rochester in the late 90s and early 2000s in Mayor Johnson's administration, we innovated in this community to create something called Neighbors Building Neighborhoods. Neighbors Building Neighborhoods had sectors, 10 sectors across the city that were hubs for folks to come together and engage with the city planning department, ultimately to drive the decision-making for this city. And it burgeoned out of a realization by folks like Tom Argist at the time and Larry Stith at the time, who had realized that one of the challenges of our budget process was that it didn't have any buy-in from citizens, and so the budgets kept being defeated or running into challenges towards the end of the Ryan administration. And so this new model was tried here in Rochester. And not only was it tried, but it actually ran several years in a row, and each time it would get tinkered with and changed. That's called innovation. That's the process of improvement. And then when we transitioned from one administration to the next, unfortunately, it ended and it died. And I wrestle with what it would have looked like to keep something like Neighbors Building Neighborhoods alive, especially because I enter into a lot of conversations today where people are like, you know what we could really use in Rochester? Some kind of like neighborhood hub where people could get information, you know? I was, oh, you mean like a net office, right? Like a neighborhood empowerment office. By the way, what's in the power of a word? Going from neighborhood empowerment offices to neighbor service centers, right? Two very distinct ways of thinking about what people need. There are people in this room right now that were part of that movement of Neighbors Building Neighborhoods. And so it seems to me that that's part of our tradition that we can recover and we can revitalize, because you got to have alternatives, right? We can't just say we don't like that over-concentrated decision-making, but oh well, right? A reasonable alternative to me is to try to resurrect some of that kind of infrastructure, but modernize it. I'll say one last thing about it. Neighbors Building Neighborhoods, from what I've read and come across and conversations I've had a system that was called NeighborLink, right? NeighborLink was a computer-oriented system where people could share data, information, insights. It had a chat feature, right? I have more power, computing power, in my phone right now than I'm sure every computer that was part of NeighborLink had at the time, right? So because of the advances that we've made, in some ways it was an idea before its time. So instead of throwing the baby out with the bathwater, let's try again, right?
So I'm just sitting here and thinking, and I'm not sure if I have much more to add, but I'll try. So it's interesting just thinking about, you know, the way in which individuals have been able to lead in our community. And I can just say that, or institutions, right? I could say that access to being provided with the opportunity to lead just hasn't been equitable. Therefore, many voices haven't been at the decision-making tables to even say, right, there's this amazing piece of land in downtown Rochester. Have you ever seen it before? And the answer could be, or most likely would be, no. Because as mentioned, you can drive 15 minutes in either direction and be in a completely different reality, but we don't do that as a community too often. It's still startling for me, and I think I'll just say this, that just a little bit of history about myself. I'm the first Latina elected to Monroe County Legislature, which is, thank you, which is both amazing and scary, that we had a governing body for 100 years in Monroe County that never had a woman of Latina descent at the table. And that's a reality still. We're still celebrating a lot of firsts in the private sector, in the public sector, right? You think about individuals leading organizations that are making these decisions in our community. And for me, one of the things that I often share is that I truly believe that your perspective is and becomes your priority. And that has absolutely, it's not, no shade, you know, it's not anything to say that it's negative, but literally the way in which your life has been is your reality, and that's what you're going to bring to the table. So,
Thank you so much, panelists. I have 2 questions and then conversation with the room. I want to pull on a strand that I heard many of you speak about and ask you whether mid-sized cities are Goliaths or Gullivers. I bought my dad this print from Parkley Pharmacy. It's Art Deco. It's the Times Square building with the wings of progress. And the skyline of Rochester, in some kind of Gotham-like way, is depicted as at the center, the heart, the towering city at the center of its region. But a feature of mid-sized cities since mid-century has been that they are often ringed by maximum-sized suburbs. And now Goliath starts to look more like Gulliver, a giant who can't move because all these strings, little strings, layers and layers of impediments are preventing that movement. However strongly Gulliver might try to move. When we think of anchor institutions, an anchor can always be pulled up and the ship can sail away. So are mid-sized cities captives of these institutions, especially corporations that can relocate or leave if the pilot program or the tax abatements expire? Or are mid-sized cities captains of their own destiny? To what extent is a mid-sized city the regional Goliath, the regional captain, or the regional captive, the regional Gulliver? I'm detecting a Professor Brown.
A round of applause for a heck of a question. That is good stuff.
Again, I think it's certainly multi-pronged approach to all of this, and I do think and agree with Councilmember Gruber that the investment that needs to be made from the anchor institutions that serve this community are extremely important, and I think that they do provide that base that is so absolutely necessary for the community to be able to have many of the resources that it needs to be able to potentially fund other opportunities, right? And so I think while that is occurring and needs to occur, we also have to be innovative and supportive and nurturing of incubator type opportunities so that the next Wegman, the next Xerox, the next Bausch and Lomb, or whatever it may be, has the opportunity to be nurtured to a level at which it expands to then become the next opportunity for hundreds of people in our community, right? So we have to be able to allow this to occur, ensure that it's occurring, but at the same time be forward thinking and supportive in whether it be, additional grant programming or utilization of empty spaces that we have, right? We actually, we have a ton of empty buildings, and what can we do with those, right? Obviously, perhaps there's different programs in terms of allowing free spaces, if you will, right? I mean, if they're not collecting any money at the moment, then we might as well potentially foster new opportunities in some of those spaces for people to be able to grow and foster their ideas. There's different and interesting land use opportunities. There's new and different opportunities for housing. As much as we're building housing and as much as beautiful as it is, there are so many different types of housing and opportunities out there that I don't necessarily think we're taking advantage of, right? There is opportunity that was researched many years ago that I wish would take off here, and something where you have intergenerational opportunities to be able to support one another, and that would be co-housing, right? And, we have aging populations that want to stay in place. You have younger people who need the support. That would be an amazing opportunity for us to take a look at some of those types of things to be able to support our communities. I'm a tiny house fan in that particular opportunity, right? Sometimes if we want to also increase home ownership opportunities, which we all know are many times how many people build the wealth for their families, and being able to build that equity that they have to be able to utilize for other things. And we need to be able to think about how are we able to provide those type of opportunities in an affordable way and a maintainable affordable way, right? Because it's not just about being able to pay the mortgage, it's also being able to maintain these houses. Many people would say, oh, well, you can buy a house in the city of Rochester for $50,000, and that's okay, wonderful. But can you maintain and put the roof back on that house in the next 5 years? Can you make sure that the siding gets taken care of, the furnace, and so on and so forth? We have to be able to look at new innovative ideas, not only that will provide opportunities, but also would be business opportunities as well for our residents to be able to support themselves and again, be able to employ others. So multi-pronged approach here to be able to really uplift our community.
I wish I had been asked to study the stories of Goliath and Gulliver prior to this, because I'd like to be able to give like a really sophisticated answer. They're just not stories I know that well. Pardon me. I'll just answer the question by saying that I think we're in I like to think of Rochester as being in a position of strength. My day job is at Food Link. We serve 10 counties. And I spend a lot of time in very rural parts of our service areas. So the rural parts of not just the Finger Lakes, but also going west. I was in Pavilion just last week. Pavilion's on the kind of border of Genesee and Wyoming counties. And it's hard to say these words even, but like I just don't understand what the path forward is for really small rural communities like Pavilion. I don't see what the path forward is for a lot of communities that across New York State, small communities who actually have prisons as their primary source of employment. It's really hard to, and by the way, those prisons are now, for good reason, beginning to close. It's really hard to imagine what happens in very, very, very small towns in at least rural upstate New York. And then I look downstate and I look at New York City and I try to imagine what it must be like to be a city council member in New York City, and I don't know how government actually moves. And I actually haven't, in my lifetime as an adult, I haven't remembered there being a mayor or a city council member in New York that like was widely regarded as doing a great job, because it's probably a very impossible job to do. We have some, I think, very concrete things that we need to do in Rochester. As I said before, one of my big concerns is I don't think that we have the funding and the dollars to be able to do all of them, but there are dollars to be found. I think what makes me feel like we're in a position of strength is that it's clear the things we have to do. Jackie touched on housing. We clearly have to figure out how to strengthen a very old housing stock and also how to right-size our city and build more in vacant lands. And as Professor Newman talked about prior to, dealing with the fact that almost every single vacant land in the city of Rochester is inevitably a brownfield or inevitably has environmental issues, which only just makes the building of those properties significantly more expensive. But we know what we have to do, at least. That's nice. We know we have to activate our river. We know we have to activate our waterways. We know we have to build more walkable and bikeable, walkable and bikeable city. There are really concrete things that we know we have to do, and there's a path forward. And so for that, I think we're in a position of strength. And I'll end this comment by saying a lot of that stuff is actually written into a really good comprehensive plan called ROC 2034, which is available on the city's website and something for anyone to go look at. It was the update to the comprehensive plan that Mayor Johnson's administration did back in, 2001? The Renaissance Plan? Okay, I think 2001. There's a lot of linear arguments from one to the other, and there's clear things that we have on paper and writing that we have to work on, and that feels like we're in a position of strength. So is that Goliath?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
I'm going to pick Gulliver among the Lilliputians. I'm going to go out on a limb and say the Brobdingnags. Are those the giants?
Yeah. Sounds right.
Thank you.
And thank you for going with it.
You're welcome. I am as a journalist, I'm kind of a pessimist by nature, but I'm a pessimist about cities the size of Rochester, or maybe almost any size, being able to chart a drastically different course for themselves. Not only because of the internal dynamics that we've been talking about, but because it's surrounded by like mouse traps of veto power on things. As an example, I think that most people in education would agree that kids take more tests than are good for them. Kids in RCSD and everywhere are taking tests this week. They're for like hours a day. And I think that the Rochester School Board and other school boards would say if we had our way, we would get rid of those. But you can't. You just absolutely can't. And it doesn't matter if you have a school board with Jesus, Mary, Joseph, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John. You can't get rid of the tests. I think that we meaning Rochesterians, but we probably meaning people everywhere, like to ascribe a lot more local agency to ourselves than is warranted. I remember when Richard Rothstein came through talking about the color of law, some of us reporters talked to him ahead of time, and we asked him, well, what about Rochester? Like, what do you see here? What's, like, obviously that's the first question, and like, how do you explain all these terrible outcomes we have? And he said, I always remember, he said, I go all across the country giving this presentation about this book, and every single place I go, the first thing anybody tries to do is persuade me that their city is the worst. Actually, our city is the worst. And he says, no, like, you all have your terrible things in your special little projects that you did wrong, but this isn't about Rochester. That's true of housing discrimination, that's true of urban renewal. Like, there were individual, villains that made villainous decisions in Rochester around urban renewal. And also, even if there weren't, we still would have gotten urban renewed. That was just what was happening at the time. So, I'm on Team Gulliver.
So I tend to think Goliath, but not for the reasons why you might think. If you remember the rest of the Goliath story, Goliath got felled because of his arrogance and his complacency. That's why he got his block knocked off. If I can just share a quick quote with you. This is from The Sum of Us by Heather McGhee. She's quoting Catherine Phillips from the Columbia Business School, who's the first African-American woman to get tenure there, saying, members of a homogenous group rest somewhat assured that they will agree with one another, that they will understand one another's perspectives and beliefs, that they will be able to easily come to a consensus. But when members of a group notice that they are socially different from one another, they change their expectations. They anticipate differences of opinion and perspective. They assume they will need to work harder to come to a consensus. This logic helps to explain both the upside and the downside of social diversity. People work harder in diverse environments, both cognitively and socially. They might not like it, but the hard work often leads to better outcomes. I've talked with Jean Dupre, folks like Bob Rosenfeld, my predecessor, Jennifer Leonard. Her executive assistant, Norma Galloway, was a C-suite executive at Kodak during its prime years. And what all of them have described for me inside Kodak is a culture that had become complacent, a culture that was homogenous, a culture that was self-reinforcing, a culture that missed the digital revolution. So it strikes me that part of the challenge of our history is that maybe we got a little too arrogant, a little too complacent, and we missed really important moments that with a different arrangement would have led us to real opportunities. I think Justin's absolutely right that there are a lot of exogenous factors that hit this community, right? Urban renewal is an example of that. Part of what drove urban renewal was the set-asides for significant dollars from the federal government that a lot of municipalities said, well, heck, if the only way I can get it is to drive these roadways through neighborhoods, then here we go, let's do it. And so the challenge for us, I think now, is how comfortable are we still walking into the same rooms where we don't see any diversity? How comfortable are we still walking into the same rooms where the voices are a little too homogenous. I want to encourage all of us not to question it just as a moral imperative, but really as a practical question. We can't make good decisions if everybody in the room looks the same. That's something that we're wrestling with. That's something that we're wrestling with certainly in our nonprofit community. If you're servicing communities that are diverse and you have no diversity in your leadership, no diversity on your board, how can we expect that those are going to be organizations that are going to be effective in the work that needs to be done? So there's a real opportunity for transformation here, I think, as a community, but that transformation doesn't happen just because, you know, somebody deemed me king of Rochester, right? That did not happen. It happens because all of us come together and we decide collectively that that's the kind of outcome that we want.
I actually was going to talk about how boards, committees, and commissions are more effective and efficient when they are diverse. So good job. And how I felt our community just wasn't there. And I'll just add one word: we just got too comfortable. And I know neither of those stories very well. So I'm just going to stop there because I'll start making stuff up, and that's not good.
Well, I want to see if we have two functional microphones, because we need one for the panelists, one is attached to my face, and we need another one for audience members to be able to ask their questions. I also want to call on one of my conference team members to circulate the microphone among audience members, and I think this one's functional here. Okay. Please raise your hand if you have a question for the panel.
Start this way and work down. So.
Hi, thank you. I'd like to answer a, well, I hope I find the right words, but I'd like to examine the key word in, I think, the title of this presentation and tie it into, I think, a possible solution, or at least a critical issue that is, I think, part of the future here. And that is to define mid-sized, not so much in terms of population or land area, but as into a different parameter. And that is, and the way I'm going to do this is to compare cities that are bigger than mid-sized cities. And take, for example, like Boston, which had independent centers of development in different eras. And so what were fishing villages? Well, the financial district and the manufacturing areas developed at different eras at different times that then contributed to the distinctive character of those districts. Whereas in Rochester, we really have only like one district where everyone gathers, and that's the central business district here, the downtown. And then the industrial centers that developed were really one company centers. And so when you take a look at what happens when those industries pass, they were not able to catch the wave to the next generation of whatever, then those areas kind of collapsed. Whereas in larger cities that do have these distinctive districts, when one of those districts, like textiles, disappears in New York, well, then there's other industries to take over that. And so the city doesn't really ever fade into like Detroit. And the reason why I think this matters is because we're right now at a crux, and that has to do with the AI revolution. And so if you look at what's likely going to happen if we don't address this problem, is that the jobs will be startup companies, probably not in Rochester, but the few that are will probably be in the suburbs. And over time, I think we're going to lose that edge because the people who are unskilled or semi-skilled won't be able, if all they have to contribute is their own labor without their ability to augment what they do with AI, they will fall further behind. They'll have less income to pay the rent to support the housing stock. And as the housing stock gets older and older, we're going to reach a crisis level of housing. And so the reason why this matters is that there is a germane issue, I think, that is before City Council, not yet, but I don't think the feedback so far has been encouraging, and that has to do with the Downtown Business Improvement District. So if you look at Rochester, the focus on downtown really is something that started almost 100 years ago, even more than 100 years ago. And if you have to get a job in the suburbs and then go and try to pick up your kids somewhere away from home and try to do that on the bus system, it's nearly impossible to do without spending an hour getting into downtown or half an hour getting out. And then to be able to chain these trips together is nearly impossible to do without a car. And so,
Sir, in the interest of getting to more questions.
yeah, so the reason why I
please
think this
wrap
is
up.
going to be a problem, I'll make it brief, is that based upon what I heard from the audience reaction when Mayor Evans yesterday talked about the Downtown Improvement District and the tepid reaction from the audience, I don't think it'll pass. And I think that will just sink downtown and the rest of the city because the wealth is in the suburbs. And I haven't heard anyone here or even in the general discussion talking about how to, not at the county level, but, at the civic level, to draw in people with the wealth to actually reinvest in downtown or the city.
John, so far the bid has come to council one time and it passed 6-3. There's probably 4 more votes that are going to have to come our way, but the best way for it to pass or not pass is for citizens like you to get involved with them. That's being planned by RDDC. They need to hear people like you. So go to their meetings, but so far it's gone to council 1 out of 5 times and it's passed. And I ultimately, I don't have any comments on the bid itself because there's no plan in front of us. But at the end of the day, the idea of trying to activate downtown is something that we just have to do as a city. And no matter how much philanthropy comes in, no matter how much Constellation Brands or private business comes in, there needs to be an organizing body somehow, some way. So hopefully there'll be a good plan presented to us, but I'd encourage you to get involved.
And I just want to say it's something that we have to do as a county. It's something that we often don't talk about in the bigger picture of things. And actually, one of the main reasons why I enjoy being a member of the county legislature is because oftentimes when we talk about the issues of the city of Rochester, we only focus on the mayor, we only focus on city council, only focus on the smaller budget, but county legislature has a vital role in ensuring that we're focusing on, and should, as members of our community, focus on the health and prosperity of downtown, because it will impact the health and prosperity of our suburbs. So that was a passion moment for me. Like, no, we always only focus on one governing body, but there's another governing body that has a lot more money and influence. Just saying. Money for sure.
In the interest of getting to as many questions as possible, because we have to end at 5, please keep your questions brief.
I'll keep it very brief, and a comment that could lead to more comments probably. When I don't think about gender and domestic science at RIT in the deep history, I think a lot about computers and gender and diversity. And I was struck by a disjunct that I heard in the panel comments, where on the one hand we agreed that diversity and bringing many people together into the same room is incredibly important in helping Rochester move forward. And then on the other hand, the examples of companies that were mentioned as possible anchors, many of them had tech connections, and having studied the tech industry, it doesn't have the best record when it comes to gender and diversity. I do think we need to think through that more carefully.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we want to maybe knit a couple of questions together and then try to answer them.
Sure. Yeah.
Do it that way.
When I moved here in 2008, I actually bought a house. Well, I bought two houses actually, and what I was told right away is that a lot of the housing around here, like in not just downtown but just all over the city, is owned by people out of the area and sometimes out of the country. And so if you're going to look at the problems that are faced by like the working poor in the city and in the county. That's one of the things that we're looking at is that their living conditions aren't, they're not up to par, and the buildings are not owned by people who live here locally. I also wanted to mention that the year that I moved here, RG&E was bought by, I think, some place in some other country. Right. So I noticed that there's nobody from the Eastern Service Workers Association on your panel. It's true that there is a sleeping giant, and money may have nothing whatsoever to do with it. At Eastern Service Workers Association, we get people who are in need who come and we advocate for each other. I mean, I have personal experience like writing letters and, getting, and I love our governor right now. Kathy Hochul is just amazing. She's very responsive. If you have like a major problem, write to her because she's brilliant. And I just like to say
want to
that
try to squeeze in one more question?
can I just finish my sentence and then we're done? Thank you. God. Right. But the point is that because of the efforts of people working with the Eastern Service Workers Association, like the working poor, we are now on the brink of locally owning our utility company. And I think that's results. And that's something that I'd like to see in future panels, talking about change that's brought about not by people with deep pockets, but by the working poor doing it for ourselves.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Dr. Mark. My opinion on this is if Rochester ever wants to be a leader again, when we had Kodak and we had all the other companies like R.F. Harris, and we had, there were several companies that were leaders in technology like Xerox. We need to solicit new talent that is capable of creating new ideas and technology. You can't just have a dynamic person out there, a personality, enticing the public with what? A dynamic personality? You've got to have something to offer. And if Rochester wants to be a leader, you've got to offer new technology that will give the country another direction. Otherwise, you're just sitting here spinning your wheels, wondering how are we going to take care of day-to-day finances and whatever.
So I think we've knitted
So
as
you
many,
need to solicit new talent.
So I think we've knitted as many together as we can at this juncture. I'll take a crack and then certainly. So I was really intrigued with the question about technology and the lack of diversity in that arena and how critical it is for, and many of us have read some of the stories about algorithms, facial recognition software, and some of the flaws in that technology. To me, that is the opportunity for a place like Rochester, right? We can be a place that leads the country in diverse technological talent development. That's something we could do here if we've got the collective will and if we build our narrative around it. And there are a number of interesting industries. I was with Jim Sinal earlier today, who is over at NextCore. And I've said to Jim and to others, one of the opportunities for us is that when we walk through NextCore, I don't want the population of people of color to go up by 100% because I walked in the door, right? We want to start to think a lot more about a more distributed approach to innovation, because having more innovation is largely about, to the point in the back, innovation is not just new technologies and new ideas. Where do new ideas come from, right? They come from different perspectives. And that, to me, is what's really important for us to leverage, our different perspectives. The other thing I would say about innovation is that we tend to think of it in terms of technology, like hard technology, your phone, the computers and stuff. But technology is just about doing things differently. I would actually argue that the innovation that Rochester needs, that equity is the innovation for Rochester. It's the thing that we haven't done, the thing we haven't tried. And that's not just a like a cool catchphrase. Equity fundamentally means who gets to lay claim and who gets to decide. We've had attempts at it, neighbors building neighborhoods, but there are more opportunities for us to build more will and to have a little bit more stick to it and to those ideas so we get them a chance to mature.
Are there other panelists that would like to respond? And we are constrained for time. So please respond, but briefly.
Obviously, there are a number of things that were said, but I think one of the things that I wanted to respond to was some of the discussion around housing, if you will. And, it's going to take the pulling of several levers here, right? There is no one solution that's going to make things immaculately wonderful all of a sudden. But in regards to housing, I still truly believe that we have a very untapped, potential, if you will, in one of the greatest tools that we have here in the city of Rochester and the county is our land bank. It is, I'm not sure if many of you are familiar, but several years ago, the state approved the opportunity for, at the start, 10 land banks throughout the state that truly allowed the opportunity for municipalities to really take control of some of the properties within their jurisdictions. Rather, when those properties are tax delinquent, we all know they go to a foreclosure auction, and it's basically, the rules say, it has to be sold to the highest bidder. The land bank has the opportunity, certain privileges bestowed upon it, the ability to actually acquire certain properties, and then the rules change, if you will. The municipality then has the opportunity to decide whether demolition makes sense, rehabilitation makes sense, where and who do those properties potentially go to. There's a lot more, again, of that collective say of what needs to happen with that housing stock, with commercial buildings, what have you. And that's the type of empowerment and authority that I believe that municipalities need to have, rather than allowing the market, if you will, dictate the highest bidder in terms of what we own and need, again, for the prosperity of our residents. So I do think that that is an underutilized tool that we have here in our city.
Anyone else? In that case, I'd like you to please join with me with a hearty round of applause for these wonderful panelists. We have with us another graduate of Wilson Magnet High School. The Wilson Wildcats are even better represented now than they were before. Because at 5:15 we have our mayor's conversation with Mayor Malik Evans, who's here, Mayor Bill Johnson, who's here, moderated by Erica Bryant, who's here. So that's coming up. But first we're going to celebrate a new partnership in our community that we hope will be an ongoing resource for the kinds of conversations that we've had today and that we hope to keep having in the future. And you might notice that there are some glasses of a bubbly beverage over there on the side of the room. So non-alcoholic. Bubbly, but non-alcoholic. And we're actually going to toast to this new partnership. So I'd invite our plenary panelists to take a front row seat, please, and make yourselves comfortable. And maybe we can give them another round of applause as they exit the stage. Thank you so much. I'd like to introduce the co-editors of the Rochester History Journal, City of Rochester historian Christine Radarski and Professor of History at RIT, Rebecca Edwards.
So we are going to just pause a minute, so please do help yourself to a sparkling non-alcoholic beverage because we're all going to toast. And also get your journals ready. If you've got a copy of the latest history of the journal, get it ready because we're going to ask you to hold that up for our toast too.
That was really good. Eversha and Simeon, thank you. Always a pleasure. Thank you so much.
Really good. I mean, seriously, that was some good moderating.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I was a good alliteration too.
I'm sure. I'm glad you guys went with it. I thought
Okay.
Make sure you talk.
Yeah.
Thank you, Michael.
Yes. Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. If I could ask everybody to gather together again as we move on to the next portion of our program.
Attention!
We're going to welcome the mayors, but first, our reason for the sparkling beverage. As Christine mentioned in her opening remarks this morning, if you were here, the Rochester History Journal was established by then city historian Blake McKelvey in 1939. It has been edited and published ever since by the Office of the City Historian, in which Christine now occupies, and the Rochester Public Library ever since. Today, however, is a new beginning for the journal. It's the start of the partnership with RIT Press and with RIT Department of History, where I am from. We hope together to reinvigorate the journal and bring it to audiences in new and exciting ways. And the latest issue of the journal is available to you. It's back at the tables there at the RIT Press, and it's also up here. This is the traditional print format, but in the months to come, we will be making the journal available online as well. So look forward to that, where you will be able to access supplemental digital content, including interactive primary materials, interviews with authors, 3D images. We're excited to be able to share all of this with the community, and we are grateful today for the support that we have received from RIT Press, from the RIT History Department, the College of Liberal Arts, and the Wallace Center at RIT. But of course, none of this would have been possible without the continued support of the Rochester Public Library, which has been committed to the publication of this journal for the past 80+ years. And so with that, I will let Christine have the word.
All right, we also have a special guest here today. The author of the latest issue of Rochester History Journal has joined us today and has a guest. So I would like to invite Jenny Lloyd and her guest to the stage to join us for the toast. And also at this time, I would like to invite our esteemed mayors to join us. Both former Mayor William Johnson and current Mayor Malik Evans have been very supportive of our history in this community and have ensured that the Office of the City Historian has continued to function in our community and ensured that we've been able to continue to publish this journal. So we'd like to invite you both to please join us on stage for a toast as well. And so I need to stay close to the microphone here. Unfortunately, Patty Utaro, the library's director, was scheduled to be with us to deliver the toast, but she had something come up late this afternoon and cannot be here. So I'm on the spot instead. So if you have a copy of your journal, hold it up. We want photos, photos. And raise your glasses. Thank you all for being with us today. And here's to the launch of a reinvigorated journal and continued partnerships, not only with RIT, but collaboration through our community to make Rochester the best mid-sized city in America. Thank you.
Cheers.
All right, thank you all. We will invite the mayors to stay on the stage, and you're ready? Yep. So, if you're ready, take a chair. Okay. Whoop, whoops, sorry. Huh. All right. Now I will chug my alcoholic beverage.
Yes.
All right, and then you will introduce.
I will introduce.
All right.
We got everybody here? Nice. Hello.
I'm going to throw my purse under here.
Yes, please do.
Works.
anything else? We have this other wireless one.
Yeah, then they can both have.
Yeah. No idea what I'm doing with this, but I'm handing it to you.
This goes right over your ear, so this is the microphone.
Them set their tactic on all. Thank you. You were live.
Is it working? Testing?
All right.
Okay.
Okay, everyone, we're ready to begin. If people could take their seats again, please. We have a lot to look forward to here as we engage with the mayors in conversation. So if people could be prepared. Thank you so much. I have a couple of points of business to do here as we close our day. Firstly, I would just like to thank all the sponsors who helped to make this day possible. So I would like to thank WXXI. I would like to thank the College of Liberal Arts and the Wallace Center at RIT. I would like to thank the Rochester Public Library, and I would really like to thank FoodLink for keeping us watered and fed and caffeinated all day long. So thank you to all of them. It is now my pleasure first to introduce Erica Bryant to the stage. Erica Bryant is Associate Director of Writing at the Vera Institute of Justice, which has since 1961 fought to end mass incarceration. You may all know her as she spent 16 years here as a reporter, columnist, and editorial writer for the Democrat and Chronicle. She was the lead writer on the editorial board campaign to prevent childhood lead poisoning in Rochester. She conducted an investigation that showed that a Rochester man with severe mental illness who had not been convicted of a crime was nonetheless being held pre-trial at Attica. And she was always very proud to cover all the news in her hometown. We thank her so much for agreeing to moderate our panel discussion. Thank you, Erica.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It's an honor to be here and an honor to facilitate this conversation between these two great leaders of our community. And our two panelists really need no introduction, but I'm happy to welcome them to the stage and thank them for making time for this conversation with us. Mayor William A. Johnson Jr. was the 64th mayor of Rochester, serving from 1994 to 2005. He made history as the first African American elected to hold this office, which I remember as being a very big deal. Prior to his election, he served 21 years as the president and CEO of the Urban League of Rochester, and as mayor, many considered him a leader with vision who was not afraid to take risks. He has long been a proponent of regionalism and metropolitan planning, and in 2002, he convened the Rochester Conversation on Mid-Sized Cities that we are responding to today. And he also plays the organ. Mayor Malik Evans is our city's 71st mayor. He previously served on Rochester City Council as an at-large member and also on the Rochester City School Board, including several years as its president. He was one of the youngest members to have joined the school board, possibly the youngest when he started many years ago. Prior to becoming mayor, Mayor Evans worked as an officer in the banking industry for more than 20 years, holding various leadership positions at M&T Bank Corporation and the ESL Federal Credit Union. He used to play the piano, but no longer does. But he does enjoy concerts and movies. So to start our evening, Mayor Johnson, let me please ask you to share the reasons with the audience that you convened the Rochester Conversation on Mid-Sized Cities in 2002.
Yes, thank you.
Was it on?
It says this is wireless.
Let me see.
Turn on.
Let's see. Okay, try it.
Okay, thank you. I'm delighted to be here and have spent the afternoon listening to the panelists. Back in 2002, I was about to leave office in 3 years, and it was 1 year before I ran for county executive. Had been dealing with, and I had been grappling with this issue for a while, that as a mid-sized city, and many of my colleagues would concur with this, we got lost in coverage in the national media. There's a lot of innovation that came out of cities like Rochester, not just in the industrial and commercial sectors, but a lot of governmental innovation. And the only time we seem to have gotten recognized was when something negative happened. Kodak announcing that it was downsizing, the city experiencing a rash of violence. Anything negative tended to get covered. Anything positive tended to get overlooked. And so part of that discussion was, how do we get better attention for the positive things? If you're trying to market your city as a place where the livability standard is high, where the costs are moderate, where there are a variety of outlets for recreation and entertainment, people have got to know that you exist. And if the only thing they hear is that people get killed, get shot, get maimed and wounded, if the only thing they hear is that your iconic companies are going through a downturn, people are likely to stay away. So that was the genesis for this discussion. It was small. It involved, we had 6 mayors who came to Rochester. I was one of the 6. I was already here. We had a lot of academics, Ford Foundation, Rockefeller Foundation people who came, people who were really focused on urbanism and urban issues. And it was a 2 or 3 day conference where we really rolled up our sleeves and began to strategize. A lot of the content that happened at that session did not get reflected in the report that was produced afterwards. And it's because of this report that Professor Brown, who was in high school here at the time and probably didn't even know that this conference had been held, but he somehow ran across a copy of it. It's because of this record that we are here today. And I think the issues that we looked at 21 years ago are as pertinent today as they were then. But with a caveat that the city looks a lot different today than 21 years ago. And in some respects, it looks better, and in some respects, it looks worse. But we are where we are, and it is really helpful to have people think about these things. I can assure you that Mayor Evans thinks about these things every day. And sometimes the resources, as Mitch Gruber was most articulate in describing, are not there. So the short answer is, it was really an exercise in trying to project ourselves to a place where we all wanted to be. Every mayor I know, including my predecessor, Mayor Ryan, and everyone who succeeded me, says we want to be the best mid-sized city in America. But that should be more than a theme. But it's been consistently an aspiration of everyone who's occupied the mayor's office.
Thank you. Mayor Evans, you were in college at the University of Rochester in 2002, correct?
I was. I graduated actually in 2002, but at that time I also was working for City Hall at the time as a legislative aide at the time for Rochester City Council. So I moonlighted working for City Council, and in '99 I was an intern in the mayor's office for a little while. So I was on the periphery of city government at the time.
So in your trajectory from intern all the way now to mayor over the past 20 or so years, in what ways would you characterize the city as having changed, and in which ways would you say it's the same, and what has gotten better and what's gotten worse, in your opinion?
Well, I think one of the things, let's start with the things that haven't changed, that's still the same and hasn't changed. New York State, on one hand, has made unprecedented investments as it relates to infrastructure that I don't think that you saw in previous years. But with some things that haven't changed but that need to change, and they're still working on it right now, they're in Albany right now working on the budget, is Rochester continuously still gets less per capita than other upstate cities. That was true 10 years ago, it was true 15 years ago, it was true 20 years ago, it's still true today. Every mayor has talked about that going back years, and we're still continuing to fight that fight. 2002, when Mayor Johnson, when Bill came into office, we came into office both at very similar times. He had come in at a time when Rochester had some of the highest homicide rates. When he came in 94, 93, had some of the highest homicide rates. He came in 93, I came in 2023, and we were coming off the highest homicide rates. But in 2002, if you look at the numbers, there were innovative programs that Mayor Johnson had put in place that had started to help bring down the violence in Rochester. So by the time he got into his term in 2002, you saw some challenges. So, but what's similar right now is we were dealing with violence challenges back then, but you didn't have that in 2002 because there had been improvement. So that gives me hope. Cycle. So that's important. I think there were always challenges with education. It was a challenge then. It was a challenge. It's been a challenge now. Good things that are still happening now that happened then also was the city's financial situation. Even though the city always had to sometimes make cuts, tighten its belts, and do all those things, other things, the city always had a great bond rating. Unlike a lot of other mid-sized cities that went through those challenges. It was true in 2002, it's still true now, and that's a challenge. And the city also generously supports its schools. 60 cents on every dollar goes to education. A lot of people don't know that. For any of its spend, 60 cents, and it was true then. And that's still happening right now as well. So lots of things. I think Mayor Johnson was extremely innovative. I think we're still innovative here in Rochester. We're a part of the Mayor's Institute on Urban Design. We just got picked for that. We're a part of the Mayor's Institute on Pedestrian Safety. We have collaborations with Bloomberg Harvard. We have a Center for Financial Empowerment from the National Centers of Financial Empowerment. So I think Rochester has always been interested in being innovative and cutting edge. I think that was true in 2002. I think that's true today as well. So the book of Ecclesiastes says that there's nothing new under the sun. So a lot of the challenges that we faced in 2002, I think we still face them now. I will say that a little bit what's different though, is the challenges with violence. You always had challenges with violence, but the levels, the age levels, is extremely concerning. 12, 13-year-olds. That was rare. Back even when I was growing up, we had the levels of violence that were a challenge, but you're seeing much younger kids get involved in violence, and I think that's different and very concerning.
Can I take a second to elaborate on that last point? I'm technologically challenged here. I want to really elaborate on that last point. When Mayor Evans is correct, we came to office, violence was at its highest level in this community. The city had registered 73 homicides. For a city of its size, that was astounding. The cohort of people committing those crimes were between the ages of 17 and 29. Today, almost every day you turn on the news, you hear of a crime being committed by a 12, 13, and 14-year-old. These people are beyond the reach of the traditional, not only the criminal justice system, but when I was at the Urban League, we operated a number of delinquency diversion programs. There were ways to take these young people who were on the wrong path and try to put them on the right path with programs. We had family support programs so that when a child was engaged in delinquent acts, not only will we serve that individual, but the entire family to try to stitch this back together. Today, almost every one of these young people committing these crimes is sent into the family court system. We don't know what happens. We don't even, well, we certainly don't know the name, and that's good, and I'm not speaking in a punitive sense, because if we don't know who they are, we don't know how to serve their families. We don't know how to treat them. And I've spoken to high school principals who told me that these young people, some of them come back to school because they're so young when they commit a criminal act. They come back to school, and they don't even know it. The principal is not even told that this person just came out of a juvenile correction facility. And I have spoken to family court judges, retired and current, and I said, all I want to know, I just want to be encouraged as a citizen that something is being done, that you're creating the kind of programs to help these young people. The mayor, they won't even tell the mayor. See, there's a disconnect here. And I only make the point to say that we had a better shot at solving this problem when we knew who the perpetrators were, we knew how we could reach them, either a job, get them back into school, do something, and we even had something called Operation Ceasefire, which was federally funded. That program worked very effectively to intervene with these young people. So I go to bed every night feeling very badly for the mayor who has to deal with a problem. I used to get called when there was a homicide in the middle of the night. He gets called because somebody has stolen a car from a working class person. There's a person who needs their car to get to work, and they get up in the morning, their car's not sitting in front of their house because somebody has stolen it. And what do? They're not even joyriding with it. They want to drive it into a building, grab it, smash and grab. I never heard that terminology before. So I think that this is the kind of thing we're talking about, the challenges at mid-sized communities, but it happens. It's not a Rochester phenomenon. It's not a Rochester phenomenon. And my last point I'll make is I was also blessed because I was probably the last mayor who wasn't a part of the social media generation. There was no Instagram. There was no Facebook. None of that stuff existed when I was mayor. Okay?
Elaborate on that, Mayor. Why are you glad?
Huh?
I said elaborate on that, please. Why are you glad?
I'm glad because at least we had a little bit of control of the narrative. Anybody can write the narrative. Anybody with a phone can write the narrative. My 4-year-old grandson can write the narrative if his parents gives him a phone. So I'm just sitting here shaking my head at where we are. Like I say, mayors of these communities in 2020 are dealing with some unbelievable activities. And the control, the ability to control them, I think, is de minimis.
There's a great article that everyone should read. It was in the Atlantic, now I don't agree with this because I don't think that anything is impossible. Was it Susan B. Anthony that said failure is impossible? But there's an article in Atlantic, and it talks about, the title is The Impossible Job of Being a Mayor in the current, but it's a good read. It's a good read for anyone that has not seen that if you haven't read it yet. A couple of mayors have sent it to me and said, do you agree with this? But it is a good read. But the social media point, the challenge with the social media point, particularly with young people, is unbelievable. I mean, the amount of young people that are engaged in violence as a result of what is on social media is, I've never seen anything like it. So that's a challenge. You know, we have people who are fighting because of a beef on Instagram or something that they saw on Facebook. That, as the mayor said, Mayor Johnson said, he didn't have that years ago. So you know that it's a double-edged sword. I mean, social media, everyone is now an influencer, whether or not they have 1 follower or 2 followers or 2 million.
So shifting topics a little bit towards the economy and jobs. When you convened the 2002 convention, Kodak was the largest employer. And now the shift in Rochester has been from manufacturing with things like film from Kodak or copying machines from Xerox to services, including education and medical service, with U of R being the largest employer. What are both of your thoughts about this shift? Do you believe that universities and medical centers can adequately replace our legacy industries? And has this shift been a negative one or just created different and new opportunities?
You know, I think that it's been a good thing for Rochester. And Rochester, believe it or not, our region, because we're such we got such brain power here, that we fared better than some of the other industrialized cities. You heard me say this in the State of the City the other night, and I quote someone who I respect a lot. You know, Michael Coleman, who was the mayor of Columbus, and he said, "Listen, Columbus was in the Rust Belt, but we're not a Rust Belt city." I say the same thing about Rochester, and I got to see this in the banking industry. As many clients that I had that were that had worked at Kodak or were suppliers of Kodak, that they were able to pivot their businesses into the new emerging economy that was there. I mean, so Rochester has been very good at that. But where we are, though, as a city sometimes, and we still suffer from this, is that we're like, and this is a sophisticated group, so you probably didn't watch Napoleon Dynamite. But those of you that have, we have what I call Uncle Rico's syndrome.
Oh.
And any of you that might know Uncle Rico is 50-something years old, but he still talks about his high school football days. If the coach would have put me in, we would have won states. Rochester's in that, for a while, I think we're starting to get out of it, is that same way. Oh, we still had Kodak. Oh, we just had Kodak. We just had Kodak, Xerox, and Bosch and Lomb. You know, we had these, you could come out of high school and you get a job. Well, we're not going back to those days. Those days are gone. We are no longer a company town. We are a town of different companies. And the quicker that we can embrace that mindset, I think the better off we are. I think that universities serve as great anchor institutions to be able to spin off other organizations and companies that can be able to do well. And I think that there are lots of companies that have emerged as successful places. They're smaller, they're medium-sized, but they are a nice complement to some of the larger anchor institutions like a University of Rochester and a medical center. We have to continue to cultivate those new emerging companies that are there. And I mentioned some of them the other night. Ocean Applied, there was Cloud Checker. I mean, you can go on and on about some of the companies that many times you've never heard of them because they may not employ 10,000 people, but they might employ 500 people or 600 people. And the power of those companies can't be understated. The other thing that we have in Rochester going for us is that we have a strong entrepreneurial spirit. And if you remember, if 1 in 3 small businesses in America create at least one job, America could be at full employment. It shows you the power of the small businesses that we also have in Rochester. When I say small businesses, I mean companies with 5 or fewer employees, because those smaller companies become larger companies. And Rochester is great for that in terms of the different tech hubs that we have. And we're also on our way. I don't indulge in it. I don't urge anyone to be indulged in it, but we have a pretty, we will have a pretty, yesterday was 4/19, if you know what that means. No, yesterday was 4/20, 4/20. Marijuana is medical marijuana, medical dispensaries over at the Eastman Business Park. That has become a major moneymaker for Rochester. And I think going to the future will be another one, another avenue that we will have, regardless of how you feel about marijuana or not. It's legal in New York State. That is a major, that will be a major economic driver, I believe, for Rochester. The first thing I did as mayor was, I'm probably the only mayor in Rochester's history that was on the cover of High Times magazine. which is interesting, as I said, my father probably would be turning in his grave. But we set up the Cannabis Preparation Commission because we said whether or not you think, whatever you think about marijuana or not, we had to make sure we get the zoning right, and we did all that. We said we have it all right. We created the conditions to be able to do that. So how do we pivot to these new economies? But what was amazing to me, and Mayor Johnson can talk more about this, was how fast Kodak went from like 10,000 employees to like, I mean, I think that just kicked the wind out of Rochester, and I think that's why we sometimes had that Uncle Rico syndrome, because we didn't have time to prepare for it. It was just quick.
Well, I have a slightly different view. I think that without even identifying a particular employer, I think we have gone from an economy of stable employment to an economy of unstable employment. So if you go and get a 30-year mortgage on your house, you want to have some expectation that during that 30 years you will have the income to pay that mortgage. If you go and sign a 6-year note to buy an automobile, you want to have some expectation that you're going to be able to pay for that automobile. And in the economy as it currently exists, there are too many jobs that are fleeting. There are too many jobs where people don't have the stability and they make one wrong slip and they're out of the door, because labor is not a scarce commodity. And particularly now in the era of robotization. So rather than talk about Kodak, let me talk about another plant, much smaller than the size of Kodak, that existed in this community for well over 75 years. We call it Rochester Products. It was a part of General Motors. It used to employ about 10,000 people. You could drive up Mount Reed Boulevard 24 hours a day, and there would be cars in the parking lot. 3 shifts, people working. Now you go up Mount Reed, and there's hardly a car parked in the parking lot. If you go inside, as I did, and I was given a tour, a plant that employed close to 10,000 people can now operate with less than 200. Because they got machinery. Machinery that never wants a day off, machinery that never calls in sick, machinery that doesn't argue with the boss. You just press the button. My last employer was RIT. while I was there, what do they call it, Rebecca? What is it they're going to have this Saturday? Innovative Weekend? Imagine RIT. Imagine RIT. And so every day they are training students to create new technologies, to come up with new ideas of innovation. And unfortunately, every one of those ideas leads to, almost everyone, leads to a reduction in the dependence on labor. So, my good friend Mitch Gruber said in his presentation, he talked about his alma mater, the University of Rochester, which is our largest employer, which contributes very little in terms of property taxes, because it is a tax-exempt organization. Okay? And we look at that, and government looks at that, because we live off of the property tax. That we need tax revenue in order to provide services. But if we don't have people who are working, they can't contribute. They don't buy the property. That's why we have so many vacant houses in the city. So anyway, the point I'm making here is I don't want to sound like an old person longing for the past, you know. But I'm saying that, and now with artificial intelligence, I have heard the people who create artificial intelligence say they don't give a damn about the number of jobs that are going to be lost. All they're concerned about is the improvement in efficiency. Well, they better figure out what to do with all these idle people. And it's not going to be kids riding around crashing into places. It's going to be old folks trying to figure out, where do I get food? So, but the mayor's correct. All of it falls in his lap, because when things are not going well, people immediately single out the elected officials and say, what are you doing about this problem? What are you doing about this problem? And in many instances, it's not even in our purview. No. And in other instances, we don't have the resources, the adequate resources, to solve the problem.
So jumping off of that, then to what extent are community leaders in mid-sized cities, mayors like you in Rochester, able to shape the future of the city, given that you are captive to many forces outside your control, from global economics to artificial intelligence?
It is absolutely critical that, first off, any person that comes into the office of mayor, first off, every mayor or most elected official has an ego, because you got to have an ego in order to put your name on a ballot and run for office. But if you come in with an ego where you think that you have all the answers and you can do it by yourself, you are in deep trouble. Because as the mayor said, so many of the issues are so outside your purview. I don't know if Simeon Bannister is still here, but there he is back there. I mean, the Community Foundation is an example of a partner that the city has to have. The county executive, me and the county executive, we got an emergency meeting on Monday that we're having around smash and grabs, because it's affecting everybody in the county. We got to bring everybody to get together to be able to have those issues. If you look at a lot of the funds in which I'm doing things in Rochester right now, it's the result of the federal government, who gave over $200 million. The county also got a similar allotment, probably about over 170 something. We're doing with the state. So we're looking to have to try to stitch these things together, and then bring in the private sector like never before, because there is no way just with the city's tax base that we could do half of the things that I'm doing right now. It wouldn't happen, because as the mayor said, we live off of three things: property tax, sales tax, and state aid. Property tax, you can only tax people so much. And remember, the home ownership rate in Rochester is only about 37%. So we're a city majority of renters. We're trying to change that, because that number is too low as far as I'm concerned. And we have people that pay more for their rent than I pay for my mortgage. So we need to work on change. So we're working on changing that. But you can't tax. You can't get blood from a stone. So how am I going to go, if I got a senior that's been living on Champlain Street for 50 years, her house is paid off, I can't tax, let's say her name is Miss Jones, I'm making that up, right? I can't, you think when the budget comes out in about 2 weeks, if I say, oh yeah, we're going to raise, because we have all these challenges, we're going to raise property taxes by 40%. Wouldn't happen, right? I'd be run out of town. So you can't go there. State aid, you heard what I said about that. Every mayor going back to Nathaniel Rochester has been trying to get their fair share from Albany. And then so sales tax is a place where we can hope to get, right? You grow that, businesses, people supporting businesses, all those things. But even that is at the will of the economy. Remember, sales tax almost went to zero. I was chairing the City Council Finance Committee meeting, Finance Committee when COVID hit. I don't turn red much, but looking at those numbers, when we literally shut down the economy, you literally stopped all sales tax revenue from coming in because all the businesses, I mean, it was frightening, furloughing people and all that stuff. So you're at those market forces. And so when you're in a city that's challenged like that, so you have to. So how you get that innovation, how you get that collaboration, how you get those other things is you have to really be an ambassador, almost like an octopus with all types of different tentacles, to be able to work with the community foundation, to be able to work with other levels of government, to be able to work with the federal government, to be able to work with the state government, to be able to work with the business sector, to try to stitch something together that will allow people to see that the only way Rochester can be successful is by everyone doing their various part. And I think that has helped in terms of helping to try to sustain Rochester as we go forward.
You want to respond to that? Okay. So, speaking about the need for collaboration, and in the last panel there was discussion of the need for a metropolitan approach, and you were praised as a person who has not been afraid to speak out in favor of more metropolitan government. Over the past 20 years, do you think that we've made any progress towards that goal, or do you think that opposition is still too strong?
I don't think, well, first place, the structures of government in New York don't allow for an easy transition. For example, we all decry the number of school districts we have. But except for New York City, there is no county-wide school district anywhere in New York State, except in the more rural counties. But people move to North Carolina, South Carolina, and Georgia, and they move to those places. And while they would resist sending their children, if they lived in Monroe County, to a school on the other side of the county, in the city, if they move south, they're countywide schools. They're countywide school systems. So until the law of New York State changes, at that level, we're not going to have it. But I would tell you, it was an interesting discussion. In 2002, something else happened, probably before this group met. In my State of the City address in 2002, I called for the merger of the city of Rochester with the county of Monroe. And it was always a point of amusement. The person who would have benefited from that more than anybody would have been the county executive and the county legislature. And the county executive was the strongest opposition to that idea. But there's a reason for doing that. The county's tax base, they're taxing on a larger base. But not only that, I don't know what the number is now, Mayor, but in my time, the county was only taxing at 22% of its taxable value. The city was almost at 90%. The city had very little margin to raise tax. Even if we wanted to, we couldn't have done it without violating the state law. The county was taxing. They had the ability on a larger base to raise the tax by a few pennies. and they would generate millions or more dollars, and they refuse to do that. So we have to really get to the mindset of people who look at the city as some horrible place, a place not to be helped, not a central part. They don't view this as a part of Monroe County. It's the city, and therefore we can't do anything to help the city out of its crisis. So there are just a lot of issues. Mayor Ryan, my predecessor, one of the things he harped on the most was the growth of the city school district budget. Now, as a former school board member, Mayor Evans may disagree with this, but the city school district budget today is double what the city of Rochester's budget is. And it's almost 70% higher than when I was mayor. And when I was mayor, they had 44,000 students, and now they're close to 20,000 students. I can't figure out what they're spending the money on. To be perfectly honest, I cannot figure it out. But they continue to get more state aid than the city. So there are just some internal dynamics that have to be changed before we can really go to this idea of a regional approach. And it makes a lot of sense that you don't have the duplication. You can merge functions. You have several governments doing the same thing in terms of hiring. You know, we have 2 separate civil service commissions. There's just a lot of things that make a lot of practical sense that are not getting done. And it's not because of historical reasons, it's because of structural barriers that have been put in place to prevent any movement or any change.
So what state or federal policies would you say most hinder the development of the mid-sized cities, specifically Rochester, and conversely, what kinds of policies or investments from bigger rings of government could most help?
Well, I mean, we know cities are creatures of the state. But to the mayor's point, to Mayor Johnson's point, for example, I can't go annex. I'm not saying the state should change the law to allow me to do this, but I can't go annex Brighton, and I'm sure Brighton would like to get some of the city back that it got back, that we took away, Cobb's Hill and Park Ave. I'm sure they would like to get some of that back. So I mean, it's hard for the city to grow by taking over other smaller municipalities. So we can't go back and say, all right, we want to take back Dispatch, New York, which is now called East Rochester, and say, you know what, you're gonna be part of the city of Rochester again to help us grow our tax base. So go to Brighton, which is right, literally on the border of the city, or Irondequoit. You can't do that to be able to grow. So when you look at a lot of some of the other cities, like Ohio or Cleveland, I mean, a lot of them really grew from gobbling up other areas. And I can't remember what year that law changed. Whoever was an historian here might remember. But it was a long time ago where we weren't able to do that anymore. So that's I'm not saying that it should be changed or anything, but that is a challenge for growth. The school district is still a challenge. I have a unique experience. I mean, I got most of the gray hair I have now from the school board. It's a challenge, and we have to figure that out. I mean, I've been a supporter of Great Schools for All. If any of you are familiar with them, they wanted to try to motto after regional academies and schools. Those are the types of conversations that we should be having. How we can be more efficient. But I think the other thing that the federal government has not done anything on, and I know it's a hot button topic, is guns, right? That is a major challenge for Rochester. New York State, we have some of the best gun laws, but if you go to Pennsylvania, it's like the Articles of the Confederation, right? It really makes no iota of difference, sadly, You can have the toughest gun laws you want in New York, but you can just go over the border in Pennsylvania and get whatever you need, or go down to Georgia or in Florida, where they just you don't even need a permit to carry, and those guns make their way up here. We're going to be having a gun trace data report that we're going to be releasing, I think, hopefully before the end of the month, and it will show where a lot of the guns come from and how many. But you know, policies like that at the federal government level definitely are a challenge for us, because what happens in Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Ohio has a major effect in Rochester, particularly as it relates to gun policy. And just let me say, before anybody say I'm violating the Second Amendment, I got my grandfather hunted, people hunt. I'm all for the Second Amendment, but I'm not for illegal guns making their way into Rochester, and I don't think you need an AR-15 to go hunt a deer. But that is a major challenge. I read the reports, and it'll say you can talk to the U.S. Marshal, you can talk to the ATF. I meet with these folks quarterly, and they'll say, oh yeah, that gun came out of Georgia, gun came out of. So that's a major challenge. The other thing is that because Congress has been paralyzed, you know, they did help with the American Rescue Plan Act. That was very excellent. But during the pandemic, I think it was in 2021, we moved about 40% of people. 40% of children out of childhood poverty. You know why? Because we had an enhanced earned income tax credit. So if we could do that, come on. We did it in 2021, now it's 2023. Guess what? That's gone away. That's a policy that affects Rochester in a major way, and that's a federal policy. And it was simple. They just you didn't have to do anything. You just you got the check. You know what that did for families? During that time period, people still worked, they still did whatever they needed to do, but that literally lifted, and the Children's Defense Fund has the information on this, has the data on this. It lifted hundreds of millions of children and their families out of poverty, just a simple tax code thing. But now, you think that would happen now? Good luck. Nothing's going to happen for the next 18 months in Washington, which is sad. But so those are the types, I think, federal things that are extremely challenging for us, and they affect particularly medium-sized cities, particularly cities with high levels of poverty. Rochester, 5 of the poorest zip codes in New York State are in Rochester. The top 3 poorest zip codes in New York State are in the city of Rochester. For a city our size, we got New York City, got Buffalo, which is bigger than us. That's a challenge, and that should scare all of us. And it tells you the challenges that we have to overcome in our city currently.
The structure of government is obsolete. It's an 18th century model that can't effectively work in the 21st century. And the inertia, the opposition, the resistance that exists at the state level to make any fundamental changes is really simply amazing. Now, I don't think too much about those big problems like, are we going to ever are we going to soon find an effective way to control the amount of violence that is caused by guns? But I want you to think about something very simple. And if you live in the city of Rochester, if you live anywhere near the borders, see, I live 2 blocks from the Brighton town line. All right? You go down my street, I live off South Winter Road. I go down 2 blocks to Highland, and I immediately am in the town of Brighton. All right? And on the south side of Highland Avenue, people, their front yard is in the city of Rochester, their backyard is in the town of Brighton. Now that works very effectively on one level. Because if you got school-age children, you can decide to send your child to the school where your backyard is. Higher quality of education is presumed. But think about when it snows. Snowplows are expensive. Snowplows go down South Winton Road, and rather than being able to go all the way over to the 12 Corners, when they get to Highland Avenue, they have to turn around. In Arundecourt, when they get to East Ridge Road, they have to turn around. In Henrietta, when they cross whatever the line is, they have to turn around. And you say to yourself, why can't we have an arrangement that creates more efficiency? Why do we have to have 19 highway superintendents and a public works director in the city of Rochester? These are the kinds of things that get people really annoyed, because that's why government does not operate in an efficient and an effective way. But people make real determinations, because it's not just the snowplow, it's not just the schools, but there's something more important. There's the zoning ordinances that each municipality has, which effectively, when Simeon talked about diversity, which effectively determines who will and who will not live in those jurisdictions. And that's why people fight so hard to preserve that, even though it's going to cost them money, even though you can make a case. When I ran for county executive, that's what I ran on. How to make county government more responsive and more, and they said, oh, we're not going to let you run on that issue, Bill Johnson. We're going to scare people to death and tell them if you elect Bill Johnson as county executive, he's going to take over your school district. Anybody old enough to remember Pac-Man? I remember. I was the Pac-Man. I was the Pac-Man. Put this guy in the county office building, and he's going to suck up your town, your village, your school district. It was a totally irrational argument. But you know what? It worked. And my point is, we got to move, if we want to really talk about how to improve the plight of this city, we've got to get people to have rational discussions about, you know, the city of Rochester has features that doesn't exist anywhere else in this county. Built-in resources and that people don't mind sharing. Let me tell you one thing. The people who live out in Parrington, they don't have any fear to come downtown during the Rochester International Jazz Festival, all right? You know what? They don't have any fear on Saturday morning to go to the Rochester Public Market. There are assets in this city that should not be replicated. Why do we need 16 or 17 public markets? So I think that what we're talking about now is how do we have this kind of rational discussion that talks about the efficient and effective way of deploying our public resources and who should benefit from the deployment of those resources. When you get old, you can think like this.
Oh, that's interesting to think about how much better of a society would be if decisions were based upon rational criteria. But I feel like,
and it's funny, to your point, rational decision. I mean, you find that, and this is something that we can't solve. There's much less rational conversations. It used to be back in the day. You used to be able to have conversations about education in a room like this. But now, you start talking about charter schools, public. I mean, people almost come to blows. I was in a room where people almost came to blows. It's much more difficult to have rational conversations. I think social media has exacerbated that because you have an echo chamber where you can have a group of people who all agree on the same thing. So it's much harder for me than it was when Mayor Johnson was mayor to kind of facilitate these type of conversations, particularly around when you know they might be quote unquote controversial, and we know rationality does not matter, because I forgot who it was that said, you have your truth, but I have my own truth. I have alternative facts, right? I mean, there is no alternative facts. here's where the border of the city of Rochester in Brighton is. This is where the sun is. This is what, none of that. It's harder now to have those difficult conversations. And then there were places where you didn't have a lot of this stuff creep in. You might have had challenges. You've always had challenges in education, but now even school boards, not the city school board. It's always had interesting stuff. But I mean, suburban, rural school districts. I used to go to those school boards conferences. They were boring. I mean, it wasn't. You just did not have. It wasn't crazy. They weren't talking about banning books and any of that stuff. This is all like, I don't even know. I mean, it's odd. It's odd, and it's hard to have those conversations even about facts. We had slavery in the country. The Civil War was from 1861 to 1865. Those types of things, those types of conversations, you can't even really have those anymore, which is bad for the future of our country and for our children. And so the question is can cities survive and be a place that can kind of cultivate those types of environments? Can mayors bring people together as a way to try to do that? It's definitely not happening at the federal level. I can tell you that right now. And one of the things President Biden talks about is why he brought so many mayors. He has more mayors in his cabinet than any other president in history, because when Bill brought this conference together in 2002, it's always been, so far, the mayors that have been on the front line of doing the innovative and creative things and bringing people together around conversations. But I'm concerned that even that could be lost if we go the way of some of the just kooky, crazy conversations that we're seeing that are taking place across our country.
So a question for both of you, going back to the 2002 time in the prior conference. What were Rochester's peer mid-sized cities then, and how does it compare to those cities today? So for example, if Austin and Pittsburgh and Buffalo might have been considered peers, does Rochester seem different from them now?
Well, see, that number always changes. I go back and use as a reference point Rochester's high mark, the year of its highest population, was in the 1950 census. And it was the 33rd largest city in the U.S. And the 32nd largest city was San Diego, and the 34th largest city was Atlanta. And they have long since passed, and Rochester's been going down. I think, who said it? Rochester's the 110th largest city now, something like that. But, so the peer thing keeps changing. But I would say, back in my time, we could be compared rather easily to, not even Buffalo, because Buffalo was viewed as a much larger city. See, any city that had a major league sports franchise,
okay,
one or more, was viewed as a major city. We are in that category with Akron or Toledo. Well, Toledo's a little larger. All right. Louisville, places like that, okay? And I think I haven't taken the time to really see where those cities were. If I can look around where we were, because we were like in 1990, we were like the 55th largest city. And I just can't tell you who was in that percentile that we were in. But I would say this, the cities that have fared the best are the cities in the Sun Belt. You know, in 1950, there's cities in California that even exist, and they are now well up in terms of ranked communities. So the Sun Belt has prospered more than the Northeast. I agree with you about using the term Rust Belt, but certainly we can talk about cities in the Northeast that have not fared as well as cities in the South and the East and the South and the West.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at some cities, like if you look at a city like Austin, I mean, where you have almost between 500 and 1,000 new people moving there on a weekly basis. I mean, these are cities 22 years ago that weren't really on people's radar. So, it's amazing to look at the peers now. So, I mean, it changes in terms of who you compare yourself to. Buffalo's much bigger, but I still look at what Buffalo's doing, what Mayor Brown's doing down in Buffalo. I still look at Cleveland, even though they're bigger, Pittsburgh, and even though they're bigger cities, they still have a lot of the same challenges that we have. Cities that are in that 200 to 275 area are the cities that I look at a lot.
And are there any, sorry to interrupt, but are there any success stories that you would highlight?
Yeah, I think if you look at Buffalo, it used to be that Buffalo would always look at Rochester and say, "Oh, you guys are the ones that we're doing." But remember, Buffalo got that Buffalo billion, and that had a serious effect. And we need a Rochester billion. I don't know where we'll get it, but we need a Rochester billion. That Buffalo billion absolutely transformed Buffalo. I think if you talk to Mayor Brown, he will tell you that. I've done probably 1 or 2 trips to Buffalo since I've been mayor to look at some of the things that they've done, particularly around their waterfront and canal side, the stuff that we're trying to do with our Rock the Riverway initiative. They had a regional revitalization partnership. We got funds for a $78-80 million regional revitalization partnership that they had, where they worked with foundations and where they work with foundations and the public and private sector to do that. We did get funds for that last year that we're looking to do some of those same things. So it's interesting how it's kind of flipped, because it used to be that Buffalo would look at Rochester and say, "Hey, what are you doing?" And now we're looking at them. I think that I can change that. But I mean, it's going to take work, time, but it takes resources. But that huge infusion in Buffalo, it made a difference, because money talks and BS walks, and that definitely has I believe transformed Buffalo.
I think we missed I hate to bring up a sore subject, but I think we missed a huge opportunity with the demise of the ferry. People look at that in different ways, but here's the way it was reconceived. See, it was initially born as a private sector venture. And slowly, government's money was needed, for example, to dredge the port, to make it a deep, deep harbor port, so that a boat that size could come in. But here was the vision behind the ferry. You were connecting a mid-sized city in the U.S. with one of the largest cities in North America. And the opportunities that never really got fully exploited, all right? Yes, a lot of people drive the thruway from upstate New York, from Massachusetts, from the east, to go to Toronto. It's a very, very magnetic city of plus 4 million plus people. But there are things in Canada, things in the U.S. that don't exist in Canada. And, for example, we had visions one time of creating a connector from Charlotte to the Monroe County Airport, because of the high cost of intercontinental travel between Canada and the U.S. Just like a lot of people in the U.S. go to Canada to travel to the Caribbean, it is cheaper than flying out of Rochester or New York or Philadelphia. People would go to Toronto, take flights into Jamaica and other Caribbean places. A lot of Canadians who like to go to Florida and other places, the flights were cheaper out of Rochester. So that vehicle, that vessel, could serve a purpose. But we got caught up. And I was amazed at the number of people who downed it, saying, who would come from Canada to Rochester? Who would come from Canada to Rochester without examining that there was a well thought out strategy to attract those Canadians to come to upstate New York. Tourism was one of our best industries. So I think we missed out on that opportunity. It'll be a long time because this is a very expensive venture before something like that is created again. But when we talk about our history of innovation and creativity, I think that's one we lost out on. And it's not because I was involved with it, because I think I could see, and a lot of people saw the bigger picture that was not being seen by a lot of others. And I will say to you, I did not kill the ferry. My successor killed the ferry. Just remember that. If I had been in office in 2006, there would have been a fast ferry because we had a plan to refinance it. And so I don't want to argue history. Bob Duffy and I are good friends, but I still think the point of the matter fact is we lost out on a real opportunity.
Can I ask something about transportation in general? You know, I like the train. I'm happy that you know thank God the infrastructure bill got passed. But one of the things that's been a challenge, I think, in our country and has affected mid-sized cities like Rochester too, has been the lack of what I just call horrible transportation. You go over to other countries. Why should I should be able to leave here today, and if I wanted to go over to Batavia or Buffalo, I should be able to get on a train and get there in 15 or 20 minutes, or to Albany, or think about that. In the 21st century, you can't do any of that. I mean, I like trying to take my kids on the train. I'm like, you know, maybe I'll take the train to Cleveland. Good luck. Or Pittsburgh, to try to figure that out. Oh my, finagling it. They finally brought the train back to Toronto, which I was happy about. But you know, God bless Louise Slaughter. She probably would be telling me amen up from heaven. We just have not invested in 21st century infrastructure like they have in Europe, like they have in China, between cities. I mean, you can. I mean, why should it take? And I know this because I was at a conference in New York City. The plane got canceled 3 times. I said, okay, I'm going to take the train. The train took 6 hours. Think about that. 6 hours. In 2000, it was last year, 22. It takes 6 hours on a train when we have all this technology all around the world, and you can get the cities in Europe. They're doing it. It just makes no sense, and that's an area where I'm hoping that maybe this infrastructure bill will help. I mean, we are so behind in terms of that type of technology, and it really affects us mid-sized cities. It really affects us mid-sized cities. Like cities like Rochester, even cities like Cleveland, even affects cities like that. So that's always been my dream, that the federal government will say, you know what, we need to build an infrastructure so at least maybe my grandkids could get on a train and be in Buffalo in 15 minutes, and vice versa. Imagine what that would be able to do for our cities and our economies and all those things. I mean, it's a very, very sore point for me, and I hope we improve it one day.
Well, let me say quickly, I'm old enough. When I was a kid, passenger rail had a dominance over freight rail, and the tracks were built for passenger trains. Now it's just the opposite. But we don't invest, as the mayor said. The first time I visited our sister city in France, Rennes, I took a train from Paris to Rennes. All right? 2 hours. Trains traveling at speeds of 125 miles per hour consistently. I mean, if you're looking out the window, something just blurs by you, all right? We don't have that here. We've talked about it, but we cannot get it. And I'm old enough to remember when there was nonstop air service from Rochester to Albany. Plane might have been a little small, but you could get on a plane and fly. They discontinued that service, and the only way to get to Albany directly was either to drive or to take a train. And I can't tell you the number of nights that when I had to go to Albany, where I had to wake up at 2 o'clock in the morning and call Amtrak and ask for the location of the train, the eastbound train that was coming out of Chicago. Where was it? Because if it didn't get to Rochester by 6 a.m., I could not get to my meeting in Albany by 10. So I had to get up in the middle of the night just to determine whether I could ride the train. And sometimes that train rolls in here 3 and 4 hours late. Who can operate like that? So you're absolutely right. This is another reason our economy is suffering, because if I lived in Rochester, and I worked in Syracuse, I could get on the train in the morning and ride to Syracuse. But I can't get on the train in the morning and ride to Buffalo, because the westbound trains don't start running until the afternoon, and the eastbound trains run in the morning. It's just absolutely absurd. That's why I'm saying we got to stop operating on a 19th century model. Government needs to become a lot more efficient.
And now we would like to open it up to audience questions. If anyone has a question, is there a microphone that we can pass around, or we can, and then maybe our mayors can share their, thank you.
Good morning, mayors. Afternoon, evening. I moved here about 50 years ago from the Southwest. Landed in the 19th Ward, landed in a community that I really loved. My kids went to Wilson High and graduated from there. And I came here, perhaps naively, to hear at least one thing that made me optimistic. And you guys have given a tremendous analysis of what's going on with little touches of optimism, but is there something I can take home to tell my wife to make her feel good again? Because and that's an exaggeration, obviously, but you know, I don't know what to say. It's painful, and I'll stay.
Well, you know, I'm a glass half full guy, and I think one of the things that you can tell her is that, I mean, the city is seeing probably some of the largest investments in terms of infrastructure and other things that you haven't seen in probably, I would say, almost 70, 80 years. And that's I mean, think about it. We are, I don't know if it was Mark Twain or whoever that said, go buy land, they're not building anymore. We're building more land. I mean, we're going to turn the inner loop, which was a relic of the past that really separated neighborhoods. We're doing environmental justice and creating almost 20 plus acres. And you see what happened on Inner Loop East. I mean, that's something that you can tell her. I mean, our Rock the Riverway initiatives, hundreds of millions of dollars that will also result in lots of construction jobs that are going to allow us to really transform the city landscape. Main and Clinton, which has been an abomination for years. I mean, one of those corners, one of the 4 corners of Main and Clinton. That's underway. That's underway. Over $10 million in public investment and more in private investment that's going to be taking place there. More money being spent on workforce than ever before. So I think that while we have the challenges, you can't lose hope and you can't lose faith. And remember, as my mother used to always say, you have to keep the faith even if it's as small as a mustard seed. And the mustard seed is pretty small. But it is important to recognize the challenges, because if you just sugarcoat everything, you got to be transparent. And, you know, you got to talk about the good and bad. But I think that you can take those types of things forward. And remember, you live in a city. You live in one of the few cities in the country that has a 96-foot waterfall right in the middle of its downtown, surrounded by a river, a lake, and a canal. Not many other cities have that. And the question is how do we harness all of that to move our economy? And you know what? A lot of people, we have a lot of climate refugees. Yeah, California is nice and sunny, but guess what? They're coming here. Because snow is easier to deal with than a mudslide or an earthquake that's going to displace you all those times. So those are I think, some good things that you can tell your wife. And the other thing you can tell her is that you're going to take her to a nice dinner. And then all the other stuff you tell her about Rochester, she won't care.
Mayors, I appreciated that you were being both sobering and realistic, and one of you was being optimistic. But Mayor Evans, you talked at your State of the City address about the cusp that the city is on, and that the residents will decide which direction it's going to go. Given the background of all of your discussion and how much is not within the control of the city, I wonder how the residents decide and what the role of the neighborhoods is in that, especially given what Simeon talked about, neighborhood, you know, what was the neighborhood empowerment teams and the top, the bottom up, voice of the residents. I wonder how you see that.
Well, I see that, I was a big, under Bill Johnson, we had Neighbors Building Neighbors, which was probably one of the best public sector engagement programs we ever had. I wrote a paper on it when I was in college. I was the youth representative on Sector 4, whatever one is on the west side. That's how I really got to learn about all of the stuff was as that youth representative, because I was at Wilson. So I got to watch Willie Lightfoot and Umar Mustafa as the Sally Steinwalks, all these names that you might remember from the 19th Ward. So that was important, and some of those sectors are still meeting, by the way. I think Sector 6 is still meeting. I think Sector 4 might still be meeting. I don't remember all the numbers. But what I meant by that is that if the community, if those neighborhoods, if those people in those neighborhoods say that we are not going to give up on Rochester, that we are going to hang in there with you, we will not fail, because government responds to what's happening in the community and with those neighborhoods. And if those neighborhoods continue to care, and Rochester, like I said, our neighborhoods are more than the statistics. People say, oh, Hudson Avenue is tough. Yeah, but there's homeowners that live on Hudson Avenue that have lived there for 40 years or 50 years, and their grandkids have then come. Those are neighborhoods where people live. People forget that. Sometimes folks that don't live in the city, they just know what they see on TV. But there's flowers growing over on Hudson Avenue. There's flowers growing on Jefferson Avenue or Cuba Place. Yes, they have their challenges, but there are people who still live there and want to fight for their neighborhoods. So I think the question is how can City Hall make sure that we reach out a hand? And we've been talking about reinvigorating NBN, setting it up in such a way where it can outlast a mayor. So it's not predicated on City Hall. It can't be predicated on City Hall, because what happened with NBN I don't even think how much money, it wasn't even that much money that was spent on that, but it was so powerful because it gave people the power to be able to be engaged. So how can you replicate that? It doesn't have to be called NBN, but how can you replicate where people feel as though they are connected to their neighborhood and that they can make a difference in the 21st century? And I think that that's where what I meant by in terms of neighborhoods and residents feeling as though they have that they have that power. Now, they shouldn't do all the work. That's what you elect people to do. So not us saying you help us do it, but there's stuff there's these little ingredients that neighbors have the power to be able to do. You have all these mini mayors in cities, in city neighborhoods. They'll say, hey, you're the mayor, Mayor Evans, but this is Miss Smith. She's been living here for 40 years. She does this, she does that, she does the other thing, and all the people respect her. How do you bring the next generation of those folks to be able to do that?
So the job of the mayor, any mayor, is to project hope and optimism. And that was Mayor's theme for his State of the City the other night. The mayor campaigns and says, I can make things better. We can make things better. And that's what all citizens are looking for, to see evidence, how that's translated from rhetoric into action. And one of the things that has happened consistently in this city is that whether it's the resident, the person who occupies the mayor's office, or whether it's some citizen somewhere who comes up with an idea, new things do happen. New ideas do come. New programs do come. And it is incumbent for us to be able to translate that. Now, in my era, I was wholly dependent upon the news media, which is which is a shadow of itself today. But in its place has come social media. And I think it has its challenges. I think it has its opportunities. The point I'm trying to make here to anybody who's saying, why should I continue to live in Rochester, is to be able to understand where those positive assets are. What is it that makes us unique? And how do we capitalize on that? And fortunately, we have a lot of unique assets in this community. And the mayor's job is to ensure that you never forget that. In the gloomiest moments, there's always hope. There's always something that gives us joy, and we should resonate in that joy.
Thank you. First, I just want to say thank you. This has been fantastic. I'm going to harken back to the previous panel for a second to try to see if I can think my way through an answer to the question that was raised in that panel and then see what you think about that answer. So the conversation was about narratives and how the narratives, the stories that we tell, in this case about the city of Rochester and our community, shape how we imagine what we can do together. And I want to answer that question as an outsider because I'm not a native Rochesterian. I moved here a long time ago, not quite 50 years. But I have noticed in my time here that the way that the community seems to resolve its contradictions, as in the city of Rochester has a lot of great things to offer, but the city of Rochester is also one of the poorest cities in New York. The way it resolves that contradiction is by the fact, it seems to me, that when people use Rochester, the meaning changes. So sometimes people say, as you just did, Mayor Johnson, like, Rochester, why should people live in Rochester? You mean like Rochester, the actual city, the place that we're in, right? But too frequently around here, when people throw Rochester, they mean Rochester's so great, and then you find out they live in Webster. And then they just come in here to go eat at Trotta. And I'm not like mocking people who come in to eat at Trotta. My point is that that's the reason that the fast ferry doesn't work. When you said people like scrunched up their faces and went, why would any from Canada come to Rochester? They meant the city, right? Why are people going to land in Charlotte, basically, right? The ex post of the city. But when we want to praise Rochester, we're really talking about the larger community. So I live out here in Victor, I live in Webster, and the area is great. And my shorthand for that as a local is Rochester's wonderful. But then you're like, well, if Rochester's so wonderful, why can't this community educate its children together? Oh, no, those your children, city of Rochester, right? And then you tell me we can't even remove our snow together as a community, which just makes the problem that much starker to me. So I'm wondering about that. And again, I speak again as an outsider, but Rochester doesn't always mean Rochester here, in the same way that downtown doesn't always mean downtown. I live in the Park Ave neighborhood, and I have noticed in the past 3 years that when I tell people that, they say to me, oh, it must be so great living downtown. And I go, I don't live. What are you talking? The first time I corrected this person like a lot, but the third time it happened, I just went, sure. I live right fine. I live downtown. But in other words, I think the Rochester usage is slipping into downtown now. And I'm wondering if that resonates with anyone else in the room, particularly the native Rochesterians who might have more experience with this phenomenon than I do.
Well, I guess it's just normal to do that, to identify yourself with the largest entity. Rochester is still the largest entity in Monroe County. The PGA golf tournament is coming up. It's at Oak Hill Country Club in Rochester, New York. No, it's not. It's in Pittsburgh. But who's ever heard of Pittsburgh? See what I'm saying? I grew up in a place called Lynchburg, and black residents would be ashamed to say they were from a place called Lynchburg, okay? But then I meet people, and they say, I'm from Lynchburg. I said, oh, where'd you grow up? I'm from Lynchburg. Oh, actually, I was born out in the county, but nobody ever heard of Forest. So it's Lynchburg. So I just think it's a kind of a phenomenon. But I think what you're saying, Rebecca, is you got to embrace it all. You can't just take the good parts when it's good for you and then reject the bad parts. If it's Rochester, it's Rochester. And if it's the schools, and part of the schools, some of them are great and some of them are not, then you got to make them all operate effectively. And the thing, somebody said it on that panel, maybe it was Justin, people walk away from that, all right? They take the part of the narrative that they like, but they don't want to invest the hard work. I never forget my friend Ed Doherty, who wrote the poverty report for the Rochester Area Foundation. That report is written in two parts. The first part is the problem, and the second part is the solution. The solutions are painful. The solution talks about how you can't concentrate all the poor people in just one part of the community and think that they can somehow extricate themselves. And when you concentrate all the wealth in other parts of the community. So how do we blend this? How do we bring this together? And so Ed would tell me he would go to these groups, he would make his presentation, and he would say, well, I'm assuming you read the report, you know what the problem is, it's been widely publicized. Let's talk about the solution. No, hold on, before you get to that part, let's talk about the problem. Nobody wants to talk about the solution. But the solution is all of us working on the same page towards the same objective to produce the same end result. And that's not what's happening. So we have got to figure out a way to generate that, have that conversation, to get people to say, if you love Rochester, you got to love all of it, the good and the bad, and you got to work to make the bad good. Pure and simple.
And I think we have time for one more question.
Mayor Evans, I listened to the State of the City address also, and I have to say I found you to be a courageous man. To begin with, your son was amazing, and to follow that act was an act of courage. He was really terrific. It was quite remarkable. I also found your speech to be moving and inspiring. You're clearly a guy who has a passion and a vision for the future. And I want to tie in an element of the prior panel as well. When Mr. Bannister talked about neighbors building neighborhoods and our former mayor who initiated that program, and I'll add my support to comments from over here about the importance of connecting to community. And I would argue that it's structurally important, not just informally important. So I would encourage you to consider opportunities that would present themselves to create some structural connections. And let me shout out as well Erica Hernandez in the Neighborhood Service Center in my particular area, who I think does a terrific job with that team. I also want to support John Lamb's notion earlier where he said that he thought the downtown improvement district idea was perhaps in trouble, and I would argue perhaps fatally flawed. And I think the community probably needs something like that, even if that particular model is problematic. It's old school, it's smug town. So I'd like to encourage a broader conversation, authentic interaction with the community about a range of options where it's not organized around the notion of an elite few making all the decisions who are unaccountable. I trust my city council, I trust you as mayor. I think you ought to lead the charge on other opportunities.
Yeah, well, I think that's important. I think that it's important for as many voices to be at the table to shape something that will benefit everybody, right? And I think that means getting people in the room. But one of the challenges that we often have is that, and I touched on this earlier, we have to make sure that as a community, when there is an idea, that all voices are heard, and that people of opposing views have to sit at the table and talk about their view and then come out with a solution that works for everybody. And that's easier said than done. Thank God I grew up as a peer mediator in junior high and in high school, and then I had 6 other brothers and sisters and 4 sisters, so I'm still known as the peacemaker of the family. But you have to do that. Otherwise, what happens is you end up with nothing, because you just have so many opposing views, and then you just talk about, oh, we might do this, we should do this, and then nothing ends up getting done. Yeah, well, I think it's right, and hopefully, right, I agree, and I think that you have to do that by making sure that you have dialogue very, very early on, so the process is not futile and then you end up with nothing, which could happen. I hope it doesn't, which could happen. But that's where spaces in the community to have those conversations has to happen, with City Hall helping to create the space, but not dominating it or running it one way or the other. We're always open to those type of conversations.
Well, we are out of time now, so I will say thank you very much to Mayor Evans and Mayor Johnson.
Thank you.
Thank you also to the organizers of this conference, who put so much work into the day's activities. And thank you also to all of you who showed up tonight to contemplate the challenges and opportunities of the mid-sized American city. We celebrate the revival of Rochester history, and we go forth hoping that these conversations can continue and that Rochesterians can continue to use to understand their past in order to help navigate the present and plan for the future. So this brings the 2023 Conference and Conversation on the Mid-Sized American City of the 21st Century to a close. Please note that the library is closing at 7, so if you registered for the post-conference event, you can meet with the organizers outside on the sidewalk of the library's main entrance. Thank you again for attending this evening.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Erica.
Take care. It's good to see you.
Good seeing you again.
Yep.
I hadn't seen you in a while.